This is a world where only the strongest swordsmen and wizards can rule. And right now, there is a huge war going on there because the Demon Queen has challenged everyone. So everyone fought against everyone. With the extraordinary power of the Queen, her army's attack was very strong and like a hurricane that demolished everything in its path. Every city of every race was destroyed, so that only the human race remained. But after the restoration of the human community in Nejiang, the last line of defense completely fell to its knees, so humanity lost. Thus, the most powerful demon queen in history, Elizabeth, became the only one left to rule the whole world and gained full power. The man arrived at the palace of the Highness and addressed Elizabeth so that she would not even think that she had won. The future is still on their side, and the legendary hero will defeat her once and for all. Suddenly, someone hit him and he fell to the ground, breaking his face so badly that he even dropped his stick and it rolled in the other direction. The young man who raised his hand to the old man was the Prince of Humanity, Weiss Malfoy, who addressed the offended man as Mr. Barlow and asked him to speak more clearly, because the Queen was not asking for his opinion now, and this was an order. Old Barlow lay on the ground and addressed the boy. He was disappointed because he had betrayed the human race, and the time he had spent raising the young man had been wasted. The boy was very angry at these words, and said that if Mr. missed his father so much, he would send him to him right now. And at that moment, he began to transform, and his hand turned red and looked like the paws of some beast with huge claws. But suddenly a voice behind him stopped him. It was a female silhouette with a pair of giant wings, a healthy tail, and 2 horns on her head. The guy, who had already partially transformed into a monster, was ready to kill the poor old man, but stopped in his tracks. Now the Queen turned to the man who was lying on the ground and asked him if you really think that she will lose this war and be defeated. Her Highness Elizabeth was furious and ordered the worthless man to tell her everything. And if he did not listen to her, she would make him experience torment and suffering much worse than death itself. Her eyes were bloodshot and red, the same color as her hair. He gathered his strength and answered that the vision said that when the legendary hero reaches the Holy Sword, then the demon's rule will end. Because the Holy Sword is the same one that was inserted into the stone platform in the main hall, and Elizabeth will never get the human race. The Queen listened attentively but not eagerly to his words. Then her thoughtful gaze settled on a particular object. It was the same golden sword that looked quite large and was called Excalibur. And she wondered whether the brave hero who would draw this sword would be able to challenge the king himself. She found it interesting, so she turned around and went to her throne, putting her hand on her weapon. She laughed and said she would be waiting for the hero. Her eyes shone with the desire to meet him. Queen Elizabeth's reign over the world had begun. A lot of guards in iron armor stood outside her palace. In addition to people, there were also animals. The next year, nothing changed. The spear-wielding guards continued to guard her palace, but the young man whose name was Weiss Malfoy disappeared. And then there was the 3rd, 4th, and 5th year of his rule. So it came to 15 peaceful years of life. The whole population continued to live in peace. Monsters, elves, and animals communicated normally with each other and led normal lives. They invited each other to visit them, or recommended which shops they should visit. Under the full rule of Queen Elizabeth, all unequal rules between the races were abolished. Everyone lived together as equals. There were no more conflicts. Everyone could live and develop in peace. But soon the continent of bravery entered a period of unprecedented prosperity. It was an alliance against the legendary heroes who strongly resisted the arrival of the so-called heroes. And in Elizabeth's castle, which was the capital of the human race, the Queen held a meeting in a large palace where her throne was located, and in the middle of the room stood the same majestic sword. This gathering was about the legendary hero who got to pull the sword out of the concrete. Her Highness was waiting for news about the brave man. The minister of the elf race, Twyla, reported that her subordinates, all the trees and insects, were searching for him. But so far, no trace had been found. And the minister of the dwarf race, Heimerdinger, said that no information about suspicious people had been found. Aristotle, the minister of the Council of Men himself, expressed his opinion that if this brave man appeared, he would use his own strength, and this would not be enough. The minister of demons interrupted him and whispered that he was just waiting for that warrior to deal with the prophecy. As for the orcs, their minister believed in the Queen's powers and whispered that, if she wanted to, she could destroy the entire continent of bravery in an instant. The elf interrupted their conversation and said it was all nonsense, but they were very lucky that Her Highness was ruling now and not that fool Barlow. Suddenly, all the monsters and people heard some screams from the entrance to the palace. It was a phrase that was repeated many times, and was accompanied by the sound of shoes on the floor. A tired old man named Barlow was walking along with a wooden sign in his hands that read, "Down with the heroes." This was the phrase he had been shouting all along the way. The bishop opposed the arrival of the legendary brave hero and supported the rule of the Demon Queen, and he was close to the imperial family. Her Highness snapped 2 fingers of her hand, which was wearing a red leather glove with sharp points. She directed the energy at Barlow with this zinc, and a bright pink current immediately flew in his direction. The man fell to the floor so hard that even his hat flew off his head. The queen came down to him and ordered him to explain the prophecy and where the expected guest was. The old man gathered his strength and replied that it was impossible to say for sure when the object would surpass the understanding of the prophecy. Weas Malfoy came up behind me and said that it was stupid to believe in prophecy, so he was doing a new study. Elizabeth hit the boy in the face with her strong dragon tail and did not want to listen to him. She was angry that she had been interrupted, so she ordered him to disappear and not to bother her until she heard the order. So he rubbed his wounded cheek and bowed and apologized for his actions. The queen was very angry, and again she had to use magic. This time she was angry with the old bishop who had given her the wrong information. Her blow was so strong that when Barlow hit his head on the wall, he pierced it and got stuck there. "I am the mighty ruler of the world," Elizabeth said, "who owns it and is waiting for a hero to come to fight her, to make it another step on her road to glory." She studied the oldest magic books of the continent of courage, and after endless hours of hard work, she created divine magic, waiting for a brave daredevil to challenge her. She went to her sword and wondered where this brave warrior was. Putting her hand on the golden cold steel, the woman thought about something for a minute. Ministers of all races took notice and asked Her Highness with frightened faces what she wanted to do now. But suspecting what was about to happen, they dissuaded the queen, and sharply raising her hand up, Elizabeth pulled a golden sword from the concrete floor. Her eyes were bloodshot and glowed as if there was fire inside. Everything around her was covered in red light, and the solid floor shattered into small pieces. The queen protected her subordinates in strong bubbles that could not be penetrated by lightning, which went in different directions from the mighty spear. The jet of light and energy was so majestic that it went through the roof of the palace directly into the sky. The large hall was full of smoke because this weapon was not an easy one and not everyone could get hold of it. So at that moment, Elizabeth proved her strength, and that not only an unknown legendary knight could pull a spear out of this hall. It seems that by taking it in her hands, the woman was able to feel and understand something. A thought was born in her head. At that moment, it was as if the world had turned upside down and everything was in dark colors. It felt as if a big explosion had happened again and everything had started anew. A strong wind was blowing through the streets and houses into the horizon, and as it turned out, then the queen realized where her hero was hiding. She reached out to the sky and gathered her strength and used the magic of the abyss. Then a large red pentagram appeared under her feet, and a portal opened on the ceiling. This was the use of forced teleportation. Weas Malfoy tried to grab his mistress's hand and begged for permission to serve her in the future. And now he seems to have reached out with his fingertips to the walls of the resulting portal to go anywhere with the queen. Unfortunately, he managed to grab only a red rope, so it was the only thing he had left. The guy was very upset by what happened, because his Elizabeth, to whom he had been in long and faithful service, had disappeared into the void. And in the village of newcomers everything is quiet. The small houses are surrounded by forest and greenery, clouds float calmly in the sky, and the bright warm sun shines through them. One of the residents was a boy wearing a straw hat and was obviously very tired, because drops of sweat were running down his face. He was engaged in farming because, in his opinion, it was a very calming activity. And as it turned out, this was our legendary hero, although he apparently did not realize it. His name is Leping, and he is an ordinary office worker living a boring life. He has never been interested in anime or games, and his only source of light dopamine was short videos on his way to work. Usually they were in the context of gardening. He liked this business, so he tried to learn as much as possible and improve himself. I was also interested in recipes for various authentic dishes. This time it was lusifin. It's a rice noodle that you like in broth and made with pork bones and snails. Or he watched videos on rescuing animals affected by various dangers and diseases. Watching other people live this way, he wanted to spend his days in such an exciting way himself. And then suddenly, instead of people around him on the bus, he found himself in an endless desert with big dragons flying around. He did not understand what had happened, because on that day, as usual, the young man was on his way to work and planned to spend his evening quietly afterwards. But he had no way to get out of the new world, so he had to gradually learn survival skills under the guidance of the system for newcomers. He no longer cared about understanding this world, because he began to live the life he had dreamed of. The system informed him of the possibility of leaving this world after completing the training, but Le Pen was not eager to leave at all. The computer explained that after the newcomer's village, he would meet many different people from whom he could learn various sword and magic skills to become a legendary hero and kill the Demon Queen. It scared the guy. He didn't want to kill anything, He just wanted to continue living in the world he was in now. The system kept trying to persuade him to leave the village and go on adventures, but it seems that it can't do anything but bother him with its messages. So he was determined to stay in the village, because there is a special time barrier that completely hides the city of newcomers for security reasons, and inside it, the day lasts much longer than 24 hours, so it allows you to do what you want. Spend a lot of time in the garden and grow homegrown food right next to your home. Or he could go hunting so that he could always have fresh meat to cook various dishes that he had watched video recipes for. Invest your time in your craft, to build wooden furniture and take your time, so you can do everything better. He would meditate for a long time in nature among the great mountains, which calmed his inner world. He didn't know anything about magic or cold steel, but that wasn't a problem because he never went on an adventure. And by exchanging the points he earned for the newcomer's tasks, he could soon build his perfect house. Until suddenly the system sent a farewell letter containing certain threats, and then crashed and disappeared completely. Lupin thought it was a great idea. At the time he was working with vegetables in his garden. He had been working hard all day, so he was hungry like a wolf and he heard a rumbling in his stomach. But he was running out of firewood at home, which he needed for cooking and heating. So he decided to make a small stockpile first. But the boy realized that in the morning he had forgotten his axe, Da Zhuang, which meant great power in Chinese. Suddenly the whole sky was covered with dark blue clouds, and strong lightning began to strike. A terrible vortex began to form right above the guy, as if a tornado was about to break out. The wind kicked up all the dust around, and instead of the yellow sun, everything was covered in red and blue. Suddenly a powerful demon queen, who had been waiting for her hero for so long, began to descend from the sky through the clouds. Finally, she would see the legendary warrior who was to dispel the prophecies and show his strength. She expected to fight him right now, and use a powerful sword that could only be wielded by that very hero. But the boy was more concerned about his clothes and dried fish hanging outside the house, and which the strong wind began to carry away with the sand. The queen was surprised by this reaction to everything that happened, because the guy didn't even notice her. He just ran home to save his things. Finally, the young man grabbed his prey, which was to be his dinner. He was happy that he was there in time, because if he hadn't been, his food would have spoiled. Suddenly, an iron robot with blue eyes ran up to him and started barking. It was Wankai, a mechanical pet companion dog. The guy told him to run home because it might start raining and the device would stop working because of moisture getting into its metal case. But the dog not only wanted to play, but also to steal the rescued sausages and fish that were drying on the street. Suddenly Leping raised his head and looked up at the stormy sky. He turned to the dog and asked what it was in the sky. Some black, incomprehensible silhouette. And the queen was angered by this wording of the question, because no one had ever treated her as disrespectfully as this boy. Then the guy saw better and immediately started apologizing, but he didn't understand why someone was there. The newcomer's village was supposed to be a completely safe place. Elizabeth decided to test the guy and see if he would be a worthy opponent for her. With a snap of her leather-gloved fingers, she directed the power directly at the young warrior. And this power, like an electric current or lightning, rushed into the young man's body. He could not hear what the queen was saying to him because the wind was still blowing hard. The boy tried to protect himself from the invincible power of the demon queen herself by covering his face with his hands. Her Highness was surprised by this weakness, so she sat back and watched what would happen next. The future hero could barely stand on his feet, but suddenly began to feel amazing energy. He held the same legendary sword that was supposed to belong to the boy. He didn't understand what was happening, but his body was getting stronger, and his eyes themselves became the same golden color as the weapon. Leping rose in the air and every part of his body was pierced by an unknown force. He could not control the weapon he received. His hand was shaking. My face was dripping with sweat and my mind was full of questions about what had just happened. The queen saw this and thought that the recognition of the holy sword could not be accidental. But the boy's sensitivity to magic is so low that even ordinary soldiers outperform him. Perhaps he is hiding his true power. It was time to meet, so Elizabeth magically opened a pentagram in front of her and introduced herself, giving her name and position. She also announced that on this very day, she planned to destroy the young man. He just scratched his head and didn't understand how the demon queen could be in his new home if he hadn't left the city. Meanwhile, the dog was barking all the time and thus provoking Her Highness, so the owner ordered him to stop. The powerful sorceress began to use the magic of the abyss and create new portals in the sky, through which a weapon appeared, the purpose of which was to kill the boy in one shot. Recalling the message from the system, the boy understood the words that the hero's meeting with the demon queen was inevitable, even if he had never left the village of newcomers. After drawing certain conclusions, Li suddenly threw the weapon out of his hand and decided that there was nothing more to talk about. Then, with his trembling body, he tried to run toward home. but the dog continued to get angry and bark at the silhouette he did not understand. Almost crying, the young man recalled that he used to be an ordinary man, but now the final boss was knocking on his door. So he had no choice but to accept his fate. And standing at the door of the house, he turned to the queen and said that he should probably be happy now. He went on to say that he had no regrets now, because he was able to have a good time. So he asked for at least the opportunity to turn into nothing together with his new home. Then he finally entered the house and slammed the door loudly. Elizabeth didn't like the way the guy said those words, with a smile on his face. So I took it as if he wanted to see all the tricks she was capable of. The furious empress decided to gather all her strength and show her power. So, with a single finger, she wanted to make a sound wave on the only house that stood in that desert, wishing the boy to die. Therefore, powerful and invincible energy was directed at its destruction. And then the dog appeared, the same dog that was just barking all the time and had an evil look in its electronic eyes. In his computer head, he began to analyze Elizabeth's every move and every word. The 2 large bullets she pointed at the house had almost done their job. But then the companion dog finished all the calculations, and his eyes lit up with red circles. At that moment, his body began to transform. A serious structure came out of his back. It consisted of many small elements that together created a giant weapon. Vankai activated the full combat readiness mode and pointed a bunch of missiles straight into the sky. And they flew into those same giant balls, smashing them to pieces and protecting Le Pen's house. After the dog had successfully completed its mission and protected its owner, it continued to bark at the queen, who was hovering in the overcast sky. And she just laughed at it, because she expected the legendary hero to look down on her and rely on a high-level magic device with consciousness. But in her mind, she is invincible, so she decided to attack again and show all her mighty power. Once again, a hurricane started in the sky, and the clouds did not look like ordinary rain clouds. It was called the magic of the apocalypse. A terrible storm was rising, demolishing everything in its path. She was no longer interested in continuing to check on the hero, so it was better to end it. By sending a giant balloon to the planet, she wanted to recycle the Earth, thereby destroying everything in the area. Instead of Vankai's eyes, a large number of numbers and data appeared again, which he processed. After the data calculation was complete, his eyes reddened again, and he had another plan of action ready. When I opened the jaw, a small element came out of it, similar to a ball of tied threads, which grew larger and larger, gained energy and surrounded itself with small lightning bolts. Suddenly, this thing flew rapidly into the sky to destroy the queen, and created an explosion that penetrated the clouds. But for Elizabeth, it meant nothing, and was useless, because she was surrounded by a protective bubble, which could not be pierced even by the sharp tip of an unknown weapon from a mechanical dog. Therefore, the queen, smiling slyly, recommended that he simply obediently disappear along with this planet. And by accumulating a large amount of strong energy and magic, it created a quantum black hole right in the middle of the sky. It was so strong and large that it seemed like it was going to destroy the great mountains and absolutely everything on Earth. But suddenly the hole seemed to burst like a bouncy ball. The wind calmed down and everything returned to normal. Her Highness was in incredible shock. Someone had managed to destroy her divine magic. Did someone decide to take such a step and have enough knowledge and strength to do it? She was unclear whether it was the mechanical dog that did something, or the future legendary hero with his sword. The window of his small house was dimmed with warm light. In fact, the young man was lying in bed preparing for the queen's arrival and his death. Elizabeth was still interested in those who were able to overcome her power, so she decided to come down to earth. A dog immediately ran up to her and continued to growl and jump in different directions. The woman was surprised at the behavior of the mechanical beast. Could it be that such a small thing could destroy her magical black hole? But Wankai continued to behave as he had been. In addition, he even made his electronic eyes red and angry to show his displeasure with the encounter. But the Red Queen was only laughing at this. She covered her face with her hand even from such laughter. And then her gaze instantly changed to a stern one, so that even her eyes turned black with anger. She seemed to have underestimated her opponent. So she had to attack again. Her hand clenched tightly into a fist, and she opened her wings with such force that you could even see blood vessels on them. It looked like a real demon. And she advised her opponent not to be so overconfident, because she had used only a third of her strength so far. Therefore, by transforming into a higher demonic form, she decided to show what real horror is. And all her thoughts, along with her strength, were once again directed at that unfortunate piece of land with the house. But this time, the main task was to destroy the resisting dog first. After that, there was a big explosion that brought a lot of dust and bright lights. An hour later, Le Pen was sleeping sweetly in his bed after a tiring day. Opening only one eye, his first question was whether he was still alive. Then he got up, stretched, and tried to look around him. Nothing seemed to have changed in the room. There was still a soft white sofa with several paintings of nature hanging above it. Seeing everything in its place, He realized that he was still in his favorite home, so he decided to carefully get out of bed and make sure he was out of danger. Holding his breath, he listened for any sounds outside, or at least the rustling of the air, as it had been the last time he was outside. Then he put his hand on the door handle and thought about trying to leave the house. In his opinion, the Demon Queen would not have waited for him like some kind of maniac who wanted him dead. So the guy quietly opened the door a little bit to get a glimpse of the situation in the yard. The sky had already dawned, but there was a big column of dust, forming clouds right on the ground. And somewhere among them stood Elizabeth, holding her exhausted companion dog, who had given all his strength to protect the house and his master. She held the beast's running gear with her claws, which pierced all the iron and the glass screen, which was full of cracks. The young man saw this and soon ran out of the house, shouting the name of his devoted pet Van Kai. But it was in vain, as the hostile woman turned her attention from the mechanical dog to the guy who was potentially considered a legendary hero and her opponent. Laughing, she said that she was sorry for the complete destruction of the magic device that the boy was so proud of. And Lu did not want to resolve the conflict by fighting, especially since he did not understand what they wanted. So he suggested that they calm down and sit down and talk. The queen agreed to such negotiations, but first she wanted to kill the young man. But it seems that her strength began to leave her. She became lethargic and even began to see worse. Could the dog have brought her to such a state, and was this the end that fate had in store for her? Elizabeth fell from the sky face first into the ground, and her wings covered her exhausted body. The frightened guy turned to her, but he didn't dare to come closer, so he just shouted out. After he heard no response, he decided to approach the woman and ask if she was okay. But she just lay in his arms without making a sound. The demon armor began to disappear from her body. The horns simply disappeared into thin air, and the wings fell into small pieces. Even her clothes gradually disappeared from her body, and the queen was no longer so scary and powerful. In a matter of seconds, her pink body became completely naked and defenseless. Lei's nose started to bleed from what he saw because it was the first time he had ever seen such miracles. Then night fell, and it was time for everyone to rest, except for the language, which sat alone on a tree branch and looked at the moon. The clock read 10:30, so he had to go to bed, as he had to work in the garden again in the morning. Elizabeth, dressed in the young man's shirt, lay motionless on his bed and rested after her defeat. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and was in a cold sweat from what had happened to her, because Her Highness, the Queen of Demons, suffered a humiliating defeat, and now she is lying at someone's house, almost without clothes. Then she saw that her hands were tied, and instead of taking the chance to kill her, the guy tied her up. The woman took this as a desire to show her strength. She decided to use magic to open these forged handcuffs and free herself. But something was going wrong. I would not be strong enough to free my hands. Is this another legendary object that she had never seen before and didn't know how to handle? She sat alone in the room in the middle of the bed and tried to understand what kind of power this mysterious Lapin was hiding. Looking around the room, she didn't see anything special. There was a large chessboard in one corner. The other contained interesting playing cards, but that was not what she was looking for. All these miracles, in her opinion, were definitely happening for a reason. It seems that this hero is much more insidious than she had imagined, and greatly underestimated. The boy entered the room with hot food in his hands and asked the queen about her condition. She wanted to be killed rather than to beg for mercy. But Lei was not going to do that. He was only thinking about how he could survive next to a powerful woman. So he once again offered her a meal and a chance to discuss everything calmly. She looked at the handcuffs and tried to free herself once again. The young warrior came closer and said that he made the handcuffs himself just in case, because the queen knows how scary she is. After that, he immediately apologized for his words and said that he meant how strong she was. Elizabeth continued to sit silently and look him in the eye. She was clearly dissatisfied with her situation. He offered to remove the restraint from her hands and discuss this misunderstanding between them. After she realized everything, Lee apologized and said that she had misunderstood everything from the beginning. And how could Her Majesty think that she was strong enough to challenge him? His eyes became crazy, and even sharp calls began to be seen. Then he continued his speech and said that if the woman wanted to survive, she had to fulfill all the requests of the young man. She was shocked. Could it be that the one who was supposed to be just another stage in her life was now threatening the Queen of Demons herself? The guy unlocked the handcuffs with a homemade key and freed her as promised. The guy's words to her earlier reconciled with her, so now he really said that he had no bad intentions and just wanted to talk. Elizabeth felt that she was at a disadvantage, so she decided to step in and put up with the guy, but afterwards he would regret acting so arrogant. He turned away from the queen and, holding back his fear, said that perhaps she should rest now. Then he continued that he was sure the woman was interested in the question of why he did not kill her while she was unconscious. That's why I decided to tell you that in this world of swords and magic, it's absolutely natural for her, as a demon queen, to have the ability to resurrect. Killing chickens and fish for soup is one thing, but she will never be able to kill a human being. However, in his opinion, it is not necessary to resort to murder or battle to resolve the conflict between the queen and the hero. And then he thought to himself that if he could reassure her that I was not a threat and could be her friend, he would continue to live happily. This thought calmed him down, so he smiled a little. Elizabeth immediately took this laughter in her own direction. Did he dare to laugh at her? Suddenly, Le remembered his loyal companion, a mechanical dog lying on the floor without any signs of life. The Wankai simply turned into a pile of metal garbage that was twisted by the current conducted by its iron body. The woman thought it was strange that the guy considered this thing his most powerful magic device. But for him, it was not a magical device, but simply the result of his craft, as he made it himself because he was bored. Therefore, we can say that the Wankai was created by him. She laughed at this, but in fact she was already plotting her own insidious plan to get out of the prison in her head. And this time he is very carefree, because since her release, she can secretly use the magic of the abyss to relate in the moment. Then she told the guy that losing the most powerful magic device was like losing her right arm. So victory would be on her side. So she apologized for breaking his thing. But the guy got into the computer of the created dog and saw that the memory card was still intact. The queen thought it was the perfect moment to get rid of the legendary hero. She began to use the magic of the apocalypse. Meanwhile, the young man continued to tinker with his mechanical creature and realized that it was impossible to fix it. So he went to one of the drawers and opened it. And there was a whole warehouse of iron creatures there, because out of boredom, he created many of them. The furious Elizabeth became even more enraged because it was an iron animal that was able to overcome her, and there were a dozen of them. In the meantime, Lo took one of the possible dogs off the shelf, but he had to make some adjustments. Namely, to put the surviving memory card into his computer, which was the carrier of all the information about the dog and acted as its brain. That's it. The black monitor of the iron beast lit up with white eyes, and it started barking again. The boy had more fun with his companion, but sometimes the animal doesn't listen, so he usually only has one. And the queen started hallucinating again. The little iron Wykin seemed to her to be a healthy and powerful robot dog, with big sharp teeth and red eyes. She fell back on the bed in fright, and her plan to use the magic of the apocalypse failed. Suddenly she smelled a certain odor that was not far away and reached her nose. So she asked Lee what it was that smelled so good, and he said that when she fainted, he had prepared some hot food so that she could warm up and gain strength. The plates he brought were ordinary dumplings and ordinary porridge, but it all smelled so delicious that the aroma spread throughout the room. She tried to refrain from eating, but said that only the weak need food. But she had already reached a higher state and did not need such things. But the smell of fragrant fresh food beckoned her to try a treat. Even saliva began to stand out uncontrollably and indicate physical hunger. Then my stomach joined in, grumbling at the top of its lungs and demanding at least some food. When the guy realized that the queen was hungry, he said that he had prepared everything from vegetables and grains that he had grown himself, so everything was natural. He also added that any conflict can be resolved with delicious food. Elizabeth was no longer able to control herself, as hunger and the needs of her body took over. She decided to try one dumpling, because maybe the young man is not so bad at cooking and she will like it. Piece by piece, she put it in her mouth, not even having time to chew properly. Meanwhile, she couldn't enjoy a single bite and continued to eat the dish. Although he was not sure of his abilities, he hoped that the demon queen would appreciate the food from the newcomer's village. For her, each dumpling seemed to be full of power because it shone like a magical thing. She finished every last bite, even though the portion was quite large. The woman would have been unconscious to eat the second course, judging by the fact that her mouth was still salivating. With every bite, the meat reveals its natural flavor. She also began to feel a high concentration of magical energy. She found it interesting that such a delicacy really exists in this world. It was so delicious that the queen could not bring herself to swallow the last bite. This last piece went down her throat, and then into her esophagus, and then into her stomach. And suddenly her eyes grew bigger and her face turned red as if in shame. But everything inside her started to burn, and she felt a fire in her stomach. The last bite of meat made her mouth feel like it was spewing burning lava. It was very acute. Drops of sweat ran down her face and her body temperature rose sharply. As soon as she normalized her hellish breathing, she asked her cook what he had added to the dish that was so burning. He replied that he had put some chili in it. He didn't think that the demon queen couldn't stand spicy food. She took it as malicious intent. In her opinion, the thief had imprisoned her there only to conduct experiments on her. The young man decided to offer the victim another dish as an apology. He pointed to the second plate, which contained rice porridge with century-old eggs and lean meat, which were supposed to reduce the burning sensation and neutralize the spiciness. The queen exhaled like a dragon breathing fire and thought that at first he was poisoning her, and then he gave her a neutralizer. as if he was just playing with her. But nothing can be done, because this strange feeling is too unpleasant. Without hesitation, Elizabeth decided to try the second course, hoping that it would help relieve the burning sensation. She slowly spooned some porridge with an egg and brought it to her mouth to smell it first. Then, appreciating the flavor, she put the food in her mouth and it seemed to be filled with healing energy again. She was shocked by the feeling this food brought. The woman is elevated to the heavens, as if she was ecstatic about what she had tasted and gaining new strength. This feeling was compared to a drop of fresh water flowing into an endless, sparkling river. She felt bliss and pleasure, and her eyes began to sparkle and fill with life. This was compared to the desire for world domination. The struggle between the demon queen and the legendary hero, it no longer bothered her. All she wanted was to let go of everything and live carefree. It was thanks to this that she was able to discover a new thought in herself, about how insignificant she was in this world, as if she was being reborn into a new self. And so it happened, she moved to a new level and became a 3-star demon queen. Amazingly, thanks to the food, she was transported to a completely different world. And under the influence of 2 stimulants, her strength increased. It was time to turn to Lu, so she asked what he really wanted. But the young man did not understand what she was talking about. It was enough for him to find out how the demon empress and the legendary hero could coexist. Suddenly, hallucinations and a change in her perception of reality reappeared, so Elizabeth saw the formidable warrior again. The woman saw him say that she was the only one suitable for his experiments, so he wanted to fuse her powers, and then the queen's victory over him. But beyond her hallucinations, he was actually asking if cohabitation was right for her, and if the guy could cook delicious meals for her every day. The witch did not hear his words, but only concluded that the knight could be killed but not disgraced. She saw the warrior laughing at her again and offering to help her become stronger, and he would help her with that. She also looks forward to the moment when she can defeat him. Elizabeth told him to forget about his plan and exhaled. The boy was frightened. Why should he forget about it? Does the queen still want to kill him? She turned around and tried to climb onto the bed, which was not very good. But having done so, she stood facing Liu and ordered him to listen to her, jabbing her finger into his forehead. And then they continued that they agreed to his terms, but that he should know that they were not doing it out of fear, but to increase their strength. The hero didn't understand what kind of fear she was talking about and why he should be afraid of her. She is a demon queen with invincible power and can do anything she wants. In addition, the queen told him not to expect her to bow her head and submit to him. In the meantime, she would live with him. But she will not humiliate herself, because if she does, she will sacrifice everything to wipe the boy off the face of the earth. Poor Lei was sweating with fear and replied that he understood everything. That's why we need to try to get along. Her gaze was harsh and angry, because her plans did not include making friends with the hero she was supposed to defeat. She shouted at the guy and said that if he wanted to do research, he shouldn't be shy and come over. And then she added that if he still had something tasty left, she wanted to eat it all. And the legendary sword was standing on the street waiting for its moment. So the sequel follows. A year later, they were still living together in a quiet and green village for newcomers. Having mastered the golden sword, Liu used it for his own purposes, namely to chop wood to heat his house and cook delicious food. The sharp weapon perfectly served its purpose in the hands of the master. But it seems that the boy was not completely satisfied with his life and did not know what to do. Because from the moment the demon queen invaded this world and destroyed the barrier that protected the newcomers' village, time there quickly synchronized with the time of the outside world. But the main problem was not this, but the fact that the city lost its protective function and became open to wild inhabitants. And the strange monsters that appeared next to them did not look weak. On the contrary, they looked quite scary. Ping continued to think about everything that was happening around him while chopping wood. Then he perfectly stacked the chopped tree branches in a pile near the house. But his thoughts calmed down, because the presence of the demon queen made the monsters hesitate to approach. So perhaps this means that as soon as she leaves the village, he will be defenseless. Suddenly, Elizabeth's voice came from the house, demanding a delicious dinner. So, Le Pen left his household chores and ran to prepare fresh food for the two of them. The boy needs her protection, so he is ready to fulfill all the queen's whims and orders just to survive. Meanwhile, she was lying on the couch, eating snacks to go with the show, waiting for the food to be ready. Her body seems to have changed over the year. Her stomach became so big that even her shirt could not cover it. And his thin hands, which had always worn red leather gloves, had clearly grown in size. Watching TV, she was dissatisfied because she was bored of watching the same old thing. So she told Le to find something new and interesting in the system. After preparing lunch, her young subject said that the system had long since disappeared, so he simply called for food. Elizabeth could barely get up from the couch because the extra weight was bothering her, so she was no longer as agile as she used to be. She had to use magic, so she waved her fingers several times to try to make her life easier. She no longer had the strength for such powerful magic. All she did was lie there and eat while watching TV. So with the rest of her energy, she conjured up small wings, which were quite small compared to what she had before. Thanks to these wings, she was able to get to the kitchen without any obstacles, eating chips on the way. She was dissatisfied with her physical condition. Therefore, she blamed the hero for overcoming the poison in her food, so the more she ate, the lazier she became. In her opinion, Lo disguised the slow-acting poison with delicious food to weaken it and finally destroy it. He explained that these chips contain a lot of calories, and if you eat a lot of them, you can easily gain weight. The queen was surprised by the word weight. She had not even noticed that her body had changed in some way. So touching her large belly, she thought about how she looked. But with a snap of her fingers, she used the magic of the abyss, and everything around her was covered in pink light again. Elizabeth reproduced the transformation of the negative attribute, and immediately changed her shape back to the one she had before. To be more precise, she used all the accumulated fat and turned it into a magical power, thanks to which she became stronger and looked flawless again. He was surprised that magic could be used for such purposes. So the queen laughed and thought she had foiled one of the hero's cunning plans. Finally, it was time to eat, and the woman was once again enjoying her lunch. So she wanted to start eating as soon as possible. The table was completely covered with food, and she chose to try rice with vegetables first. She ate her meal quickly, and Lou advised her to eat more slowly because it is not healthy for the stomach to consume food so quickly. He also added that if it was not enough, he could cook more. Anyway, the amount of food consumed will not affect the queen in any way. She started having false visions again, distorting reality. She thought that the boy was deliberately trying to fatten her up so that she would become weaker, and then it would be easier for him to finish her off. But in fact, at that moment, Ping went to get the prepared sweet dessert to finish the meal. Elizabeth couldn't help herself and started yelling at him, saying that he really was treating her like a pig. Over the past year, she has leveled up more than 10 times, so now she can challenge him and fight to the death. And the guy took her favorite dessert out of the fridge and wanted to bring it to the table. Seeing the sweet, the girl's eyes immediately changed. Instead of cold and angry eyes, they shone with joy. Her favorite dessert was delicate and had cherry jam on top. It had to have a fresh sweet berry on top. So she jumped for joy like a child and asked me to bring her pudding as soon as possible. This was a great help to Lou, as it allowed him to cope with Elizabeth's anger with the help of delicious food. Suddenly, somewhere far away, a rough man's foot stepped on the ground. He was a gray-haired old man who was running as fast as he could as far as the eye could see. He was with a young girl who was holding his hand and leading him. And above them, unknown silhouettes could be seen in the sky. They looked like ghosts in purple capes. They had white masks on their faces, and long arms that looked like thin branches. The creatures were chasing 2 people flying in the sky and were about to catch them. But at one point, the monsters seemed to hit the glass, which prevented them from moving on. There was a break in space, and the magic of the ghosts no longer worked. Therefore, the lightning of their energy did not hit the 2 fugitives, and they seemed to survive. But one of the monsters saw an open portal that allowed him to put his long arm through. The speed with which his arm could stretch for meters was extraordinary, so it was easy for him to catch up with people. Suddenly, a black-clawed trap fell on them from the sky, and they sank into the trap. The man pulled out a large metal sword to defend himself and the young girl next to him. He turned to the young lady, calling her Ilif, and told her to run to the city because she would be safe there, and he would hold off the monsters. Through pain and tears, she did not want to leave her defender, so she said she would not go anywhere without him. But as it turned out, he had promised her mother that he would be able to protect the girl, even if it might cost him his life. The monsters used powerful energy against the 2 people, so it was time for the ghostly flame. So one of them, right in the sky, began to create a large ball of magical energy of unknown power. But the man was not afraid of anything. He was determined to end it quickly, using the strongest technique possible. Using his iron weapon, the brave man jumped towards the energetic abyss that could kill him with a single touch. He struck out hard at the ghosts, trying to defend himself and even attack. He managed to cut one of the monsters in half, and the 2 halves flew into the air. I think his name was Goo, because that's how he was addressed by another dog who was with him. He tried to reach out to his partner, but it was too late because he was completely destroyed by human intervention. The monster thought for a few seconds and got upset, but now it was impossible to be distracted as the battle was going on. Taking off his hood, he began to transform into an incomprehensible substance that had 2 white masks on its head and a body that resembled a slug. Showing his sharp teeth, Squick angrily addressed the man who had killed his friend. At that moment, a young girl, who turned out to be his daughter, stood up for him, saying that she would save her father. So then she used nature's bright green arrow and pointed it straight at the ghost. But he used a magical defense that worked on any kind of weapon. The father turned to his daughter and ordered her to run away as soon as possible, because she would not be able to cope with the apostles of the Dark Guild. Suddenly, one of them showed his hands, which had changed from thin twigs to large muscular paws. With the first jerk, he quickly jumped toward the old warrior. His movement was so strong that a crater formed in the ground beneath him, as if from an explosion. Pieces of soil flew in different directions, and a tall column of dust rose, covering the ground. The monster attacked the man and swung at him, and he tried to defend himself by hiding behind a large metal sword. With its animal paw, the monster took revenge for its companion, so it mercilessly beat the old man, who just wanted to save his life. The man was thrown many meters away by the impact and crashed into a stone cliff with great force. He could barely breathe, and his mouth was bleeding. Few people could have withstood such a one-on-one fight. Through her tears, the girl in metal armor tried to help her father, but could she protect him in such a difficult situation? He was lying under the rubble of the rock and could not move even his fingertips. All he could do was tell his daughter not to worry about him and to get away from the place as soon as possible. Suddenly, the same monster that almost killed the man ran up, and again with his jump, he wanted to attack and attack. Suddenly, he began to transform again, and the silhouette of another ghost formed on his back. His neck looked like a solid pile of mucus, spreading in different directions and further absorbing the white mask. That silhouette on his back looked like the deceased Gu, who died from a human's cold steel. The body of the ugly monster seemed to enjoy the air bubbles and grew in size. It became so huge that it tore through his outer garment. And the apostle himself was blue in color, and now had 3 masks instead of a face. Elif offered the giant to take her with him, but begged him to let her father go, who was crippled and exhausted, barely breathing and covered in blood. The monster opened its mouth, and instead of teeth, mucus dripped out. It looked like a black hole that would suck in anyone who came near it. The girl watched the ghost's actions, and had already accepted the fact of her death. But she was ready to do anything to save her father's life. The monster continued to rage and scatter around the particles of mucus that were part of its giant hands. He struck the ground, which trembled as if from a natural earthquake. A deep abyss formed at the place of impact. The force of the impact sent up a wave of wind, which picked up pieces of soil and stones that had flown off the cliff. The dust got in my eyes and prevented me from seeing what was happening. Suddenly the girl looked up and saw an unknown powerful silhouette. It didn't look like the monster that wanted her father dead. It was a mammoth leader. It was huge and had long blonde fur, and near its trunk there were 2 large tusks. On its head was a small wooden house that had 2 floors and looked like a small hat compared to the size of the animal. And in it lived an immortal yellow frog, who had a gray long beard and walked with a stick in his hand. She turned to her brother and said that the danger had passed. Now we need to decide what to do with these injured innocent people. And the brother turned out to be a mechanical companion dog, the same one that was created by Lu's hands. He lived in a kennel on the head of an immortal frog. Wankai's response was to order him not to harm the man and his daughter. He would take them to his master, and he would decide what to do with them. The girl did not sleep well. She had nightmares after the experience with her father. She was all wet because she was sweating due to stress. She woke up because she dreamed of a terrible monster. But it seems that it was not just a dream, but a memory of the moments she had experienced. Elif was lying in iron armor on a bed in the middle of a large room. She sat down and looked around to see what this strange place was. But her interest was interrupted by the question of where her father was. Recalling what happened, she realized that he was seriously injured, and if he did not receive treatment in time, there could be bad consequences. The exhausted girl tried to carefully get out of bed and take off the blanket. Her frail female legs, hardened under the weight of heavy metal armor, stepped loudly on the floor. Thinking only of her wounded father, who was trying to protect their lives, she ran to his rescue. In a matter of seconds, she ran to the door leading outside the house and quickly opened it. Something surprised her, and she shouted her father's name. On the street, she saw him in his best shape and completely healthy. It seems that it was then that he felt great strength in his body. Elif was surprised by what she saw with her own eyes, because before she lost consciousness, her defender was lying almost unconscious. And now he stood there and showed off his body in great shape for Lee, and he admired how hard he had to train to look like that. The man said that for a warrior, training is the foundation of the basics. The guy was surprised that there was a warrior class in this world, and it was incredible. He seemed eager to join it and test himself. 2 iron companion dogs were running around the owner, seeing each other. They loved it when Lu turned on more than just one robot so they could play together. Elizabeth watched nervously, couldn't stand the noise any longer, and squeezed her eyes shut in irritation. She couldn't help herself and used her magic power to calm the electronic animals down, because they were barking loudly all the time. The 2 beasts flew away for a long distance and rolled down the mountain like round balls. The woman walked menacingly in delicate pink slippers in the shape of cute teddy bears. After that, she leaned over to the poor dog and angrily asked who allowed him to bring the so-called rabble. She even called him a stupid dog. The beaten dog with sad eyes whimpered softly and remembered the moment when the Demon Queen destroyed him. And Lou could not stop admiring Mr. Bierce's efforts to get such a magnificent male body. He gently touched his strong muscles and large arms and dreamed about how he wished he had the same strength and endurance. The grown man liked to receive compliments and praise, so he decided that since Mr. Le Pen liked his muscles, he would not hide them from others. At that moment, he used the power of transformation into a 100% burning warrior soul. The clothes on his body tore from the increase in muscle mass. The future legendary warrior did not expect to see such a majestic body in an old warrior, and he continued to show off to his new audience and demonstrate his power. His daughter was a little embarrassed for her father because he was drawing too much attention to himself, and she had a strange smile on her face. So she asked her father what he was doing. The man could not stop showing the capabilities of his muscular body, and then he explained to his daughter, who finally came to her senses, that he was trying to please their savior with this show. The young man did not know what to say to the young girl, with whom he did not know well. So he couldn't say a word properly, but just mumbled something. Elizabeth interrupted the conversation, unhappy with the presence of the new guests. So with an arrogant look, she told them to leave if they felt well enough. The queen approached Ilif and was in a formidable mood to talk. Approaching the girl in real knightly metal armor, she pressed her chest almost into her face. Then she began the conversation with a warning, and said that she was the first to come to this house, so she would not tolerate competition. The threatening dialogue was interrupted by Lee, who tried to calm Elizabeth down and said that they rarely have guests at their house. He then suggested that everyone go inside and talk there. He went into the house with his guests and poured them hot tea to help them regain their strength. Everyone sat down at the table, and the guy apologized that he could not offer anything better in this village. It was barley tea that he had made himself, so he offered to try it. Ilif asked her father if this was the same magic potion he was talking about, the one that could cure you as soon as you drank it. Lee laughed at this and said she was exaggerating. He gave them plain cold water from the well. Meanwhile, the demon queen sat on the couch and drank lemonade indignantly. She wondered why the boy had brought these weak people into their house, and she wondered what kind of experiment he was planning to conduct. The gray-haired man recalled the moment when he lost consciousness, but unfortunately, he did not remember it clearly. Ping said that at the time he was digging in the garden and doing his usual household chores. Van Kai suddenly came running in with his extra iron hands and brought two exhausted people. The first thing he did was give them clean water from a kettle. After that, Old Bears gained great strength and was reborn. Before that, the monsters had brought him to his death. Recalling this, the man told his daughter that if it hadn't been for Mr. Le Pen's help, he would never have seen her again. So holding the tea in her hands, Ilif hesitated and asked if they could really drink such a valuable and healing drink. The legendary hero scratched the back of his head and was a little embarrassed. And then he said that he was very pleased to communicate with people like this family. People sincerely thanked him and finally tried the hot drink. After a drop of tea entered their bodies, their eyes lit up like stars from the energy they received. The sunlight passed through their bodies, filling their exhausted flesh with the power of a mighty nature. They felt bliss. They compared it to an endless yellow wheat field, over which cranes flew towards the setting sun. They seemed to be lying on the field and merged into one with the nature that gave them life. The brave man shed a tear at the warmth that permeated his flesh from head to toe. Golden eagles flew overhead, leaving a shiny trail behind them. The father and daughter just looked at it all and enjoyed the grace and peace they had been able to gain. And from the heights of outer space they were watched by the inhabitants of other planets, who flew in flying ships and conquered the unknown edges of the galaxy. At this point, the father and daughter moved to a new level. Bears, a 3-star archmage, became a 4-star archmage, and Ilif crossed the threshold from magician to archmage. Sitting on the couch, they felt the level of magic increase, and the girl's elfin mother's blood even woke up and her ears perked up. After they saw the new possible world, nothing else mattered to them, so they just laughed and exhaled calmly. Lee offered his new friends some more of his own tea, since it helps them gain new magical powers. But the gray-haired bears refused the treat, as they had really had enough. They could no longer bear such shocks and tried to understand who Mr. Le Pen really was. The boy felt grateful for his actions, but he wanted to do much more for the guests. But unfortunately, Elizabeth had taken all the drinks and snacks, and if you try to take them away from her, it might make the Demon Queen angry. Meanwhile, as she finished her drink, she told the young man not to even think about taking anything from her, because it was her own treat. So he apologized to the family, and they didn't need anything more. It is enough that an unknown guy was able to resurrect their lives. And then he turned to the man, calling him Uncle Bears, and asked why the monsters attacked them. And the old man explained that it was all because of the elf blood that Elif had passed down from her mother. Then the girl interrupted the conversation and continued to tell the story of her mother, who was a holy elf, then fell in love with her father and she was born. But according to the laws of the elves, They are forbidden to enter into interracial marriages. And the boy asked if it was the elves themselves who tried to attack the family because they had gone against the law. Elizabeth interrupted the conversation and called the law nonsense. Because when she became queen of the demons and united the whole world, she personally abolished this rule regarding marriage. Burrs replied that it was a long story. After Ilif's mother was forced to return to the Holy Land of the Elves, he took his daughter and hid. Lee understood this to mean that the elves had learned of their existence and sent people to intercept them. It sounded to him like Romeo and Juliet, but from another world. Then the gray-haired man continued that thanks to the sacrifice of his wife, who returned to the elf tribe, they decided to spare them. But his soul is being pursued by the messengers of the Dark Guild from the Demon Kingdom. When he heard about the demons and the Dark Guild, the young man looked at Elizabeth and wondered if she was somehow connected to it. She was furious that the hero suspected the woman of involvement in the persecution of these people. Lee immediately apologized for his words and said he was sorry. The queen calmed down and listened to the story. But before that, she asked me to explain to her where the Dark Guild came from in the demon realm and why they were persecuting the elves. The man replied that, according to various rumors, a mysterious group is conducting strange experiments on people in an attempt to resurrect Elizabeth, the demon queen who once united the world. And Ilif added that elves are one of their materials, and even she, who had not awakened her blood, became their target. After the queen's name was announced, Lou looked at his roommate and slyly asked if she would continue to deny everything. She got angry again, and took the boy by the shirt and said that she understood everything he was thinking. A quarrel ensued. He tried to explain his understanding of the situation and asked the woman to try to calm down. The family of half-elves quietly watched what was happening. Elizabeth explained that in just the year she had been away, great changes had taken place outside. So she asked Burrs, who told him that the demon queen was dead. He explained that this was obvious, since nothing had been heard from the queen for 500 years. If she were still alive, she would return much sooner to continue ruling the world. Ping didn't understand how 500 years could have passed if she had only been living with him for a little over a year. But she was more interested in finding out what others had to say about the cause of her death. Ilif said that according to records, the demon empress Elizabeth was destroyed by the legendary hero. The man added that they say the battle lasted for a month, but in the end, the legendary warrior sacrificed himself to protect the continent of bravery, and died with the ruler. She was angry about it, so she quickly came up with a plan to show it to people. Suddenly, the woman sent the father and his daughter to an unknown location, where everything was red and the ground was covered with skulls. The girl was frightened and asked her father what kind of world this was, but he replied that it was not a world, but a pure thirst for murder. The queen stood by and affirmatively said that all the rumors were lies. Out of fear, people obediently agreed with her words just to survive. Liu said that the woman was right, because according to the system, he is a legendary hero. The family was very surprised, as according to history, he should have been dead long ago. Then he looked at Elizabeth and wondered if he should tell the whole truth about her. But closing his eyes, he still dared. He told him that she was the demon queen they had mentioned earlier. For people, it was an overdose of information, and it served as a slap in the face that threw them back with its force. The man suddenly started foaming at the mouth and his eyes turned white. The same thing happened to his daughter. It seems that they again need strength to recover from what they heard. Elizabeth was a little upset because, without saying anything bad, she had brought two people to the point where they needed help again. But in her mind, reality was distorted again. Ping's words seemed evil to her, as if he were mocking her and saying that the demon queen was imprisoned here. She couldn't stand it and hit the table with her hand, scaring everyone around her. But this made it possible to calm the hallucinations. The woman turned around and said that she was not going to entertain anyone anymore, so she was going to another place to be alone. And on the way, I thought what a bad guy Le Pen was, because he decided to save these people to humiliate her honor in the eyes of others. So out of anger, she slammed the door with all her might so that cracks appeared on the walls of the house. After she left, the tension also disappeared, and the gray-haired man finally exhaled calmly. He also apologized to the gentleman for disturbing him. I asked him what he planned to do with them. Le Pen himself was nervous, but in order not to frighten the victims, he held back all his anger. So first I suggested that they just calm down. But I knew in my mind that after Elizabeth broke the time barrier, time there became chaotic and remained so until synchronization took place. So it looks like it happened 500 years ago. 48. Now it was night, and the new moon, with the stars, was shining brightly through the windows of the house. The father and daughter were sleeping in the same room. Ilif decided to talk to her father and told him that she did not expect the story of 500 years ago to turn out like this. The demon queen fell in love with a legendary hero, rejected the world, and decided to hide, just like her father did. He replied that they had no right to compare themselves to them. Mr. Le Pen said to calm down for a start. He was probably thinking about whether to spare them or not. In response to this, the girl asked if the gentleman wanted to kill them. Why did he save them in the first place? Bears replied that the warrior had accidentally helped them to move to a new level with sacred tea, and then almost killed them. In his eyes, they are no different from insects, so whether they are saved or not, in their opinion, depends on the mood of the master. Suddenly, someone's foot stepped loudly into the room, where silence reigned. It was Le Pen who asked what people were doing at such a late hour. Ilif was frightened by this action on the part of their rescuer, because she did not know what to expect next. The guy came in and laughed evilly through his sharp teeth. His face was lit only by the echo of the bright night moon. As it turned out, the young man couldn't sleep himself, so he came to his guest's room and offered to play cards together. Bears was frightened, because the fear of death had already caused drops of cold sweat to appear on his face. They lit a candle instead of electronic lighting because it provided warmth and had a pleasant yellow light. Everyone sat around the light source, and Lou began to explain in detail the rules of the game he had brought. Then he asked with a stern look if the guests understood everything they had heard. The gray-haired man squeezed his eyes shut and gave a clear answer that he understood the rules. At that moment, Ilif thought that, just as her father had said, Mr. Le Pen had arranged a test for them to finally decide whether to kill them or not. At the same time, the guy reached for the cards and decided to deal them. His smile was not angry, but only a desire to spend time with someone. The girl swallowed her saliva nervously so that it could be heard throughout the room filled with silence. She seemed to be very nervous at that moment. And then she decided to ask Lei what the game was called, because she could feel an ominous aura from the cards, which were lying there, glistening with blue smoke. The guy hadn't even noticed the appearance of the cards, so he didn't know what to say. He needed time to think. He joked a bit and said that the girl had taken him by surprise. And then he pronounced the name of the game Landlord, and added that people of this world probably wouldn't understand it. And then he came up with the idea to call this whole action a battle with a dragon, which seemed symbolic to him. People were afraid of this name, even though Lo had no malicious connotation, only a joking one. At the word of the battle with the dragon, even Elizabeth herself quickly flew in on her little wings. But she didn't appear in her usual account, but in a high-level magical cover. She hovered like a ghost in the corner of the room and was translucent. But the queen didn't like the actions of her subordinate Lei, so she thought he was up to something. He went on to explain the new rules, that a father and daughter, like two brave heroes, must unite and defeat the dragon. After that, they will choose with the help of cards who will be the hero and who will be the dragon in this game. The family was whispering to each other in fright, that the young man was clearly testing them, and that their fate would be decided now. But they, like the Dragon Queen, saw Lei through a distorted prism. In their eyes, it looked as if the boy had sarcastically emphasized the correctness of their choice, because so much depended on it. In fact, after dealing the cards, he decided to look at the cards in his hand and told his fellow players to do the same. The father turned to Ilif and told her not to hesitate in choosing the cards, so she should pick them up as soon as possible. The girl timidly stretched out her hand to the log, which seemed to be teeming with small magical lightning bolts. After she touched them, everything around her changed, and the house turned into a blue abyss that had no end. Burrs wondered if they had just discovered a new world. The girl exhaustedly lowered her thin arm to the floor because she could no longer hold it up on her own. But Ilif realized that this was not good, because all her magical power was exhausted by just one touch of these cards. The daughter felt guilty for using up all her energy like that, so she opened her eyes and apologized to her father. But the gray-haired man said that everything was fine, and there was nothing to worry about, so the girl could rely on him. Lee looked at his cards carefully because he loved the process of this game. And soon he asked if anyone was planning to be a dragon. Although he didn't have many strong cards, his set was satisfactory. There were both big and small cards, so it was worth a try. The gray-haired warrior, who was frightened, refused to play the role of a terrible animal. I, his daughter, took the same position. The hero continued to look at his cards and seemed to be very satisfied with what he had because he could easily win. And then I just thought that if he got another 4 and 2 aces, he would definitely have the victory in his pocket. So he asked the other players if they were sure about giving up the role of the winged monster, and they simultaneously answered that they were. The guy liked the excitement of the game, so he reached for the remaining cards and said that he would not be ceremonious anymore. He carefully placed 2 fingers on the cardboard cards that could possibly give him the coveted victory. He turned over 3 cards in one motion and expected to see a 4 and 2 aces. He didn't even look at the numbers himself at first, but decided to show off and show them to others, and unfortunately they were an 8, a 10, and a queen. This was clearly not what the interested Le wanted to see, so his reaction was a temporary slight sadness on his face. This frightened people, because the gentleman's upset state could indicate their imminent death, which depended solely on his mood, because that is what they heard through their distorted perception of reality. The young man decided to go first and threw away the 8, which was the last to be dealt. Uncle Bers was supposed to be next in line. The man looked at his cards and carefully considered what move to make, because if they passed this test, the master would spare them. So they could not give up. He was very nervous, because every step in this game could have affected their future with their daughter. He touched his fingers to the cards, which glowed with a blue flame of magic, and realized that he would now have to pay with some of their life force. But finally choosing what to fight the legendary hero with, he threw a jack out of the deck and onto the floor. The daughter was afraid of her father's sudden movement, which was accompanied by a decrease in his vitality, so she immediately turned to her own father. He said he was fine and could continue the game, so he told Ilif not to interfere and to leave it to him. So the girl obediently said she was skipping her move and just watched what was happening on the floor. And the guy analyzed that in addition to a pair of jokers, he had a straight of 7 to a queen, 3 4s, a pair of 5s, and only a jack. Is it worth the price of breaking a pair? So, as he continues to think, he comes to the point where he puts himself at a disadvantage. Then, after drawing conclusions and thinking ahead, he decided to skip the move as well. The old warrior was so surprised by this that he even fell to the floor and managed to hold on with his hand. After that, I asked him if Mr. Le Pen was really not going to walk, just like the girl before. And through a smile, he confirmed his words again. The man took it as a test of him, because every step in the game and touch of the cards absorbs his vitality. So, to save his life, he had no choice but to get rid of all his cards as soon as possible. So he threw a combination of cards on the floor, which, according to the rules, was called a flying dragon. Suddenly, it was as if a strong electric current passed through his body, and even his eyes turned blue. He kept himself in control through the pain that made his body tremble. But the price of this move was his leg, because the more cards he plays, the higher the price becomes. Suddenly, all the players were transported to another world, which was completely blue, just like the fire from the cards. A giant flaming blue dragon began to hover over the people. The father and daughter were nearly killed by the monster, which was 10 times bigger than they were. He opened his healthy jaw with glass-sharp teeth that could kill a person in seconds and began to growl loudly. After that, he launched a waterfall-like current of energy directly at the legendary hero and attacked him. The semi-transparent demon queen Elizabeth continued to watch the interesting game, waiting to see what would happen to the people in the end. The dragon gradually dissolved into thin air and turned into a light fog that filled the entire space around it. Bears realized that playing a combination of cards leads to the launch of an attack, and thus he had offended the legendary warrior, so he was finished. But in fact, Lo didn't feel anything. He just kept looking at his cards and thinking about his next move. The only thing that had changed in him was the appearance of blue magic waves emanating from his body. He went on to praise his uncle for playing a good and clever game, and the old man could not understand how Mr. Le Pen remained alive and unharmed after what he had experienced. But the young man stuck his hand forward and said with a smile on his face that he was letting the move go and letting Bers continue to play. So the man looked at his cards again and sweated with excitement. This game seemed to last forever for him. He chose to throw out the 3 and felt pain in his body again, but since the card was small, it wasn't so bad. Ilif skipped a move again, following her father's order and thus preserving her vitality. At the same time, the young man decided to throw away a 10, which was a rather large card. This led to the fact that other players had no way to beat her and missed the move again. After hearing this, the guy smiled slyly because it seemed to satisfy him. And then he began to joyfully throw out all the cards he had in the deck one by one, starting with the 6 and ending with the queen. After such a strong move, a circle of blue flames formed around the players. They were once again transported to another reality. Unknown waves of blue fire rose up around us and filled everything as if a new ocean had appeared. A blue lightning bolt appeared in the sky, and the father, worried about his daughter, shouted for her to escape as best she could. A huge wave of unknown liquid covered the people and almost drowned them. Ilif and her father tried to hold hands, but their main goal was to escape. Trying to float to the surface of the water, they held their breath to avoid taking in a full lungful of the magic liquid. When the storm finally ended, they climbed out onto the floor and rested from the voyage. It was too much for old Bears to bear. Leping didn't see everything that ordinary people saw, so he continued to throw out cards. This time there was a 3 and a pair. And again, in the parallel world, the silhouette of something large appeared, which looked like an animal because it had 4 legs. It was 2 horses summoned by a pair of cards. In their carriage sat armed knights in armor with a spear and a shield. The gray-haired man shouted at the top of his voice that he had nothing to beat such a move, but Ilif stepped in. She looked angrily at her cards and said she would walk, thus protecting her father's life and her own. He tried to stop his daughter, saying that she would pay with her life force and become very weak. But the girl did not pay attention to this. She did not want to hide all the time, but also wanted to fight back. She threw 5 cards on the ground, namely a 3 and a pair, which was a pretty strong move. Then, in the parallel world, the soldiers on horseback got scared, because 2 more knights with a pair of horses entered the game, rushing straight toward the others, thus creating certain death. A big explosion occurred between the 4 animals, as if it were the same one that gave rise to our universe. The horse, enveloped in waves of fiery energy, disappeared and dissolved into space, just like the winged monster that was caused by a special combination. Frightened by this move, the father turned to his daughter, who had sacrificed her strength to save them. The girl replied that she was fine, but her stern look indicated that she was determined to play. Interjected himself into the conversation of his relatives and said that you need to protect your comrades, even if you have to break your own cards. The most important thing is determination. But he was surprised to learn the game so quickly. Bears was furious at these words, looking at his fingers, which were burning with blue energy, and asked if determination was really the most important thing. The guy, covering his face with a log, confirmed his words again, but added that it was too late. People were frightened by these words and felt that the end of their lives was fast approaching. Even the terrible Elizabeth, watching, realized that this ominous feeling was not good. And once again, the legendary hero entered the game, determined to win, so he drew his 2 cards. Having confidently placed them on the floor, the other players saw that it was a pair of strong jokers. This combination was incredibly powerful. Once again appearing in another world, people saw a giant crack forming in the sky above them. Strange, brightly colored monsters of large size began to crawl out of it. It was a scary Joker clown that appeared as a result of discarded cards. He had frightening red eyes, a brightly colored outfit, and big, sharp claws like a dragon. Even the mighty Ghost Queen was confused by the appearance of such a monster. The tallest Joker was of the 3rd level and was a demon. He stretched his clawed hands toward people. But his behavior was unpredictable, because just now he seemed to want to kill them, and then he pointed to a heart with his fingers. The monster was distracted by something behind him, so he turned his eyes to the side. He saw Elizabeth and angrily asked her why she was glaring at him. It seemed that even she was in danger now. He snapped his fingers, and a second later a sharp knife appeared in his hand, enveloped in deadly energy. He brought the knife closer to her face and warned her to be careful, because the Joker could easily kill her. Elizabeth was irritated. How dare anyone look at her with such disdain and disrespect? Then she thought to herself that she was a queen who had stepped on her own pride, had eaten food containing magic, and had barely reached the level of a 3-star demon, and now Leping had accidentally summoned such a creature. Bears apologized to his daughter for not having the strength anymore. Elif took the blame, saying that it was her fault for making her master angry. Suddenly, the man's strength began to disappear at a slow rate and leave his body. He laid out his last cards on the floor, including 4 major and strong kings, which made him powerless. Lepin paid attention to his uncle's condition, and noticed that his old wounds were not being healed, but were actually getting deeper. He thought about what was happening throughout the game and looked at the floor. There I saw strong cards peeking out from under the man's exhausted hand. The young man realized that his uncle could have won a long time ago. He just let him play along. Lee felt naive because he thought he was a master in this business, but in fact he hindered the recovery. After that, the legendary hero put his 2 hands on the cards that were lying in a pile and shuffled them. And in the parallel world, all the animals, monsters, and other strange things mixed into one continuous, incomprehensible picture. Then the young man stacked the playing cards in an even deck and tapped them on the floor to make them all equal. And then, thanking his guests for the game, he said it was fun and recommended them to rest. On the way to the door of the room, he also apologized for disturbing them and possibly saying something wrong by accident. My uncle said that the boy was very difficult to understand and unpredictable, and Elif could not believe that she and her father were still alive. Elizabeth was very angry, either because the guests hadn't survived or because of the encounter with the monstrous Joker. She decided that playing cards with humans was just part of a ploy to humiliate the Demon Queen. Finally, morning came, and the family decided that they needed to leave this house and this village as soon as possible. Lee asked Uncle Bears if he wanted to stay at least a few more days because the fruit he was growing was almost ripe. Wankai also came to see the guests off. The gray-haired man bowed low before the gentleman and said that they could no longer embarrass him. He also thanked him for his mercy. Then he assured him that after they left, they would not say a bad word about him. Elif thanked him for the valuable gifts. The box contained ordinary barley tea, but it was the tea that healed exhaustion. Then Le shook his uncle's hand and handed him something as a memento. These were the same magic cards that caused people to experience terrible hallucinations and enter another world. The old man was surprised by this gift, but he was not very happy. On the contrary, he did not want to relive what happened last night. The guy said with a sad tone that they could take the log for themselves, because as it turned out, he's a worthless player, so he won't need them anymore. Next, Queen Elizabeth decided to say goodbye to the family, who had been looking forward to the family finally leaving their home. Bears was afraid of her, so when the woman decided to say her last words, he broke into a cold sweat. The last thing the demon empress said was a phrase that ordered the guests to leave as soon as possible and never return. The father and daughter began to run as fast as they could, and a column of dust was raised from their feet. Lo did not have time to say goodbye to them. He felt sad because he was once again alone with a capricious woman, and his gray days would be the same again. Elizabeth turned around and walked toward the house, and told her subordinate that if everything was back to normal, he should cook her something delicious. Bears and Ilif ran away as fast as they could, lest the Dragon Queen harm their lives, or that Mr. Lapine change his mind, afraid to let the guests live. Exhausted, she couldn't run anymore, so she asked her father to slow down and take a break. The gray-haired man, whose strength was also on the verge of exhaustion, stopped his movement abruptly, so that he did not even fall. He then told his daughter that they did not have much time, as they had first been tested by the legendary hero, and then heard threats from Queen Elizabeth. Last night, he and Ilif were in a parallel unknown world where the demon empress was also present. She stood menacingly in front of the family and looked at them with one red eye. Then, using her magical black power, she swiftly swiped a laser lightning bolt across the man's and the girl's necks. Then, under fear of death, they grabbed their necks, trying to stop the possible bleeding with their hands. But in fact, there was no cut at the site of the blow, only a strange red inscription consisting of hieroglyphs. The queen then addressed the people, ordering them to leave the place the very next day. They were not allowed to spread the word that the legendary knight and empress were there. The uninvited guests knelt down and obediently promised to obey the order they had heard from Her Highness. But Elizabeth continued that if they thought for a second about breaking the order, the curse mark that appeared on their necks would instantly decapitate them. So when the relatives stopped running away, Bears said it was most likely that the demon queen who ruled the world and the legendary hero Le Pen were tired of world conflicts and didn't want to be disturbed anymore. The place where the fugitives stopped seemed quite familiar to them, and the old man was surprised at how quickly they got there. But in fact, they did not do it on their own. They were brought back there by Van Kai, who did not want his master to be disturbed anymore. So thanks to its extra mechanical arm and a fire engine, it accelerated the movement of people. At that place, people saw the corpses of the apostles of the Dark Guild still lying there. This meant that there were high-level demons nearby, so they needed to leave the area as soon as possible. Van Kai felt someone approaching, but he did not pay much attention to it, because anything would be better than going back and being beaten by that evil woman. So he used the system to open a portal and ducked into it and returned to his master. And then the teleporter closed and seemed to disappear into thin air. The mechanical dog was right about the approach of unknown creatures. That's why black silhouettes suddenly fell from the sky. They were again the apostles of the Dark Guild, who had come to avenge the deaths of their brothers. And with them was a leader who looked like a real demon. Burrs was frightened by what he saw. It was a great apostle who was several times bigger than the other ghosts, and had horns on his head. Ilif pinned her newly acquired elven ears and looked at the big monster like an insect. The great apostle of the Dark Guild had the second level and the spirit of a great demon. Other apostles had even higher levels. 2 of them had the 4th level, another couple had the 3rd, and 1 had the 2nd. But what they had in common was the level of the demon spirit. Meanwhile, Burrs and Ilif were only archmages, which was a huge difference. So the girl decided that it was better for her to go with the monsters and let her father run away. He agreed that their level was much lower, but after the worlds he had seen and the trials he had passed, these apostles meant nothing to him. And remembering Lei's words, he repeated that the most important thing in the game is determination. So he pulled out the magic cards that had been given to him by the legendary knight, and with their help, he emitted a strong energy that knocked the spirits off their feet. But it seems to have angered the great apostle of the Dark Guild, who had the highest level. Defending his daughter, Burrs told her that since her mother had returned to the elf tribe, he had taken the girl and was in hiding. He believed he was wrong, as running away does not solve the problem. So if they can overcome these difficulties, they will go together to rescue her mother. Then the man threw random cards out of the deck to continue the attack. 4 cards with the numbers 4 were dealt, so this combination began to evoke magical powers. Care caused the arrival of the goddess of Eros. She was majestic, so she could protect people from demons. When Ilif saw the goddess, she realized that it was her own mother. 38, meanwhile, the father was playing cards, and decided to play them quickly to continue his defensive game. At the same time, the Vedic archer grabbed her weapon and pointed the sharp arrowhead at the apostles. The magical lightning flew by, leaving a trail of green energy behind. Then she would quickly approach one of the Dark Guild monsters to instantly destroy it. She hit the head of one of the ghosts perfectly, leaving a hole in his body and killing him. The next arrow immediately flew at another demon, and with the same perfect aim at the head, killed another apostle. With one more shot, the goddess fell into the hand of the greatest demon of the Dark Guild. Having pierced his palm, the arrow flew further and hit the monster's eye. He was enraged because he tried to hold back the weapon that was crippling him with both hands. But he failed, for the next shot was so strong that it knocked him down and destroyed the upper half of the apostle's body. Meanwhile, Burrs took the magic cards and put them in a case for safekeeping. After that, the goddess of arrows dissolved and mingled with the air. The gray-haired father was exhausted because the use of these playing cards was taking away his vitality, so he fell to the ground, trying to hold on with his knee. He laughed at himself and thought about changing classes. And then he realized what Mr. Le Pen meant when he talked about determination. It is this determination that reveals the true power of cards. At that moment, a new class appeared on the continent of courage, namely the Cardmaster. A week later, the fruit Le Pen grew in his garden finally ripened, so he could enjoy a juicy watermelon. He was proud of the result of his labor. Using a little magic, his method of breeding hybrid fruits proved successful. But he was sad, because when you have no one to share the joy of the harvest with, you feel as if something is missing. At first, he thought that just farming would be enough for him, but as he came into contact with the outside world, he wanted to see more. He exhaled sadly and concluded that it was human nature that sometimes people change their minds. But he considered himself weak, so he decided to forget about it. Suddenly, something fell to the ground from the branch of the tree under which the boy was sitting, and a column of smoke formed. It was Elizabeth, who saw that the young man was sad and decided to ask him what he was thinking about. The legendary hero decided to talk a little about his desire to go out into the outside world, but again emphasized that he was weak, so he did not continue. She was surprised by Lee's desire to finally leave this place, so she suggested that they go on a trip together. But she added that the boy was behaving too boldly. But he didn't care, because when he heard the offer to travel, he was happy. Because under the protection of the Demon Queen, he was safe. The woman continued to finish her lemonade while resting on a sunbed and told the boyfriend to get ready. Lou quickly changed into comfortable clothes and took a backpack with the most necessary things. Elizabeth also changed her image and praised her subordinate for his good cooking and sewing skills. He agreed with her words, because in truth, it is the only thing he does best. Van Kai, a mechanical companion dog, decided to join them, as he could be a good traveling companion. With the snap of 2 fingers, the Demon Queen was able to open a large portal right in the middle of their backyard. She decided to travel this way because they could get to the nearest city, and Le was delighted with what he saw and immediately said it was very convenient. So without thinking twice, Elizabeth turned around and walked toward the portal she'd created. But the guy stopped her because he had some clarifying questions. He was worried that after they left the portal, she would not leave him alone. The second question was whether the woman would be able to control her emotions. And the last question was whether she could behave with more restraint. But because of her distorted perception, the queen saw it differently, that she would not be able to go anywhere without the hero's permission, as well as a ban on magic and emotions, because she would spoil his fun. The Empress sank into herself after hearing this, because she did not want to be under anyone's control. The guy was trembling with fear, and the last thing he asked was whether his companion would return with him after the journey back, because without her protection, he would instantly become food for demons. 24. The woman replied that of course she would be with him until she had destroyed the evil hero. Lee was overjoyed because now he no longer had to fear for his life, and his eyes shone like stars. But it was not so simple. The queen had to pay for her services with appropriate conditions. The young man did not care much, because he was happy and excited about the trip, and was ready to follow any order. Elizabeth took a confident step toward Ping and stood close to him. With a serious look and a pause, she began to voice her request, which he was to fulfill when they returned home. And this condition was to make a large portion of her favorite pudding with lots of fruit. Lei was afraid that he was about to learn something terrible, so he was surprised by what he heard. The queen had already thought that making her pudding would be a problem for the boy, but he was only more excited because he loved to cook delicious food. And then they stepped boldly into the portal and then disappeared completely. The blue door to another part of the earth disappeared into thin air. But the couple forgot about their companion dog, who was left in the yard whining sadly. It was the first time Lo had ever been moved by magic, not counting the moment he entered the newcomer's village. The future legendary warrior was surprised by what he saw in a matter of seconds. They were teleported to the square in an ordinary human city. The town was called Boster and was a neutral territory. At first glance, it looked peaceful and had many residential buildings. As it turned out, not only people lived there, but also various monsters. But there were no quarrels between them. They coexisted well. Le thought this place was unsurpassed and completely different from where he lived. When he saw a shop with equipment, he immediately wanted to go there with Elizabeth. Then he noticed a small counter with various ingredients and fresh meat, and he thought the pork there was unusual. He ran from store to store, hitting passers-by on the way. He liked this place so much because he missed society so much. But the queen looked at all this from the point of view of her reign. In her opinion, Almost nothing had changed in 500 years. The young man continued to look at everything, and remembered Uncle Beers and said that he was wrong when he said that everything in this world was bad. The Empress decided to talk about the times of her reign, and that these were her merits, as she had laid a solid foundation in her time. Before she became the ruler, there were always conflicts and a terrible situation. She used her power to suppress all the conflicting parties and set certain rules, according to which everyone was equal. Therefore, she was the one who really saved the world, not the so-called legendary hero. He was eager to see everything around him, so he ignored the ex-queen's words. He didn't care about her past accomplishments, so he ran over to the next counter with the things. It was a plush toy store that caught Lee's attention and interested him, or rather their performance, because they were beautifully sewn, with careful stitching and a good shape. So he asked the saleswoman, addressing her as his sister, if she had made these items herself. The girl with the big glasses said it was her own work, but if he liked the toys, she could increase the price a bit. Suddenly, a large, aggressive beast came up to the counter and asked the saleswoman who had allowed her to open a store in this place. Without waiting for an answer, he stepped on the handmade table and knocked everything to the dirty floor. Afterwards, he grabbed the little girl's hand and emphasized that her church owed his gang protection. Therefore, she had no right to open a store on his property. Her younger sister and brother, who were helping with the sale, closed their eyes and hid behind their older sister. Then the giant grabbed Anna by her dress and lifted her into the air with one hand. She gathered her strength and said that his gang had never protected them, so why should they pay them? This made the monster angry, and he shouted that this street had been his for a month, so if anyone wanted to survive here, they had to pay him rent every month. Anna replied that the church belonged to the nuns, and that when they returned, his gang would be in big trouble. The monster began to threaten and promised to drive everyone away and demolish the old church that very day. The only one in the crowd who decided to stop this situation and protect the innocent girl was a legendary hero. The giant boar did not understand who dared to interfere with him and looked back. Lee was frightened by this menacing look and did not know what to say, so he waited for Elizabeth's support. She advised him to mind his own business, unless he wanted to play with these people. The guy was not up for advice. He only needed protection and help to stop what was happening in front of everyone. But the queen refused to intervene because she did not want to stoop to his level and humiliate herself in front of others. The rude beast again turned to the one who dared to interfere with his conversation. Lupin had already begun to panic because he had never been in such a situation before, so he grabbed his head in confusion about what to do next. Recalling his own words of determination, he slapped his hand together and decided to act. Pointing a finger at the pig-headed man, he shouted that he was insulting a little girl and demanded his immediate arrest. But the people around him didn't care what he said, so they pretended they hadn't heard or seen anything. Someone even continued to eat watermelon, watching the whole thing as if it were a movie. The beast laughed at the boy's actions and said that no one would help him here because everyone knew and feared his gang. And then he concluded that Lee was from the south, judging by his clothes. And then he said that Elizabeth was not bad looking. The hero decided to try to resolve the situation calmly, so he offered to share the food he had in his backpack. But this sounded like nonsense to the monster. He ordered his subordinates to teach the boy a lesson and lock the girl next to him somewhere in his gang's lair. But this angered the queen, because no one could keep her, except Lupin, with whom she stayed of her own free will. So these words became a real irritant for her, like pulling a tiger's whiskers. And after that, the sky was covered with red colors. The pig-headed man was frightened by this change in the weather and let go of the little saleswoman Anna. The sky was overcast with big clouds, and a strong wind with dust was rising, and lightning began to strike from everywhere. Lei asked the Empress not to do so, because without noticing it, she could destroy the entire city. So I tried to calm her down and suggested that she simply intimidate the bandits. After all, as a majestic queen, she shouldn't have to fight with all her might against ordinary people. These words really calmed Elizabeth's anger, and she said that she would spare them only at his request. And then she temporarily stopped time, and everyone around her, except Lee, could not move and stood like statues. Watching this, Anna became fascinated by the powerful magic of the unknown woman. The rough boar looked up at the sky in fright and even stammered, thinking that it was going to rain. The pig-headed man was afraid that he was going to die, and he was sweating, and the traveler asked the couple if they wanted to defend the orphans. Lee was confident in his intentions, so he asked him how much it would cost to defend them. He replied, folding his arms across his chest, that the price was 10 gold pieces for 2 months. For Elizabeth, it seemed ridiculous to make such a fuss over a penny. The hero had no money, so he asked the queen again if she had a lot of gold. She haughtily replied that she had as much as she could count. So he asked to borrow some money and then sell the vegetables and other loot and pay her back later. But the woman was not satisfied with the idea of exchanging her food for some trifles. In addition, she didn't even take her wallet with her when she went to see Lee more than a year ago. The big boar needed his money, because without it he would not provide any protection for free. The young man again offered to pay with his own farm produce, as he had no gold coins. The beast was furious. It seemed to him that the boy was playing with him on purpose and mocking him. Suddenly, a black bag tied with a red ribbon flew right into the pig-headed man's face, and gold coins fell out of it. The monster had a big bruise on his forehead and was looking out into the crowd, trying to figure out who had thrown the money at him. But then his eyes focused on the hand that held the bag. Looking at the money, he no longer cared whose it was before. The main thing was that it was now his property. Suddenly, the image of a mighty centaur appeared among the passers-by. It was Shazi Tarius. He turned to the boar and ordered him to stop mocking his friends. He also gave him money so that he and the other bandits could get out of this place. The bandit realized that it was the thunderous Shazi of the Holy Sword Guild, so he obeyed his order and temporarily disappeared. Finally, he told the orphan Anna that next time she would not be able to get rid of him so easily. Lee helped the poor girl up and shook her clothes from the dust. She thanked everyone who contributed to her defense, and the legendary warrior offered her some of his own fruit, which he had brought from his farm. The mighty centaur said not to worry about him because for him, helping is a common thing, so he was only too happy. But if others don't mind, he continued, he would like others to help him with something. And all the while he was looking at Elizabeth. Anna, the orphan, adjusting her surviving glasses, wondered how she could personally help him. Shaji suggested we talk elsewhere, but if everything worked out, he thought it would also solve her money problems. The Demon Queen was not interested, so she called Lapin to continue their journey in another direction. But the hero could not leave just like that, and after stopping the Empress, he asked her to at least listen to the warrior, because he had helped them. Anna's younger brother turned to her and asked if she was going to leave as well. She said yes, and told the younger ones to go to church because she would be back a little later. The whole group turned to the neighboring street in search of a place to discuss everything, and they came across a pub that was perfect for a conversation. Shaji ordered everyone to stay close to him as soon as they entered the bar. The team entered a place where many different people were sitting. Among them were both people and animals with monsters. The drunken monsters turned to Elizabeth, calling her beautiful, and said that there was a rabble next to her, so they offered to join them. It was a mistake on their part. Hearing this, Lo immediately realized how this dialogue could end. The queen's eyes turned red with anger, and even the blood vessels on her face began to bulge from the pressure. Suddenly turning to the drunken creatures, she asked them in an aggressive tone what one of them had dared to say to her. A couple of inadequate friends immediately sat down and continued to drink, covering their faces with glasses of alcohol. And then the woman turned to Lee, as if it was his fault that she was in this lousy place and wasting her time. The guy pretended not to hear these words and emphasized that they had already come. The centaur suggested that they go to a separate room, because it would be quiet enough, and no one would disturb them during the conversation. The hero put his strong hand in iron knightly armor on the handle of the door leading to another hall. When he opened them, he smiled happily and turned to someone and said that he had already returned home. Many different girls were waiting for him there, calling him their master and worrying about his condition in his absence. They needed his warmth and attention. When he turned to his company, he said that he had forgotten to tell them about his wives who were in the room. La's jaw dropped in surprise. He hadn't known it was possible to have multiple wives, and he couldn't imagine how. Then he poured hot tea for all his guests, and did not forget about his loved ones. Together they sat down at a round table, and Shaji decided to present the names of the women who dutifully wait for him at home. Gasha was sitting next to him. She was a warrior with a shield. The girl really looked like someone who could protect at any time. The other two were the assassin Lolok, who looked like a cat girl, and the mage Geli, who sat very much in thought. And the last girl was Gloria, whose class was archer and she was an elf. Then Pin remembered that he had recently met a girl of elven blood. The red-haired queen broke into the conversation and said that it was time to get to the point. The warrior girl Gasha asked her lord who Elizabeth was, because her behavior was very annoying. The empress herself answered the question and said that such a character was inherent in the queen. And the cat girl laughed at her because she was serious about calling herself a queen. The elf archer also noticed Elizabeth's ears and called her a half-breed with a dash of elf blood. Elizabeth, restraining her emotions, advised the latter girl that if she wanted to get herself into trouble so badly, she should not blame this queen later. Leping realized that a quarrel with very bad consequences could now take place, so he intervened and gave the empress something in a glass. It was a sweet pudding that she loved so much. This dessert always worked as a calming agent for her. He expected this situation to happen and therefore prepared for it in advance. And then he began to tell everyone that he actually came from a remote and nameless tribe. And the girl next to him was the princess of that tribe, Elizabeth, and he was her servant, Lepin. The cat girl looked over and was not surprised that the woman was acting so strangely, for she had probably never seen any other life except her tribe. The other wife turned to the queen with a smile and began to mock her for worshipping the demon lord. Lee wanted to calm the noise down, so he quietly said that everything was new to his mistress, so she was still getting used to the differences in cultures. The centaur decided that it was time to get to the point and ordered his guests to go with him to the treasure dungeon. Meanwhile, in his mind, he suspected that a princess from a remote tribe could not possibly have the demonic power that was outside. Elizabeth finished her treats, and Lou became interested in the underground treasures. So he turned to the rescued orphan Anna, who was sitting next to him, and asked if she knew anything about it. And she answered that, according to rumors, such dungeons are magical places that were created by ancient people to store valuable things there. Shaji confirmed the girl's words, and continued that he had made a lot of effort to get information about the dungeon. But it takes 8 people to get through the barrier. Lee asked if the mighty warrior was going to recruit the required number of people with the help of his new guests. There were 8 people in the room, and one of them, little Anna, was afraid to go anywhere, so she tried to refuse the offer. Lee did not understand the reason for her fear, because it turns out that dungeons are very valuable, so the orphan should have been motivated to go there. The girl answered her so-called brother that maybe he didn't know, but they were very complicated and she was just an ordinary mage, so her death in the dungeon was inevitable. The legendary hero felt a little ashamed, because he did not understand anything about the levels of magical power, and was not familiar with them. The centaur in armor replied that there was no need to worry, as the main requirement was to recruit the necessary number of people, and he and his wives would take part in the battle. And those who go with him will be able to get tens of thousands of gold coins. This immediately boosted Anna's morale, because this amount would solve the church's money problems. Lee returned to Elizabeth and asked her to keep him company and help the others. She agreed to do anything because she was still enjoying the delicious pudding. Shazi turned to his elf wife, who also had magic, for help. She took out a blue magic ball and filled it with her energy through her hands. Pin was surprised to see the crystal ball and looked at it with fear in his eyes. The 4-legged knight put his hand on the ball and explained that it was created to measure Heli's magic. So if you put your palm on it, it will determine the level of magical power. Holding an iron hand over the meter, he showed a set of numbers, namely 8,769. Lee said that it looked amazing, but what do these numbers mean? But Anna immediately answered him that the layer shows the level of magical power in numbers, and probably 8,769 is the level of the demon spirit. And as it turned out, she was right, because the centaur has a 4-star level of demon spirit and his wife has a 5-star archmage. So in order to cooperate, they needed to get to know each other better. At the same time, the little girl decided to try to measure the level of her magical power. She put her hand on the ball and it glowed with blue flames and showed the number 300. One of the wives present laughed at the result, because when she first changed classes, she had 300. Anna felt ashamed of herself and burst into tears because she could do nothing to improve her strength. Lee also wanted to try, even though he hadn't studied magic all these years, and his potential power as a legendary hero shouldn't be low. He put his hand on the layer very confidently and expected to see a number that was satisfactory to him. After holding the hand for some time, the meter did not show any results. And then a single digit appeared on it, which was 0. Shazi was surprised by this, because even the masters of art were more advanced than this young man. The guy was ashamed of himself and hit himself on the forehead, because what else could you expect from someone like him who has been doing nothing but farming all his life? He quickly sat back down in his chair because he didn't want to talk to anyone else right now. And then he added that he was doomed to be a muggle without wizarding blood for the rest of his life. The cat girl turned to him and asked what this young man could do. He could not be useless at all. The boy stopped being sad because he remembered that he was a master of farming. And then he started taking fruit out of his backpack and treating everyone present to taste and appreciate his work. The girls did not even want to talk to such a rural boy from a remote area because they were disappointed that he was really just a servant. But Le Pen did not pay attention to their words, but turned to Princess Elizabeth and offered her some fresh fruit. Then he whispered quietly in her ear to cooperate with them. She was furious because she thought the boy wanted the queen to accompany them and mock these ignorant mortals. Emotional, the woman abruptly put her hand on the magic ball so that Leah finally left her behind. In the hands of the demon queen, the crystal ball illuminated the entire room with its blue flame. The people in the room had never seen anything like it, and the intensity of the light almost blinded them. He had already begun to regret his request for Elizabeth's cooperation, because if it turned out that she was a demon queen, it would definitely cause a big scandal. Through this bright glow, the guy turned to his partner, trying to stop it all. But she was confident in her actions and would be able to defend herself in case of danger. And then she told everyone that they rarely get to travel, so she was ready to play with everyone. The man and his wives were sitting there scared and in a cold sweat. They had never seen such behavior from a magic layer. The ladder eventually showed a figure of 8,768, which was almost the same as the centaurs. And Anna was the first to notice that the levels were almost the same. One of the wives suddenly got up from the table and said that this was impossible. Was their guest also a 4-star demon spirit? Leping exhaled a sigh of relief and wiped his face of the sweat that had appeared due to his excitement. And Shazzy said that Elizabeth was truly worthy of being a tribal princess. So if she joined the tribe, her chances of getting the treasure would be much higher. The orphan Anna was worried about how their team would get to the treasure, while Lee was happy to have encountered such adventures during his journey. The centaur turned to his wife Heli, and she obediently listened to him and was ready to fulfill any order. So she immediately began to create a magical teleportation scroll that would help them get to the underground shelter. A red pentagram was formed right on the ceiling above the table where the guests and the wives and husbands were sitting. Magical lightning bolts like pink ribbons filled the room and enveloped everyone present. After the portal closed, the team moved to another world, which was a dungeon. Everything around them consisted of rocks and crystals. Each teleportation brought a lot of joy to Le, because for him it looked like an incredible game. Meanwhile, Anna, who was weak, was dizzy from the journey and could not stand on her feet. It was a common thing for Elizabeth to use magic to move in space. But suddenly she thought about it and felt a strange aura that clearly reminded her of something. The centaur walked confidently toward his goal and ordered everyone not to waste time, and everyone followed him into the dungeon. What stopped the demon queen was that she absolutely refused to go anywhere, and told Lepin to go home with her. The wife, a defender with a shield, disrespectfully addressed her highness, and said that she was scared and decided to change her mind at the last minute. The other wives began to threaten her, saying that she would not leave here just like that, and a lot of crystals and magical power were spent on creating a teleportation scroll. Elizabeth didn't even take their words seriously, because who could dare to stop her? The quarrel was interrupted by a legendary hero who approached the queen and decided to talk to her. He suggested that we not quarrel, but listen to him calmly and come to a solution. The guy folded his arms and begged the woman to stay because such a chance is quite rare, and he wanted to at least see what was happening underground. But the conversation was interrupted by Anna, who noticed something in the treasure cave. These were the outlines inside the cave, which reminded the girl of the magical power possessed by Princess Elizabeth. Lepin didn't understand what she was talking about, so he asked the girl what she meant by similar strength. But his curiosity was interrupted by a centaur, who put his hand on the legendary hero's shoulder and pushed him to the other side. With a pleasant smile on his face, he apologized for his actions and addressed the so-called princess. He held out his hand to her and asked her to trust him, because no matter what danger came their way, he would be able to protect her. So he asked her again to come with him. The woman thought about what she had heard and seemed interested in the proposal. But in response to Shazzu, she did not give him her hand, but turned around and raised her head to go to her subordinate Le. After that, she told him that she would go with the boyfriend, but only because they really rarely go out with newcomers from their village. And then, closing her eyes, she told the young man to move his feet faster, because she could change her mind in an instant. Then they walked rapidly together ahead of the rest of the company, straight towards the cave. Shazi fell apart because of Elizabeth's behavior, because in addition to her disdain for his words, she was also only here because of Lee. At the entrance to the treasure dungeon, there was a giant magic gate that would not let anyone in. The beauty of the portal was breathtaking for travelers because it looked like a mirror that changed its shape. After passing through the barrier, Lu turned around and noticed that it had lowered again and changed shape. After that, he asked everyone if they would be able to go the same way they came here. Elizabeth immediately replied that this was nonsense, because in this special magical space, if someone is weaker than the person who set up the barrier, they cannot leave by teleportation. As they walked on, the queen continued that until all the rules were followed, no one would be able to leave this place. One of the wives was sure that as long as their husband was with him, they would definitely be able to get the thing they came for. She was interrupted by a girl with a shield who called it nonsense. Frightened, Anna turned to the elf Gloria and asked what she meant. The woman replied that she was talking about gold coins, which would definitely go to the orphan, so she didn't have to worry about her reward. Then the team came to a crossroads and Lee asked where they should go next, but he was sure that in any case, Elizabeth was with them, so there shouldn't be any problems. And from that moment on, the game officially begins. The catwife proposed her own plan of action, according to which the team had to split up. The centaur rejected her idea and ordered Hela to stick to her skill. She obediently began to fulfill the order and threw her wooden stick up in the air. Then, catching her instrument, she struck it hard on the ground, and golden sparks flew everywhere. She performed the magic grid technique, and meanwhile, a golden glow filled the entire cave. Magical ribbons began to extend from her stick, penetrating the caves they encountered at the crossroads. The radiance penetrated through the smallest depths and passages in the dungeon and formed something like a bright spider web. The girl was sure that with the help of her abilities, she would instantly find the shortest way to the treasure. For the powerful demon queen, it looked ridiculous. She didn't like it when these girls behaved so boldly and self-confidently. But the web of magical power continued to spread in the search and analysis of each trail. The elf illuminated all the small caves with her magic and was even able to see their inhabitants, and most importantly, their treasures. She had spent too much of her energy on it, so she fell to the floor, completely exhausted. The centaur asked his wife how things were going in the maze. The girl, who barely had the strength to speak, replied that there seemed to be no end to the maze. She used all her strength and could not find it. This seemed strange, because Heli's skill extends for 3 kilometers. In this case, the other wife offered to use her fortune-telling, but the accuracy would be only 34%. The cat girl again offered to divide everyone up, and she could use the cloning technique to support them. Lu turned to the queen, and hoping for a satisfactory answer, whispered that she knew how to go this way. Of course she knew. After all, this labyrinth was just an illusion, and ordinary people would never be able to get out if they searched for its end. Then Li suggested that she help the others, because that way they would be able to repay the debt sooner. But Elizabeth wanted to watch them fight alongside the legendary hero. Suddenly, Anna pointed to the 3rd cave and said that if they went there, they would find what they were looking for. The red-haired woman was surprised by this sudden turn of events. Did an ordinary mage really find the answer? Then La asked the orphan how she knew the right way, but as it turned out, she had just guessed, because from that cave she felt a special magic that no one else had. That's what led her to this answer. One of the wives called it nonsense because she would have felt it. She also scolded the girl for saying that a person of her level has no right to throw words around thoughtlessly. Little Anna was frightened by this reaction, so she immediately apologized. And then my wife said that, although she hadn't managed to find the end of the maze, according to her research, the last cave had the fewest monsters, so she suggested we go that way. Shazu asked the other team members for their opinion, but the cat still insisted on splitting up. Gasha, the wife with the shield, decided that it was better to listen to Hela. Even if they chose the wrong road, they could just turn back and it would be safer. The sorceress Heli asked the gentleman to listen and follow her. He considered this option and decided that you should go to the last cave together. Anna's eyes grew bigger and she begged in a frightened voice not to go to the last cave, because anything would be better than that. Then she used her magic and summoned an enchanted doll. She used it to check the road, so she sent the teddy rabbit to the cave she told Heli to go to. After a few seconds of testing the toy, there was a roar from the cave and the rabbit's head flew out. This was done by a mimic worm who lived in this cavity and disliked visitors. Lepin broke out in a cold sweat at what he saw and screamed because of the monster that could potentially take his life. Elizabeth told me that it was a parasitic worm. They are usually found in the bodies of large monsters, from which they die. Loloki turned to Heli and joked that the man-girl had examined the corpse inside the parasite's stomach. This irritated the sorceress greatly, so the team was still at a crossroads, not knowing what to do next. The demon queen suggested that Lepin leave the others behind and follow her. The guy was afraid to go first, so he shyly asked the woman to go first and check everything. It was not difficult for her, and she confidently went ahead. But again, Anna tried to stop her, voicing her uncertainty that this was the right path. Loloki approached the lord and wanted to use a clone to follow the queen and get information, but Shaji replied that there was no need for that. And then he thought to himself, seeing this parasite, the woman would not have been able to make a choice so easily, so it seemed to him that her past was not so simple. He ordered the entire team to follow a couple from a remote tribe. Standing at the beginning of the cave, they thought it over again and took a step forward. Elizabeth and the legendary hero Lepin were no longer visible. The cave had many sharp turns, like a serpentine road. A strong wind was blowing through the narrow passages, with a characteristic whistling sound. But the cause of this sound was probably something else, of great size and unknown intentions. As soon as the team entered the cave, unknown creatures began to knock them down and prevented them from going further. It was a flock of bats that attacked from different directions, forcing the travelers to defend themselves and use weapons. The centaur used his long spear to destroy all the animals, cutting them in half. But the monsters kept coming to the people to prevent them from getting the expected treasures of the dungeon. Elizabeth went first, followed by Anna and Lei, who always asked if it was safe where they were going. She calmly looked at the boy and said that he was pretending to be extremely terrible. But the young man could not understand what she meant. Heli blamed the demon queen all the way because the cave she chose was teeming with monsters, and the empress replied that the girl, as a magician, should be aware of the high concentration of magic, which serves as a red canvas for monsters. The witch was angry and replied that she knew this, and began to reproach Elizabeth, saying that as a 4-star demon spirit, she had the appropriate abilities and could use them to protect her, not just stand by and watch. Shazu tried to calm his wife down, but she would be too angry to control her emotions. The centaur decided to calm the conflict, so he told the so-called princess that it was a great honor for him to accompany a woman like her, At the same time, Helly almost exploded with anger, because in her opinion, Elizabeth not only made her look bad, but also tried to seduce her husband. The other girls, meanwhile, suggested that they stop and rest for a while, because they needed to gain strength after fighting for so long. But the queen refused the offer, as she had too much time on her hands. The wives were angry, saying that it was only because of their merits that Elizabeth was alive and behaving so calmly, so they offered her to walk in the front row if she could handle all the obstacles so well. The centaur intervened again and emphasized that it was really better for everyone to take a break, and the elven potion would help them regain their strength quickly. Lee became interested in this potion because he had never used it and wanted to try it. And then, using manipulations, he told Elizabeth that perhaps this taste would inspire him to cook new delicious dishes for her. The woman thought that the boy had already eaten enough good food and decided to try something ordinary, but she agreed to his request anyway. The company barely found any firewood in the stone cave, but they made a fire to keep warm. They all sat down around the source of light and heat and discussed further plans. Everyone praised Gloria for her magic potion, and she was just happy to finally regain her strength. But the thought of how long the treasure hunt would take was very frustrating. The girls' strength gradually recovered and penetrated every part of their bodies. The potion was indeed magical and quickly restored vital energy. The elf continued to brag about the results of her efforts and wanted to mock the queen, reproaching her for being so strong and not needing to recover. Shazi admonished Gloria to behave appropriately and not to be rude to others, and she pinned her elfin ears and obediently listened to his words. Then she threw the jar of potion in the direction where Elizabeth was sitting and wanted to aim it directly at her. But the woman, covering her face with her hand, pushed the hand out to the other side where Le was standing. He grabbed the healing drink with both hands and asked his hostess if she was sure she wouldn't try it. With a flick of his finger, he opened the top of a small jar of green liquid. He wanted to try it as soon as possible, so without hesitation he immediately began to pour the shining potion into his body. Then he realized that the herbal flavor of the ingredients was too strong, so he couldn't drink it anymore. So he suggested that Anna recover. She thanked Le Pen and said that she had expended very little energy, so she did not need to use the potion. Gloria continued to be angry and said that it was a waste of ingredients to give her healing drink to people who did not understand anything about it. So Elizabeth decided to simply pour it into the fire, thus deliberately annoying the elf. She couldn't imagine that the result of her work would be taken and simply destroyed. But the demon queen pretended not to hear the girl's aggressive mutterings. Le Pen wanted to change the situation somehow, so he remembered that he had something in his backpack. It was fruit if it hadn't spoiled in the meantime. But the bananas were fine. They were well preserved and even better ripened. So the young farmer finally found a good opportunity to treat his new friends to the fruits of his labor. He gave everyone a banana. Even the girls, who had thought him a miserable servant and had been reluctant to take anything before, now thanked him kindly for the treat. But one type of fruit was not enough for everyone, so Lee offered Sister Anna a large apple. The girl thought it was very nice that someone shared the last of the fruit with her, and she even started to cry. Luke couldn't understand why Anna suddenly started crying because it was just an ordinary apple. She asked if she could give the fruit to her brothers and sisters, because the orphans in the orphanage had not eaten fresh fruit for a long time. Of course, the farmer said yes, and even promised to pick even more fresh vegetables and fruits for everyone as soon as he returned home. Gloria could not calm down because her potion had just been poured out, and that the rotten fruit could not be compared to her drink. So the girl squeezed the banana and threw it as far as possible. And the centaur enjoyed the treat and said that while they were eating this, and when they found the treasure, he would personally treat them to something delicious. So the other wives also started eating, having no choice. Suddenly, after taking a bite of fresh fruit, they felt a strange strength that they hadn't had before. Together they found themselves in another world, where they were dressed in funny carnival costumes and colored parrots were sitting on the trees. The girls were trying to understand where they were and what had happened to their appearance. Suddenly, strange creatures with microphones in their paws appeared in front of them, making a rather loud chirping noise. They were giant jumping horses. They were dressed in classic costumes with colored ties. Each of them had a strange hairstyle on his head, and they all invited others to dance. They offered to dance samba with the guests to get rid of bad emotions. It was a way to release frustration. The warrior girl Gasha felt the rhythm of the music and began to move vigorously. It was as if she herself radiated energy and joy from this dance, which was accompanied by cheerful music. Loloke the cat picked up freshly picked bananas and started dancing, along with the large insects. She sang a cheerful melody about getting rid of bad emotions. Even the centaur began to move his horse's hooves and clap his hands in time to the music. He invented wonderful samba moves and told his wives to repeat after him. Everyone who had tasted Lay's amazing bananas around the campfire was now having fun in an unknown world and enjoying the dance. But in reality, they were only mentally transported to another reality, and physically they were still in the cave and behaving strangely. The centaur was moving so much that he began to jump like a real horse around the fire and became dizzy. The two wives who had not eaten the strange fruit observed this behavior and began to worry about their husband's condition. Suddenly, Shaji held his head with his hands and was able to stop his body. And then he discreetly apologized to everyone for his behavior, because he had temporarily fallen out of the present reality. Lee didn't know how the fruit would affect the minds of others, so he thought it was just a play. But Elizabeth took it as a cunning plan of the boy. Suddenly, the centaur began to feel changes in his body again. But this time it was an increase in level. The same thing happened with Lolok and Gasha. Their magic level was constantly growing. Lepin watched this as if it were a real campfire performance, but he did not know what was really going on. He analyzed the culture and customs of another world and found them interesting. After all, seeing a centaur dance is worth it. And Elizabeth thought that the legendary hero knew that they would die if they went any further. So he raised their levels so that this game could go on forever. The elf did not understand what was happening and how the level of magic could increase so much. Orphan Anna analyzed the situation and concluded that it was all because they had eaten Lepin's brother's bananas. Gloria thought it was nonsense, because how could an ordinary fruit do that, unless he bathed it in holy water? Gasha confirmed that it was thanks to the bananas that they were able to increase their level of magical power, and she felt like she had reached the level of a 2-star demon spirit. Lolok said that after eating the bananas, they found themselves in another world. So were they bewitched by a demon lord-level magician? Even Shazi jumped through 3 levels to become a 3-star spirit of a great demon, and it was incredible. He then turned to Mr. Lepin and asked him what the origin of the bananas he had served them were. But the young farmer still did not understand what was going on and what his fruit had to do with it. The half-horse kept pressuring the boy to find out how the bananas were grown. The legendary warrior explained that he could not answer this question, as these were ordinary fruits from his garden. The centaur couldn't believe that they were ordinary, because how could he have raised his level so much? And Lee remembered that they were not ordinary bananas but hybrid ones. But he didn't do anything else with them. Then the guy asked me to believe him, because even though it was a hybrid, the growing process was completely organic. Because only in this magical world can he use such a productive method. Then the girls who hadn't eaten the fruit dared to do so because it really worked, and they would be able to improve their level. Then they simultaneously decided to try a banana and open their mouths. Suddenly, the magical fruit began to emit a specific odor and thus repel people. So the women could not eat more than 1 piece, as it was absolutely horrible and unfit for consumption. Anna thought hard and realized that it was a synchronization process. And Elizabeth heard this, so she turned to the girl with glasses and said that she knew quite a lot. But Anne called the queen too kind to her, because she had learned it all from books. Then Shaji asked her what the term synchronization meant in this context. She explained that the nuns' magic books mentioned that special treasures usually need to be used under special circumstances in order to have the expected effect. So these bananas had to be eaten by 3 people at the same time for this to happen. The witch, Heli, began to yell at Anna, because why did nothing happen to Elizabeth, even though she also ate the fruit? But the girl could not give a constructive answer to this, so she simply apologized. After that, watching the queen, she realized that only if a person's strength does not exceed the strength of the treasure, then it is no more than an ordinary thing for such persons. The demon empress did not like to be looked at while she was eating, so she ordered the little girl to turn away from her. Then the orphan apologized to her highness and closed her eyes. The elf Gloria said that it was probably because of her potion, the effect of which accumulated in the body and then later manifested itself. Shazi turned to Mr. Lepin and asked him to share the leftover fruit from his backpack. The young farmer eagerly agreed to this and gave away all that was left of his stock. He had a lot more fruit in his bag, such as apples, pineapples, and even some bananas. Elizabeth had just finished her last fruit and was enriched with power, but she forbade her subordinate to give her all the food, as she was going to eat it later. So she snatched the backpack from his hands. Throwing the bag over her shoulder, the queen ordered everyone to get up and go on if they were tired, because they were very close to their goal. The guy apologized to Shaji for his mistress's behavior and said he would treat him later, when he had the opportunity. He said that everything was fine and told a couple of travelers from another tribe to go ahead, and he and his wives would catch up with them later. Then Lee was surprised that they didn't all go together. Then Elizabeth told him to get up quickly and follow her again. So the boy said goodbye to everyone and said that they would meet later. And little Anna followed them again, because she knew that the queen knew much more than she was telling about herself. Suddenly, Loloke whispered to her husband to steal a bag of magic vegetables and not wait for the right moment. Hasha added that who knows, maybe they are hiding something much more valuable than just garden produce. Shazi reassured the women and said that the time had not yet come, so there was no need to jump to conclusions. And then he thought about Elizabeth as he looked down at her, that ordinary people would not carry something of value so carelessly. So she was not just a princess from some remote tribe. Then he told his wives that recently one of the major powers, the kingdoms of Aristotle, had offered a large reward for information about the missing princess. So if he was right, She was right in front of him. So if he can use this chance to turn the princess into his wife, he will gain power over Aristotle's kingdom, and then he will get more than just the magic fruit. Then he decided to use weapons to take possession of the powerful Elizabeth. He pulled out his long and sharp sword, which he always carried with him, and was serious about his victory. Then the wives began to smell the aroma of charm pheromones from their husbands. But they blamed themselves for not being able to satisfy their husbands. Then the girls decided to stop their centaur husband and put their hands on his back. Meanwhile, in the depths of the labyrinth, the scary red eyes of unknown creatures could be seen from all corners. They were shadow wolves hiding in a cave, and their leader came out. He sensed people approaching and began to growl loudly so that the echo echoed off the walls, and the sound became much louder and more frightening. Meanwhile, a team of brave travelers confidently marched toward my goal, following Elizabeth's advice. But Le Pinot decided to make sure that her actions were correct and asked if they were going in the right direction, because it was getting darker and darker. So it didn't look like a way out of a maze. The queen repeated her words that this maze is a complete illusion, so they are almost there. Suddenly, small insect legs began to break out of the small rocks on the ceiling, which could have broken the stone walls. More and more of them appeared. Soon there were 2 legs of unknown creatures sticking out of each of these small hills. Sister Anna could feel something approaching them, so she warned her brother Le Pen about the danger. Suddenly, a tall fence of dust appeared in front of them, as if a large creature had run past them at high speed. The dust consisted of crushed small stones, because it seems one of the rocks was broken with great force. The dust got into his nose and interfered with his breathing, causing a cough. Soon, a horse's hoof, which had metal protective covers, emerged from the dust curtain and stood in the rack. It was the centaur Shazzy, who apologized for his lateness and for keeping his new friends waiting for him. He also brought his 4 wives with him, who clearly did not feel well from such a quick trip. The hoofed man fixed his hair with a hand in metal armor and apologized for the second time for being late. Afterwards, bowing low before the demon queen, he asked to serve her for the rest of their journey, thus trying to gain her trust. He even offered Elizabeth to sit on his back so that she could not burden herself unnecessarily. But she didn't fall for such tricks, so she said he wasn't skilled enough to take her out. Meanwhile, the centaur's wives were listening to all this, and they were very uncomfortable with their husband's attitude toward another woman. The elf called the empress an arrogant girl who behaved very shamelessly and disrespectfully toward her beloved Shazi. Suddenly, something burst into the cave room where the whole team was staying and rushed at Gloria so fast that she didn't have time to react. Then her body fell to the floor, decapitated. Drops of her blood scattered all over the stones. Everyone in the company was scared and started hiding behind each other, trying to save their lives from an unknown monster. But the legendary warrior looked up at the ceiling and saw small stones falling from there. Through the newly formed holes in the ceiling, giant red beetles began to crawl out and slide down the walls toward the people. The boy was frightened by what he saw and asked Elizabeth what kind of creatures they were. It was a big dragon flea looking for a new victim, but the parasites couldn't hold on to the stone walls for long, so they started falling right onto people. One of them opened its mouth with giant sharp teeth and flew at the demon queen. Of course, she was not frightened by the insects she saw because she knew how to protect herself from any monster that could potentially threaten her life. Therefore, with a single stroke of her fragile hand, she destroyed the dragon flea and it was torn into small pieces. Anna sat down on the floor and covered her head with her hands, crying with fear of death. She was sure that everyone was going to die. Le Pen could do nothing but hide behind the powerful empress and hope for her help. So he hugged her in fear and told her that their lives were in danger. So he asked for advice on what everyone should do next to save their lives. She thought that this was a test of human nature, so she decided to let the selfish and arrogant creatures kill each other first. The monster beetles quickly began to attack and lure from one corner to another with great speed. Each member of the team moved to defense, using their own abilities, and Gasha was the first to do so. She could turn any object into a fire shield that would serve not only as a defense, but also as a weapon. The witch Heli also joined the defense, so she created a magic shield in one fell swoop. It was a strong dome that covered her, the centaur, and the other wives, and prevented the biting creatures from harming them. Lau hoped that he would also be taken under protection, but it seems that this was not planned. So with a smile on his face, Shazzy said that he and the others would find a way to protect themselves. But in reality, it was his cunning plan to find out what kind of power Elizabeth had, and if she did nothing, her servant and little Anna would be eaten by the monsters. Gasha shouted from under the dome that they no longer needed them, and from that moment on, their cooperation ended. The creatures became even more aggressive and thirsty for human blood to replenish their vitality. Heli looked sarcastically at the queen and laughed, and told her to stay a while as bait for the terrible monsters. Before she could finish her words, one of the monsters bit off her head and the girl died. Dragon fleas began to break through the barrier created by the witch. Lolok and Gasha tried to hold the creatures back so that they wouldn't behead them. Then the centaur Shazi stepped in to defend himself, drawing his sharp sword and waving it away from the biting monsters. And then they were all focused on the attack of the cloven-hoofed creature, so they forgot about the Dragon Queen and her subordinates. The cloven-hoofed animal defended itself as best it could, using its weapons, which gained even more power in its hands. Then, thanks to his magical energy, he was able to create a flash of lightning that brightly illuminated the entire room. Gasha used to use a shield to not only defend herself but also attack the monsters, so in this battle she decided to show what she could do. She struck the enemy with a fire shield that completely destroyed the terrible insect. The next to join the game was Lolok, a cat girl who was very skilled with sharp weapons. In her hands, the knives turned into a terrible weapon that could cut an enemy in half with a single touch. Turning sharply, the warrior used the killer's technique and destroyed the monster, cutting off its giant jaw. Without even noticing it, she injured her arm during the battle and had blood on it. She was angry because no matter how many animals the wives killed, there was no end to them. So in this situation, the women and their husband could soon die. And while Lolok was thinking about what awaited them next, a dragon flea flew from behind her, ready to bite off the girl's head with its teeth. But Shazi stepped in just in time, using a thunderous kick that he delivered with his hind legs. So he hit the monster hard, and it flew into a stone wall, and under its own weight, it crashed into a rock and died. The wife and husband continued to hold the line, but the monsters seemed to have temporarily stopped. And Elizabeth, who was watching, said, "They had just shown their true nature, so should Lupin continue this adventure game with them?" The boy replied that he had come with them only to repay the centaur for saving the orphan Anna, and now it was time to split up. It was then that he realized that the outside world was unpredictable, and he was better off farming. The Dragon Queen advised him that he should first be forced to show his own essence, and then think about whether to help or not. Afterwards, she told the young man to get ready to leave, and he was surprised that they had already arrived at the right place. The Empress took his hand and led him confidently forward. Suddenly, Anna turned around because something caught her attention from behind. Her eye was glowing red because her magic power was at work at that moment. This meant where the danger was still close. She saw another monster flying in their direction, but someone was able to defeat it with a single blow and protect the people. It was an enchanted plush toy that was a major part of the orphan Anna's magical skills. It made her feel that someone was nearby. The soft rabbit obediently jumped right into her arms, while the girl tried to recover and understand what had happened. Lupin saw that the sister was lagging behind them, so he held out his hand to her and told her to follow them because the exit would be coming soon. Elizabeth led them to the portal, but they couldn't just walk out. So first, the powerful queen knocked on the barrier with her hand, and then she began to whisper incantations that were impossible for an ordinary person to understand. After she said that, the gate began to change shape and became transparent like crystal clear water. Passing through it, they saw a giant golden gate that looked like the entrance to a royal castle. Lee was surprised that the exit from the underground maze was a hidden giant door. The travelers stood in front of a gate through which bright sunlight shone. The Demon Queen was the first to step toward the light and called her subordinates to follow her, so that they would walk faster. It was as if Lupin himself had looked at himself and was convinced that his actions were correct. Realizing that he was doing the right thing, he put his hand on little Anna's shoulder and told her that they still had to go, and then it would be over. They walked together into the sunlight, and when they crossed the threshold, the giant gates began to close, and the warm lighting gradually disappeared. Meanwhile, the centaur Shazi continued to fight the monsters and chop them to death. Then he stopped and ordered his wives to quickly get on his back and hold on tight, because then he planned to quickly escape from danger. Tired of the fight, the girls obediently began to do what the man ordered them to do, and climbed on top of him together. The centaur was angry because he did not expect that the queen and the legendary warrior would really be able to leave them in trouble so easily. The giant golden gate had already closed loudly, and only a thin line of golden light remained on the ground, because the old gates had cracks through which light and unknown smoke, most likely made of dust, passed. Suddenly, a large number of gold coins, sharp weapons, precious stones, and other majestic objects appeared. As it turned out, using his extraordinary speed, Shaza managed to run to the gate and run through it, ending up in a room with treasures. At that time, people found themselves on another planet, where there were only these treasures and a giant door that served as the only entrance. Loloka and Gasha could not believe that they had finally achieved their husband's goal and were able to survive despite the obstacles that came their way. Leping began to rejoice in the abundance of gold coins like a child in a toy house. Anna, an orphan, was also happy to see that she would finally be able to pay off the debts of the church that had served as her and other children's home. But the centaur Shazi had other plans for the riches he had been searching for. His wife, Gasha, was also aggressive toward little Anna, whom they themselves had promised a monetary payment. Shazi was temporarily speechless because the treasures were of immense size, so he had no idea what to do with it all. He was shocked that gold minerals really existed, and that this was not a fairy tale. And on a hill among all this property, There was a golden cup that radiated with radiance. Inside, it was the same golden liquid, called Devil's Nectar, which was the main target of everyone who tried to get into this dungeon. Leping decided to express his opinion, so he said that he and Shazi no longer owed each other anything. He did not ask him to be grateful, but at least not to go overboard. The centaur replied that he did not expect such help from him and the demon queen, so he had something to show for it. Specifically, he spoke of the traveler's imminent deaths. This would be his gratitude, or rather part of his insidious plan. Suddenly, one of the gold coins fell on top of the others and made a loud ringing sound that echoed through the room. And out of the pile of precious jewelry came the golden eye of the beast that was hiding under the wealth. All the people in the room were terrified because they did not expect to see anything else in the room but treasures. The monster began to break out from under the pile of coins, helping itself with its healthy paw with powerful claws. Then its large wings appeared, covering the entire height from floor to ceiling. Then the neck and the rest of the body appeared, and the monster was fully revealed. It was a golden dragon that protected all the jewelry. Even its eyes looked like two healthy gold coins. The legendary hero was frightened and could not move because a giant winged beast was standing right in front of him. The guy later turned to the demon queen to find out the next plan of action and how to get pleasure from the mythical creature. He took Elizabeth by the shoulder and began to shake her violently as she stood calmly the whole time. Little Anna's eyes turned black again, but she said that something more terrifying than a dragon was hidden here. The Empress looked at the girl and suspected something about her. The dragon cried out terribly at those who dared to disturb him and wake him from his long sleep. He was protecting with his paws and wings the riches he had lived with for many years. Hasha's shield wife tried to stay calm and asked her husband what they should all do. And the centaur ordered them to buy some time, and in the meantime he would accumulate the strength to defeat the terrible dragon in one move. Loloke's other wife accepted the order and began to think about the immediate plan of action, how they could distract the animal. The girls started jumping on the beast and attacking it little by little so that it would notice them and not think about the centaur, who was trying to gather his strength. Gasha used her magic shield and quickly jumped in different directions, which led to her fall. The warrior, who was already a little bruised from the fall, asked Loloke to distract them on her own for the time being. The girl said that the other one could rely on her and confidently defended herself. She began to use her magical powers, and while moving, she performed spells. It was a cloning technique that allowed her to create many copies of herself, thus confusing the dragon. The girl's clones did not stand idly by, but also launched an attack and listened to the orders of their commander, Loloke. At the same time, the centaur Shazi gathered his strength and said that this giant dragon was the only problem at the moment, so he needed to put all his magical power into one strong blow. He gathered all the accumulated energy in his hands and pulled out a sharp spear and began to endow it with his power, which could potentially destroy the animal. Meanwhile, his wife, who was well versed in the killer's technique, tried to inflict many irritating blows on the monster's body. But her technique proved to be weak against him, because no matter how much she hit the weak spots, there were no scratches. Then Gasha stepped in, who was able to rest during this time and also accumulated energy, as her husband did. She used the technique of turning the shield into a giant flamethrower, which she wanted to cripple the enemy with. A large amount of fire poured out of the firearms, as if coming straight from a volcano. A strong jet was directed directly at the dragon, so all that was left was to use maximum force to destroy it. Then the girl did it, and the fire poured over the body of the giant beast. The girl's plan worked. She learned this technique after she became a 2-star demon spirit. But it seems that her attack did not destroy the dragon. It only got angrier and was ready to kill everyone with one flap of its powerful wing. He raised his paw, which showed sharp and strong claws that could crush a person with a single touch. At the same time, Gasha stopped acting so happy because the monster's paw was right over her. The dragon swung at the girl with a rough hand, and using only his own body weight, crushed the woman to the floor. Then he lifted it with his claws from the ground and threw it away like trash on a pile of gold coins. All this was happening in front of Loloke's eyes, and she was ready to do anything to avenge her friend who was killed by surprise. She created a giant army of her clones using a large amount of her magical power. It was the technique of 1,000 clones that filled the entire territory of the Great Hall, and began to jump on the beast. Then the cat girl said to herself that although she could not do much damage to him, she would at least distract him so that the centaur could calmly deliver his mighty blow. The clones hung on the dragon like lice on the way to treasure. But the monster was not just sitting there defending itself. He used his magical power, using all the ground coins and creating a golden hurricane, which was quite dangerous, since a large number of gold coins in the air could severely injure a person. Loloke tried to protect her head by covering it and pushing the coins away with her bare hands. The metal money quickly flew in different directions due to the cat girl's blows, creating an even greater level of danger in the room. At the same time, they were directed toward the Dragon Queen, Lepin, and her sister Anna. All the coins flew through them, but none of them hit any of the 3 travelers, leaving them unharmed. Elizabeth looked at her subordinate and was not surprised by his calmness, as she thought it was to be expected. She was still sure that he had planned everything carefully in advance. But in fact, the legendary knight did not even realize from fear that he had just almost died from a pile of flying money. The storm was still raging because the dragon was furious. Something had to be done about it. Meanwhile, the defenseless Anna's eyes turned black again, indicating that her magical power was about to be used. The girl created a summoning of an enchanted doll that was her assistant in difficult situations. This time, she put a lot of effort into creating a large teddy bear that was the size of the same golden dragon. The soft toy served as a protective shield that stood in front of the team and protected them with its back from the impact of metal coins. Meanwhile, Shaji continued to imbue his long sword with magical energy. The quadruped radiated a blue glow around him, creating a special aura. Lolok immediately realized that now, more than ever, she needed to protect her husband, because she was the only one who could do it. At the same time, using a magic knife, she very quickly pushed away every coin that flew in his direction. She did her job well and was able to protect the centaur, so she was proud of herself. The golden dragon was so angry that smoke came out of his nose, so he was ready to do anything to get rid of his problem. He used a single coin sight to hit the right target, which was Loloki, who decided to take a break. The animal hit the woman perfectly with the first shot and pierced her head, killing her. So in front of the dragon was the defenseless Shazi, because all his wives had been killed and there was no one else to protect him. At the time, he was still building up the strength to strike, so that he could finally get the long-awaited treasure. Eventually, the accumulation was successfully completed, and he was ready to start the final stage. Shazi brandished his sword, and was sure that he would win, because even a demon sect-level wielder would not be able to block it. So he hit the terrible monster right on the neck to kill it for sure. But suddenly, instead of blood, light smoke came from the animal. Suddenly, the mighty spear broke off a little in the middle of its length, and then simply crumbled into small iron pieces. Then the centaur got scared. It was impossible, for apart from this iron weapon, he had nothing else to defend himself. Then the winged monster saw his offender and decided to get rid of him. He used his long tail to throw Shazi from the floor into the sky like a tennis ball. And then he struck a strong blow and sent the centaur into a mountain of gold so that it crashed against a metal rock and died. And that's exactly what happened. The centaur first fell to the floor, where it slammed its body against the concrete at high speed, leaving a trail of dust behind, and then crashed into the wall. At the same time, the team of survivors was left alone with a golden dragon that was at the level of a 4-star demon sect. The friends were still under the protection of a big teddy bear, but everything could have changed in an instant. Lepin then turned to Elizabeth, because if the centaur had just died from a dragon's tail, it was time for them to play their trump card. And the demon queen asked what he meant and what he planned to do next. He haughtily folded his arms across his chest, paused, and confidently told the empress that it was time for her to act. The red-haired girl feigned surprise, wondering if the legendary warrior had understood everything. He went on to add that he was afraid of their deaths, or rather his own in that underground labyrinth, where no one would be able to find him later. But the queen turned away, offended that the young man dared to tell her what to do in the presence of strangers. So she did not fall for such provocations and threats. And then Anna stepped in, feeling that the real nightmare was just ahead, and shaking with fear, she added that they might never be able to get out of there again. The demon queen came closer to the orphan and put her hand on her head, calling the girl a member of the Jimji Katana. And then, using her powers, she asked me to see what Anna's magical power really was. Her eyes grew wide with the feeling of foreign magic in her body, making its way to her brain. But suddenly, her childhood memories came flooding back. How she used to live in a church under the supervision of nuns when she was very young, and how she used to play with soft toys and other residents like all children. They all went to lunch together, and Anna continued to hold the teddy bear even during meals. She slept with one of the nuns who was responsible for the baby, but even in her sleep, she would not let go of her toy. But one night, as she was falling asleep, Anna lay with her eyes half open and looked at her tutor, and she was looking at the little orphan and smiling strangely in the middle of the night. Her smile was unusual and intimidating. It was suspicious, and sharp teeth were visible through her lips. The next morning after the strange night, a disaster struck. The apostles of the Dark Guild came to take over the church, taking people with them. Little Anna was among them. When the girl was almost dead, one of the monsters decided to take her by the neck and lift her up to get a better look. But suddenly she opened her eyes, which were completely filled with white, and it was not just for fun. The apostle did not expect this, because the girl had hardly breathed before, and then suddenly came to life, and this meant one thing. She was endowed with magical powers unknown to monsters, and she was able to revive herself and create a giant soft killer bear. Thanks to him, she wreaked great terror in the world where the apostles took her. There she killed not only monsters, but also other children with whom she had lived before. At that moment, she could not understand how she did it, because the magical energy was leaving her, and she was unable to control herself. At the time, she was very sorry for her actions because she left a large trail of blood on the ground, killing a significant number of people. When Elizabeth finished analyzing the orphan's past memories, she realized that she had deliberately suppressed her own magic to change the old memories. She continued to hold the girl in the air with her energy and wondered what to do with her next. The queen threw her to the ground and said that it was quite foolish to do such a thing. Anna could barely speak through her tears, but she pleaded guilty and began to apologize for the deaths of her brothers and sisters, which she herself had caused. The demon empress said that she was insulting the Jimji clan, so if she wanted to escape from the prison of pity, she should rise up and fight for her. Anna obediently agreed with the words of the powerful queen, so she was ready to act. She confidently got up from the floor and said that at least this time she wanted to protect her new brother Lupin. So then the girl began to reproduce the suppressed energy and, thanks to her magical powers, rose. Holding it in the air by itself, it created an energetic field, so the whole room was covered with a purple glow. The legendary knight did not expect such capabilities from his little sister. She raised her hand up and pointed the other to the floor, and began to use the technique of summoning an enchanted doll. Suddenly, giant toy animals began to appear on the ground, such as a snake, an eagle, a rabbit, and the bear that protected them from the metal rain of coins. The dragon looked closely at what was happening because he thought that by dealing with the centaur he had finished with the people in his golden lair. But when he saw the big toy animals, he decided to attack and kill them immediately. The first person to get hit by the monster's powerful mold was a teddy bear, who was hit right in the stomach by the monster. But the giant toy was not affected by this blow, because it had no blood or other vital organs inside it. Only magic filled it. So when he fell to the ground, he immediately stood up and was able to get closer to the winged monster. Next, the rabbit entered the fray with a small army of eared, strong animals. They all jumped on the dragon at the same time and attacked it with magic strikes that did little damage. The monster began to rage with pain. Then at least someone was able to hurt him, which gave him some small hope of victory, or at least saving lives. The rabbits continued to finish off the monster, and it began to wriggle in pain like a giant snake. Lupin then asked the demon queen what she had done to Anna, and why she had started to behave like that. And Elizabeth replied that she had only helped her to perceive reality as it really is. Over time, the dragon was able to gradually fend off the attacks of the noisy toy creatures. He forcefully threw each of them individually to the floor away from him, creating a column of dust mixed with the synthetic material that filled the dolls. Afterward, the angry Anna, who could not come out of this maze unscathed, ordered everyone to grab the giant and attack. The powerful rabbits, whose fall had caused holes in the floor, tried to get up and proceed to fulfill the order. But the dragon pinned one of them down with its paw and did not even allow him to move. But he couldn't do anything with his other paw, as it was held by a huge bear who was doing a great job. Then a big green snake entered the game, which, like the real thing, had sharp 2 claws and could move perfectly. Using her ability to stretch to length, she crawled onto the monster and began to wrap herself around its neck and strangle it. The monster raised its tail again to defend itself. Although it could not throw all the soldiers off its body, it decided to use something else. Specifically, by quickly moving his 5th limb, he created a golden hurricane of coins. Then a large eagle with powerful and clinging talons flew up and hovered in the air. But he couldn't get any closer to the dragon because of the newly formed air storm that was sweeping away everything near it. The legendary dragon watched this fierce battle and was proud of Anna's strength and ability to control it. And then I asked Elizabeth what other Jimji clan the girl belonged to she was talking about. Suddenly, something knocked him down and he couldn't stand up, so he hit the ground hard. It was due to a flash of lightning that destroyed everything it touched with its energy. And it was created by the centaur Shazi, who managed to survive the blow. He was crippled and could barely stand, but in his hand, he held Lupin's backpack, in which he kept his fruit. The demon queen wondered why the fool hadn't died yet, but the boy was more concerned about his lost backpack. The centaur laughed at them because he thought he had succeeded in fooling everyone. But when he got the fruit, he said that it was the boy's trump card. But now, it was in his hands. He pulled out a surviving pineapple and began to eat it quickly to restore his energy as quickly as possible, and to upgrade his level if possible. His body was covered in blood, but his last hope was the magic fruit. So he continued to destroy them one by one, without even chewing. He ate all the fruit in his backpack, even the crushed grapes, and put them in his mouth. Lou didn't understand why he was doing it, because it wouldn't work anyway, but the centaur was eager to eat everything. The ungulate barely swallowed the last fruit because it did not have much time to recover and wait for its strength. Suddenly his eyes began to glow brightly and everything in his body changed. He looked like a madman, but he finally heard what he had been waiting for. The blood vessels in his arms began to swell and enlarge several times, and his muscles grew instantly. Something that looked like dragon vertebrae began to appear on my back, like thorns on a rose trunk. His fingers began to twist in different directions, and his metal armor was torn to pieces by the increase in body weight. Instead of human teeth, it had sharp tusks like a lion's and breathed like a dragon with smoke after fire. He felt the power that was finally overflowing. The centaur had never felt so strong and powerful, and he looked like a real monster. The Shazi monster decided that with this power, he was no longer afraid of the members of the Holy Sword Guild. His appearance was frightening, with black eyes, sharp teeth, and claws instead of graceful knightly fingers. The golden dragon saw his opponent again, whom he had almost killed earlier with a single blow of his mighty tail. At the same time, he also decided to play to the max and use his unique, powerful dragon breath. Taking a deep breath, he tried to inflict heavy damage on the renewed centaur, which had gained great strength from Lupin's unusual fruit. But it didn't work because the monster stood still, and any attack in its direction was ineffective. And the dragon's eyes glowed with flames, because he could not overcome his opponent. Meanwhile, the angry four-legged Shazi ordered the large-winged animal to stop bothering him. It stood on its hind legs like a real horse preparing to attack. But instead of hooves, it had sharp spikes. The centaur's inflated muscles were ready to hold his body up until the end of the fight. He used a new magic skill, Thunderclap, which allowed him to strike the animal that was standing as a barrier to his treasure with a single blow to the ground. He managed to temporarily neutralize and restrict the golden dragon's movements, and it seems that at that moment there was a chance of victory. The crippled mythical creature fell to the ground and lay motionless. Its blood was scattered around the room, and there was a large cloud of dust, due to the fall of a creature of such size. Shaji was very close to his goal. His body was seething with black energy, and he was radiating a red glow. And now he is finally standing by the very cup that was filled with the magic liquid that no one could reach. The ugly centaur took this award in his paw, and thought that if he drank it, he could not even imagine how powerful he would become. Then he took a long sip of the golden drink, and could not stop until he saw the bottom of the cup. Then an even greater transformation began. His pupils seemed to be tearing up and trying to escape from the eye. Apparently the effect was so strong that the body could not cope. Shaji's ears became pointy, and demon horns began to grow from his forehead. His muscles continued to grow rapidly, and his skin couldn't take it anymore and simply cracked. Sharp branches of a tree sprouted through my back, and my spine began to push even harder through my skin. All this resembled undeveloped wings that were only at the stage of formation. Then he took on a demonic form and no longer looked like himself. His body was completely black, only his eyes glowed red like lanterns. After a complete transformation, he breathed out the hot air and realized the full value of the devil's nectar that the dragon had been guarding in the dungeon for so long. The golden beast was still lying there, without any signs of life. The legendary dragon was frightened by the fact that Shazi was becoming so strange from afar, because he hadn't seen what really happened. So he asked Elizabeth to do something. Anna, the orphan standing in front of them, was determined not to let the terrible monster get any closer to her friends who had once saved her on the street. Using her magical powers, the girl decided to use the summoning of a magic doll that could protect them again. But before she could finish the spell, the centaur devil grabbed her and with a sharp paw pierced her body right in the chest. The girl was the first target he wanted to get rid of, and he succeeded. Her lifeless body was completely bloody. Lupin's eyes welled up with tears. For in such a short time, the girl had become his close sister, though not his own. The monster threw her body away and decided that it would then destroy the two remaining travelers. So he quickly walked toward them. Then the boy ran to Anna, ignoring the monster. For now, the main thing was to save the orphan's life. He tried to cover the large wound in her body with his hand to somehow stop the bleeding. He was sure that Elizabeth would help her with her magic. But the centaur was very interested in the death of the demon queen, so he came straight to her to achieve his goal. He stood directly over the woman and told her to her face that he knew about her strength, which she hid so much. But it didn't matter anymore because he gave her only two options for resolving this struggle. The first was that Elizabeth should become his wife, and then take him to her kingdom, and help him inherit all his possessions. And in the second version, he said that he would play with her until she became useless to him, and then he will turn her into a bargaining chip to get what he wants. The future legendary warrior could not stand such treatment of a woman and a little girl by a terrible monster, so he ordered the queen to kill him. Then the demon Shazi turned his eyes to the boy and menacingly called him garbage, and said that he had not addressed him at all. Having gathered his strength again, he decided to use the sound of thunder to destroy the young man who was preventing him from having a serious conversation. He hit the ground with his hooves hard to destroy Lee with all his might and caused a strong underground earthquake. To make sure that the ordinary subordinate man was dead, he struck a second time, standing on his hind legs. The entire room was almost destroyed. There was a column of dust everywhere, mixed with stones and gold coins. These were powerful attacks. But the legendary Lupin appeared through the smokescreen and was not even injured. He was able to stay alive simply by covering his face with dirt. Suddenly, something golden, like the sun, began to appear in space. Everything began to be covered with fog instead of dust, and gradually everything was cleansed of the monster's dirty energy. It was a mighty golden dragon, much stronger and larger than the one the centaur had so easily killed. Then the monstrous Shaji, who was heavily bloody after such attacks, realized that right now a real dragon form was appearing in front of him. But he did not realize who he had killed before. Since the corpse of the flying beast, which had not been breathing for a long time, was still lying on the floor, it must have been someone else. Suddenly, the lifeless body began to rise into the air and turn into a giant sharp tail that left a piece of it on the ground. Meanwhile, the demon queen was watching and started laughing. And then she turned to someone and said that she had used such a trick as a bait with a tail before. At the same time, a small island with golden mountains was enveloped by a giant golden dragon. More precisely, it was a queen of golden dragons, with the level of a one-star king. The exhausted monster Shazi did not believe what was happening. He believed that if he had the level of a demon king, he could never lose. He was suddenly struck by the strongest blow in the history of this treasure hunt, and the centaur was instantly destroyed. This was done by the dragon queen, who removed this evil from the earth with one touch of her claw. Lepin was sitting on the ground with the bloody body of the orphan Anna, and was shocked. He immediately turned to Elizabeth and asked if he was hallucinating and what he had seen had really happened, and she briefly replied to the guy that she was sure he had already understood everything a long time ago. But as it turned out, she was wrong. Everything around them began to turn into golden pollen, which dissolved in the air and fell like sand through their hands. Then the demon queen added that this place did not exist. The ground disappeared from under their feet, and they floated as if in outer space. And Elizabeth wondered if magic was the legendary hero's weakness. He couldn't help but feel such power. When all the earth disappeared, the majestic dragon queen began to speak to the demon empress in an incomprehensible dragon language that no one understood but themselves. Elizabeth began to respond to this, also using the same mysterious expressions that sounded when she opened the golden gate at the exit from the maze. The goddess of winged animals was not happy with what she heard, because she was clearly angry. And her eyes, like sundrops, began to take on a completely different shape. Suddenly, there was a strong explosion in space, and the queen disappeared, as if she had dissolved into space. But in fact, she took on a different form and turned into a young girl named Amelia, who was waiting for her mistress to return. After all, she was Elizabeth's pet. Then the empress turned to her pet and said that she had already attained the level of demon king and was still so naive. That's why she didn't want to come to this place and awaken her at first, because she was too clingy. The girl hugged her and asked her not to disappear again for 500 years. Amelia was born between heaven and earth, and the demon queen found her in a hidden realm and helped her hatch using her magical powers. The girl was born as a little golden dragon with big round eyes and a long tail with a sharp tip. Then the powerful Elizabeth decided to create a contract between herself and the winged animal, making it her pet. The empress not only gave the girl the name Amelia, but also personally trained her and spent time playing with her, just like with her little child. The young dragon vowed that he would always protect and dutifully serve his mistress until the end of his days. As the animal grew up, it became so large that it was able to outperform its teacher in fighting hideous monsters. But later, in order to put an end to the endless wars, she decided to become the ruler of the whole world, taking the highest position. Emily liked to see the queen achieve world domination step by step, but something had changed a lot. The empress began to smile less and less. She was getting stronger every day, and the dragon was too weak to protect and help her. Elizabeth's energy radiated from her with a red glow, especially on the day she created a pentagram portal right in the ceiling of her palace. It was unexpected for her pet. When she went to patrol the territory, the queen decided to draw her sword to find the legendary hero. But after that, there was no news from her. Then at a meeting of ministers, Aristotle said, 10 years have passed, and Her Highness's reputation is terrifying to the people. There are strange changes, and the crime rate continues to rise. The minister of the orc race, Mughal, added that indeed several major orc leaders have already announced their separation from the tribe, and they cannot be stopped without the empress's help. Heimerdinger, the minister of the dwarven race, summarized that they could not fail to act, because the more the hidden threat grows, the more damage it will do later. So he suggested that everyone return to the territories and take control. Minister of Elves Twyla turned to Jimji because he had been with Her Highness the longest. So she asked if she really had any problems with this legendary hero. Then the Minister of Demons said it was impossible, because he had witnessed the Queen's terrible power. There was no one in the world who could compare to her, so he decided that he could find Elizabeth himself. Then the young Empress's subordinate agreed with his words, and said that everyone should return to their own domains, and he would personally search for Her Highness. In the end, all the ministers returned to their respective territories. The young girl was not interested in any of this, so she took only the half-drunk glass of wine, and then she returned to the place where her owner had found her, hoping that one day she would return to that place. She waited and waited for her to return, carrying only a golden goblet that had long been filled with dry, fallen leaves. Amelia was curled up on the ground, and the snow enveloped her body, which later began to take on a completely different shape. Then spring came. The snow melted and green grass appeared, but the young girl was no longer visible. Through the remnants of the snowdrifts, a golden hill was visible, which was then completely overgrown with fresh grass and equaled the other mountains in that place. And then he disappeared altogether. The entire area was covered with dry leaves again, but there was no sign of the girl or any trace of her. But finally the lady returned, and the girl could not hold back her tears of joy and sadness, because she had to wait so many years to finally see her savior. Elizabeth, without any emotion, said it was all good, because it seems that the long wait had made the girl give up her playfulness and master meditation, which is a key step to reaching the Demon King. Amelia begged the queen not to leave her, and tears came to her eyes again. She took it as if the Empress had left for 500 years just so that she could master meditation and reach a high level. Their conversation was interrupted by Lupin, who tried to save Sister Anna and asked Elizabeth to stop remembering the past and help save the orphan. Suddenly Anna was able to open her eye and say the name of the legendary hero. It seems that just a few seconds ago she was not breathing at all, after being fatally wounded. Hovering in endless space, she asked her brother where they were and what had happened to her before. The guy was very happy that the girl was able to heal and be with him again, so he immediately asked her how she was feeling. Then the little girl quietly replied that everything was fine, but that something seemed to be wrong. She carefully opened her bag and put her hands inside, anxiously searching for something. Then she took out the apple that the young man had given her on the first leg of the journey at the crossroads. Through hysterical crying, Anna said that the fruit had been crushed. But he tried to reassure her and tell her that it was nothing to worry about, so she shouldn't worry about such a trifle. Elizabeth noticed this situation and decided that Lupin had everything under control, because he had foreseen this possible outcome when he distributed the bananas. The dragoness Amelia continued to hold her empress by the legs, keeping up with her and enjoying the long-awaited meeting. All the time, these four were in an unknown space where there was no gravity, so they just flew when there was no ground under their feet. The golden-winged pet began to get angry because her owner was always looking at an ordinary guy, Lei, and paid attention to her only once. So she got angry and asked the Empress about this young man, and Elizabeth replied that this was the legendary hero with whom she had been living all this time. Then the girl turned to Lei, thinking that he had stolen her mistress for 500 years, and now he wanted to steal her heart. So she was determined to get rid of the boy, and at the same time, all the resentment. The warrior introduced himself with a smile on his face, saying that his name was Lupin, and that he was very happy to meet him. And Amelia continued to think of a plan to destroy the legendary hero. After all, she had now reached the level of a demon king, and she could match the queen in strength. So if they teamed up, they could definitely kill him. And immediately she moved on to transforming into the body of a winged beast, and used the technique of the Dragon Queen's claws. Her eyes burned with yellow flames, and she took over the image of the mythical monster only partially in her hands, using them to make a strong punch, during which she shouted that she was also glad to meet. And then it tried to inflict heavy damage with its paws to severely injure the hero and neutralize him. But suddenly she returned to the image of a normal girl and felt a strange power that could stop her. Le Ping held his head and apologized for not reacting in time. His body shone as if it were covered with stars. His shirt looked like crystal. Amelia was shocked. The attack she used could have easily destroyed the whole city, and the guy was able to simply deflect it. After that, he reached forward and calmly said that it was his turn to act. The golden dragoness was frightened, for the young man seemed no less terrifying than her mistress. Therefore he could really defeat her, who had already reached the level of a demon king. Frightened, she tried to cover her entire body with her hands in an attempt to protect herself and beg them not to do anything to her. But Lupin simply stretched out his hand to give it to the girl who had fallen after being hit, and thus help her. And then he said he was really sorry because he didn't have time to shake her hand. Then he turned to Elizabeth and understood her calmness, because it turned out that this dragon girl was her friend. Amelia still could not come to her senses. The legendary hero shook her hand and called her friends with the demon empress. Her Highness replied that it could be said that way, but to be more precise, the girl is her riding animal, which is needed to move quickly without using her own strength too much. The boy smiled a little awkwardly as he imagined a picture of Elizabeth sitting on the neck of young Emily, moving along the ground. With a flick of her wrists and the use of her magic, the Demon Queen was able to open a portal that would take them to another world. All the energy was concentrated on the travelers, and having enveloped them in magic, the portal quickly exhaled in space like a soap bubble. Elizabeth teleported everyone to the newcomer's village, where she had already lived with Lee in his house for a long time. So she decided that was enough adventure for one day. Amelia admired her mistress's skills, because the place she was able to create only after reaching the level of Demon King was absorbed by Her Highness in an instant, without any effort. So she was truly worthy of the title of Queen. And the legendary hero was surprised that it was really so easy to return home. And once again, he was convinced that as long as Elizabeth was by his side, all his problems did not matter. Suddenly, Anna started coughing heavily and covering her face with her hand. She turned away from everyone and said that it was too much for her, so she couldn't take that much stress on her energy. Suddenly, the orphan began to fall and white foam flowed from her mouth, indicating complete exhaustion. But as the girl herself managed to explain, she was losing consciousness from the teleportation. Elizabeth, the Demon Queen, ordered the boy to take the girl to the house so that she could get enough rest. In the meantime, she had to have a conversation with Amelia. Lee obediently ran to fulfill the order and carried his fainted sister in his arms to lay her on the bed to gain strength. A relatively small dragon girl asked her mistress what she wanted to talk to her about. She was full of energy and asked for orders from her mistress so that she could finally start serving and protecting her again. Then Elizabeth quietly asked if her pet knew anything about the Dark Guild of the Demon Kingdom. And Amelia thought that even though she hadn't been in the outside world for 500 years, she had received some news from the demon realm before she went into hibernation. Then she suddenly remembered that the guild was founded by that young man Malfoy, who was her subordinate and human prince. The Demon Queen was trying to remember a man like Malfoy, and it seems that something was connected to him. The pet dragon immediately asked her mistress what was wrong, and she was ready to obey any order. Even if she didn't know how to do so, she would quickly learn. The Empress continued. She heard that this dark guild had committed a large number of murders under the ghost of her resurrection, so this made her displeased. Amelia did not understand what it meant to resurrect the queen. She was alive and well, and it was disrespectful to her. So she asked the Empress what she wanted her to do. Her Highness has ordered me to make them disappear completely from this world, but she is not to disclose her whereabouts. The dragon girl understood her goal and was ready to fulfill it. Elizabeth called the girl very obedient, and promised that when she accomplished her goal, she would set her free. Then the dragoness would be free to do whatever she wanted. Then the pet opened her sharp wings and said that she could always be relied upon for anything. She was determined to destroy the Dark Guild forever, and her eyes were burning with motivation, because if the lady freed her, she would really be able to do whatever she wanted. Then she could climb into bed with the queen every night, just like when she was a child. After that, the dragoness jumped up into the sky and flew to fulfill her mission, leaving behind a column of smoke. But suddenly, an unknown missile flew right at her, trying to destroy the girl, and seemed to interrupt her. Suddenly, there was a huge explosion. It seemed as if a sunstar had exploded somewhere in outer space, and the sound wave stunned everyone. But the girl managed to survive and tried to understand who dared to attack and injure her. Because to pierce her skin, he would have to be at least a demon lord, and that's extremely dangerous. So she decided that she had to get rid of the potential threat to the queen. There was a Vankai on the ground, launching missiles and trying to destroy an unknown air target that was not in the space of the newcomer's village. So he then launched the weapon again, raising the level of protection to the second, which was too strong. Amelia saw this and was terrified, because now there was a direct threat to her life, which could end right now. The missile flew rapidly at the girl, leaving behind a fiery arrow that produced heavy smoke that made it difficult to see everything clearly. To protect herself from the deadly weapon, the dragon girl used the skill of the Dragon Queen's wings, which she quickly unfurled around her body. She felt funny that the mechanical dog had chosen her as his opponent, and added that he had come across the wrong person. But then at one point the look changed and she broke into a cold sweat of fear. Wankai launched dozens of powerful missiles against one of his targets to precisely destroy it in one salvo. The girl was completely on fire, as each shell hit the target precisely. She was all damaged and badly bruised. Its body, like an extinguished flame, smoked gray. Its powerful wings were covered in holes. But Vankai did not stop because his target was still alive, so he raised the defense level to the third. Suddenly, the iron dog heard insulting words spoken in a threatening tone. It was Elizabeth, who ordered the dragoness to leave the man alone because he was her subordinate. The iron animal understood and added the man to the whitelist. According to it, the people who were there had the right to access anything. Amelia could barely stay in the air, and tears were streaming down her face. This place was terrifying for her because she could not even defend herself there. Meanwhile, Le Pen was making something from his own orange, cutting it into several pieces. Then he took some iron tools to continue his recipe. He put the fresh fruit in a juicer and made a vitamin-rich juice. He gave it to Anna and told her that if she was dizzy, orange juice would help clear her mind of everything that had happened to her during the trip. The girl thanked Lupin for his attention to her and began to taste the wonderful fresh drink that was supposed to help her. After taking one sip, she began to feel changes in her body. It seems her brother was right about the healing powers of his juice. She could feel every drop of the drink. She understood its taste, felt it on a molecular level. She could even describe how liquid it was. Each piece of fruit pulp had magical powers. When it bursts, it creates a magical force that activates all the nerve cells in the body and relieves fatigue. Her eyes were filled with wonder. The feeling she had was like a high-level divine magic. It was as if her body was enlightened by a healing drink that got into every part of her body, and then her mind was purified. An image of the nun who had been watching her in church appeared in Anna's mind. But now she looked scary and had red eyes. And then, with bloody lips and sharp animal teeth, she said that it was enough to hide her true nature. The orphan sat motionless from such hallucinations and could barely hold the glass of juice with her hands. Meanwhile, Lupin finally found time to rest and laid down on the couch and enjoyed it. Going for walks was clearly not for him. Then Elizabeth burst through the door, unexpectedly opening the door. It seems it was time for her to be alone as well. When she entered the room, she saw Anna sitting there without moving, and she turned to the girl because she felt that she remembered everything. After that, she also sat down on the couch and told me that the orphan's ancestors had sworn to her that the Jimji clan would always be loyal and serve only her. "So if your blood is fully awakened," the Demon Queen said, "then the power of the oath must be as well." Anna's pupils shrank sharply and became the size of a small dot, and at that moment she had an epiphany. She felt like an insect in comparison to the great and powerful Empress of the world, whom she must faithfully serve until the end of her days. It was then that she realized that Sister Elizabeth was in fact the legendary Demon Queen. Then the woman corrected her words and said that it was Elizabeth, the ruler of this world, who was right. But the girl was surprised, because according to historical records, she died with the hero. Then the question arose as to who Lupin's brother was. The guy was embarrassed to talk about this, so he started scratching the back of his head again, but still said that he was most likely the legendary hero. Then Anna made up a story in her head and said that it must have been like this. Lupin's brother and sister Elizabeth fought for life and death. The queen tried to destroy him, and he defended himself with a legendary sword. But after a month of endless battles, they developed feelings for each other that went beyond the rules of the spell. As a result, they gave up the fight for the title of the strongest in the world and fell in love, putting their feelings above the coveted power. Therefore, since then, they have lived in seclusion for 500 years, enjoying each other and living apart from everyone else. The Demon Queen listened to the whole story and said that this is how it was. But the young man abruptly jumped up from the couch and yelled at Anna not to say anything stupid, because she would offend Elizabeth. And the woman told the girl that as a descendant of a demonic family of the strongest warriors, she had slipped into such a state and was disgracing the demon clan. Then the legendary warrior asked if the sister really belonged to a powerful demon clan. But Anna was ashamed because all the time she was hiding her power and magical energy, trying to appear as another person. Her Highness looked at the orphan and asked that this must have happened about 600 years ago. A child named Jimji woke up, her eyes glowing red as she used her magical power and her fighting skills improving significantly. However, as her power grew at an incredible rate, she became incredibly cruel. Only constant killing could satisfy her. In just a few years, she plunged the northern territories of the Demon Queen into chaos, and more than 100 elite warriors under the Empress's command were killed. This only increased the ambition of the cruel child, and so she came to the castle trying to challenge Elizabeth. Of course, Her Highness quickly overcame him and sealed his hard side. He has since repented that his family will be loyal to her. The queen won again and got herself a strong subordinate who will not go anywhere now that she owns him. Anna's hands were shaking, but she tried not to show it, and continued to hold the glass of healing juice. She was ashamed, but she began to tell me that she knew nothing. All I remember is living in a church orphanage, and the nuns, brothers, and sisters were her new family. Her Highness added that the girl had killed everyone in the orphanage when she went crazy, unable to accept reality, and so she imagined that she was waiting for the nun to return. But with such power, Jimji could have seized power, so why he retreated was unknown. Orphan Anna began to cry again and could not hold back her sadness as she remembered her brothers and sisters who grew up with her. Lupin broke into the conversation and asked if they hadn't met her brothers and sister at the market. But Elizabeth told him to forget about it without explanation. Then the queen used magic and with a wave of her hand again used the portal to form. She did it to simply expose the lies and see who her so-called younger brothers and sister really are. A portal opened in the middle of the room and showed two toys that looked like boys and one that looked like a girl. They were lying among other toys that no longer looked like people. Anna looked at this with sadness and turned to her so-called relatives with whom she had been with for so long. She thought they were real people, calling her to play with them, telling her how they were doing and asking when she would be back. It was as if they were stretching out their hands to her through the gate, begging her to come to them as soon as possible because they missed their sister so much. Then Elizabeth quickly closed her hand into a fist and the portal disappeared into space, along with the hallucinations about Anna's siblings. After that, the Demon Queen explained that the girl still uses her magical power to support the dolls, and therefore cannot rise above the level of an ordinary magician. Then Lupin realized what was going on, and all his questions about the orphan were answered. The Empress continued that the girl had awakened her power to protect her loved ones from the dark apostles, and then went crazy and killed her family, so this is the reality she had been avoiding. Then the poor girl went crazy. She was clutching her head and shaking. She was breaking out in a cold sweat, and her eyes were full of fear, because she thought that all this could not be real. Her head was almost splitting from the pain, and her whole body was shining with an amazing purple light that filled the room as energy poured out of her. Then Elizabeth decided to stop the performance because she didn't want to waste her time on such things. She hit the girl on the head with her powerful, albeit frail, female hand so that she would finally calm down. Anne lost consciousness and seemed to be slowly floating in space. There was a scratch on her forehead from the Queen's hand, and her glasses were broken. Then the legendary hero tried to grab the girl so that she wouldn't hit her head even harder on the floor and get worse. And the Demon Queen told Lupin that she understood his desire to help, but the madwoman had only temporarily lost consciousness. And if she can't control herself again and loses her mind, the whole city will be destroyed. The guy understood everything, but he wanted to fix everything and save not only the girl, but the world. Now all the friends have moved to the Holy Church where Anna and her injured relatives spent their childhood. The girl was lying in bed resting, and the legendary hero was sitting next to her and watching her physical condition. The orphan slept for a long time because after what had happened to her, she needed strength to restore her body. So after many hours, she finally opened her eyes. After she woke up, she turned to Lupin's brother and asked if he had brought her back on his own, because she was worried that she had brought him a lot of trouble. But as it turned out, the boy had used Elizabeth's portal. He asked about the girl's condition, but she began to cry and said through her tears that she remembered everything, that there was no nun, and that she was actually the murderer. The young man tried to fix the situation as he promised, so he said that it was not true, and in fact she was just trying to protect her brothers and sister. She couldn't stop her hysteria, so she kept blaming herself for running away after she lost control. Meanwhile, Lee was sewing something and said that it was the Dark Guild's fault, but in fact she didn't want to lose control after waking up, so he told her to stop putting the blame on herself. Anna covered her eyes with her hands in shame and said that she had killed them, and that there was no way to change that. The young man ignored her words and emphasized the importance of details in creating a doll. He told the girl that she was doing a great job, but out of fear that filler might come out somewhere, she tied too many knots. Because of this, the doll simply loses its soul. So deep into the process, the boy asked for permission to help untangle these threads and redesign the toy a bit. He completely disassembled the dolls into separate parts and laid them out on the floor to sew them back together perfectly. The girl did not like it and yelled at Lupin for what he had done to her brothers and sister. Her eyes turned black again and her body began to shake. It was like a sudden state of agony that Anna could not control or stop herself. To calm her down, the guy started quoting Shakespeare. "Don't be afraid, the island is full of sounds, rustling, whispering, singing. They are pleasant, they do no harm." Anna lay there as if in a heavy rain in her feelings, and Lou continued to quote, sometimes as if hundreds of instruments were ringing in her ears. The girl lay on the ground motionless and lifeless, as strong memories flooded her mind, and her own accusations took over her emotions. It was as if she had emerged from a cold sea, and as she turned around she tried to figure out where she was. But suddenly, straight from the heavens, like sunlight, a strong and reliable hand stretched out to help her deal with all this. He came down to earth as if he were some kind of deity who could solve all the troubles on earth. And from his hand came the warmth of the sun. The poor orphan, who had just woken up, shielded her eyes from the light that was blinding her, and a pleasant rain continued to fall on her glasses. The legendary hero, peering out from among the clouds, told her that I would finally dare to look at this clear sky. He was gigantic compared to the girl, so he could easily grab her from under the water with his palm and pull her toward him. Anna was able to cough up the water that had gotten into her lungs and get warmth from the guy who wanted to save her. And he succeeded. When she returned to conscious reality, the girl was bewildered and wondered where she'd just been. Meanwhile, Lupin remade the doll for Anna and named it Raphael. It was an angel doll that exuded peace and an unearthly warm glow. He had small white wings and incredible green eyes that stood out against his fair skin. The legendary warrior hoped that this thing would help his sister heal and start a new, peaceful life. He handed the toy to the girl as carefully as if it were a perfect angelic baby that had just descended from heaven to earth. Anna held the baby in her arms and began to feel things that had happened before in her life. It made her excited. She began to cry a lot and realized that the energy of her late brothers and sister, who had passed away long ago, was coming from this doll because of her own actions. Due to her distorted perception of everything that was happening, Anna saw many of the children she grew up with in the orphanage around her brother Lepin. It was as if they were saying to her that they were finally free, and she didn't have to worry about them. And then they began to disappear into space and dissolve with the air, leaving her again. The orphan held a new toy in her hands and shouted through her tears that she would always defend the church for her relatives, no matter what. Lee stroked her head to calm her down and told her that the sky always clears up after heavy rain. And then he breathed out a sigh of relief and thought that he had fortunately learned about psychotherapy from the books he had previously received from the system. But just in case, he would still have to read them in the future. The Demon Kingdom, the swamp of death, is teeming with unpleasant energy, and there is chaos and dirty air everywhere. There are a lot of stinking corpses of unknown creatures on the ground, which is the source of the bad air. It is here that Emily, the dragon girl, flew to fulfill the queen's instructions. She looked at the place from a bird's eye view and felt terrible about what she saw. Few people liked to be here, except for the residents themselves. She cautiously flew around sharp rocks that could easily injure her wings, which were already damaged by Vankaya missiles. Then the winged girl found a place to ground herself and think about the plan of further actions to destroy the monsters. The girl decided that it was unacceptable and humiliating to turn the lands of the Demon Queen into such a dirty mess. Looking around the grounds, she gazed at the main site, which looked like a dirty island that she had to capture. Next, Emily calculated the speed of her possible jump, so she would quickly push 1 foot off the ground. After that, she landed perfectly on a cursed island full of monsters and terrible demons. She shook off the dust that was on her feet from touching the dirty rocks and walked confidently toward her goal. Through the dirty fog, we could see the unclear silhouettes of some creatures, whose mouths were filled with words about how food had finally come to them. The terrible creatures had already divided the dragon girl into separate parts that they wanted to eat. Some wanted her soul, some planned to take her spine and nails, and some wanted her legs. The monsters were very slow and obese, which made it easy for the girl to stop their steps in her direction with one movement. She was unhappy that these creatures treated Her Highness's land as if it were a garbage dump that they had created themselves. At the same time, the monsters got scared and, looking at the girl, were sure that someone would definitely lose today. Amelia walked confidently to the manager of the place, and the creature said nothing more in her direction, but only trembled and left her alone. A large purple monster sat sucking on a golden pacifier, which was the only thing that soothed him. From the outside, he looked like he was made of a big pile of slime. When he saw the girl, he asked her who she was and why she dared to come to the Dark Guild to sow confusion alone. His own name was Kurtuzad, one of the 6 pillars of the Dark Guild and a 5-star demon sect. After introducing himself, he ordered the girl to come to him. Amelia tried to show with her disgruntled look that she had come there not to carry out orders from others, but to ruthlessly destroy everyone. All the walls were covered with purple bubbles, inside of which there were whole creatures or parts of someone's bodies. Some had eyes, some had whole faces. All the bubbles were connected by tubes that resembled worms. These were giant walls, and looking up, there was no end in sight. It seemed that instead of a ceiling, there was a black hole. This room was the main hall of the Dark Guild, where the top management of this place was located. In the darkness, a silhouette could be seen, quietly saying that it would sense the arrival of someone powerful on its territory. One of the 6 pillars of the Dark Guild, Farazdag Samavi, who was a 1-star demon lord, suggested that Ghana's troops had been completely destroyed in the invasion of the Holy Sword Guild. Therefore, they might have come to take revenge. Ruth Bader, also one of the 6, who was a 2-star demon sect, said it was not a problem because Kurtuzad would meet them. Another pillar, experiment number 24, which was an iron box with a large charge, addressed William Elizabeth, asking if he wanted to have some fun. The deputy head of the Dark Guild, Dago Cthulhu, said that whoever it was, even the swordmaster himself, if he dared to come there, he would never return. The dark silhouette whispered again that he had been worried about not having enough materials. And now, they came to him. It was old Voldemort Malfoy, the head of the Dark Guild, with a 1-star demon lord level. Suddenly Kurtuzad, who had first met Emily, was badly injured. His body was half-baked from burns, but still smoldering in some places. He could barely move, and wondered how it was that his abyssal magic was ineffective. Even his magical tools did not work. That's why he thought it was not good, since the girl's strength is infinite. Therefore, the best solution would be to use teleportation to return to the hall and pass the information on to others. But even before the portal could be created, it was completely destroyed by Emily's powerful blow, which crushed it like a rotten fruit. To do this, she used the claws of a dragon queen. Her arm became 10 times larger than her relatively fragile girlish body. In response to the sound wave from the explosion, other ugly creatures quickly began to move to destroy the girl. All of them were great apostles who were surprised that Mr. Kirtuzad was defeated by some child. That would have left 2 vacancies for the role of guild pillar. But they decided that after a hard battle, the girl should have been seriously injured. They wanted to unite and crush the dragoness, but to her, they looked like nothing more than another pile of garbage. Then Amelia decided to show them who she really is and perform a transformation to destroy them all. From its back came out and formed the upper body of a golden dragon, which could frighten monsters with its angry appearance alone. But besides that, he made the roar of a winged dragon, which almost knocked the apostles off their feet with its high frequencies. After that, their heads began to burst like bubbles, from which the black insides of their disgusting bodies flew out. Anyone who wanted to destroy Emily died instantly because of her magical ability to summon a dragon. So she went on confidently, walking toward the head of the Dark Guild. And all the while the corpses of the beheaded apostles continued to fall from the sky. It was very easy for her. She didn't even lose a drop of her strength. The only thing was that she was stained with the blood of monsters. The next step was to get to the main hall of the palace, so she quickly opened her wings and flew away. They tried to destroy her during the flight thanks to the lightning in the sky, but the girl flew around them without hitting any of them. Instead of a door to the palace, the walls were covered with a monster with 3 eyes and claws. At the entrance to the hall, to enter, you had to answer the monster's questions, and if the answer was wrong, the price for it was a life. Without letting him finish, Amelia immediately decided to act, so she swung her leg sharply. She hit the stone wall directly and smashed it into small pieces, thus clearing the way for herself to move on. The dragoness entered the main hall of the Dark Guild and immediately turned to Wheeze Malfoy. It looked like a giant egg that was wrapped in a lot of worms. The girl told the head of the guild that over the years he had become very ugly and had changed for the worse. The creature, who had no arms or legs and no hair on his head, laughed at these words and said that he was already quite old. Then he addressed the girl respectfully, saying that he hadn't seen her for a long time, and called her Lady Amelia. Suddenly, the old man's body was torn to pieces and all the tubes disconnected from his dead body. Some of the 6 pillars of the guild began to worry about the condition of their chairman, but one of them said that there was no need to worry. William Elizabeth wondered if the attack of the little girl who could destroy all the apostles and knock down the wall with one wave of her hand really worked on the great Wheeze Malfoy. Meanwhile, Amelia stretched a little tiredly, and said that she had had enough of such adventures for today, and then hid her dragon's paw. Suddenly, Malfoy's body began to recover rapidly, and he told the lady that, as expected, she had become much stronger. When his image was almost restored, he then asked why the girl had woken up and moved away from a long, deep sleep. And then, squinting his eyes, he asked suspiciously if she had managed to find the missing Miss Elizabeth. The dragon girl pretended not to understand the stupid question, so she simply did not answer it and continued to stretch her body. Suddenly, unknown tentacles began to break out from the ground, right under Emily, seeking to attack the girl and get the truth out of her. It was a grip of forbidden tentacles that still wrapped around her from head to toe, restraining any movement and preventing her from escaping. This was done by one of the 6 pillars. He was eager to defeat the Demon Queen's favorite, Elizabeth, and the Golden Dragon Queen herself so that the position of Demon Lord would be his. He was sure that once the girl's magical power was sealed, she would never escape his grasp. Amelia again pretended to be a stupid girl, as if she did not understand the meaning of the words that she would not be able to get out. Then she bit hard on the nearest tentacle that was near her head, trying to hurt the monster. The monster said that there was no point in resisting, because he was more powerful than her, so it would not work. And Amelia continued to do her job, confident that she would be able to leave the grip without putting much effort into it. So the girl sucked in the tentacles of the sea monster like spaghetti, thus gaining even more alien powers. It had already managed to escape the monster's strong grip, but it continued to consume its body to destroy it once and for all. He only called the girl stupid because he underestimated her strength, and he considered himself too big and powerful, stretching his body as much as possible. In a matter of seconds, he began begging for help from Headmaster Wheeze Malfoy to save him, as the sea monster was almost completely destroyed. Amelia quickly finished it, arguing that she hadn't eaten since waking up, and had already gone through several significant battles. Suddenly, one of the guild's other pillars, a woman, ran up to the girl and told her that she was giving up because she had to join the team against her will. She hoped that this way she could stay alive. Then she was able to get closer to the dragoness and send her a seductive kiss with her pink and moist-looking lips. It was her magic power. At that moment, Amelia was not herself and began to shake. Her eyes became frightened and her body inactive. The woman laughed at this and said that if the attack didn't work, then this would definitely work. She raised her hand to the dragon girl's face and sarcastically said that now that part of her property was hers. But suddenly, Amelia, whose mouth was stained with the remains of her large snack, burped loudly, releasing an unpleasant stomach odor in the woman's direction. Ruth Bader was furious at this action against her, so she felt very humiliated, especially because it was a little girl who did it. Just like a fire-breathing dragon, Amelia continued to emit a specific aroma from her body, accompanied by a characteristic sound. It was because of the octopus she had eaten. She felt as if it was multiplying in her stomach, so she decided to abort it in one go. William Elizabeth had not dared to join the battle before, because this one had not only killed the deputy head, but also wounded their father, so it became interesting to him. Then he decided to use the power of the Demon King of Deliverance to attack. The boy quickly jumped to the ceiling and tried to pounce on his new opponent, but of course he was weak compared to her. So the girl wrapped her wing around him, almost strangling him. Then she threw him up against the stone ceiling so that he would fly as far away from the palace as possible and not interfere. The guy hit the obstacle so hard that he flew through the ceiling, leaving a hole in it that clearly described the contours of his body. Toby's experiment number 24 involved the full release of the muscles and showed a different look. But Amelia was able to overcome it again, using the magical energy of her strong wings. With one flick of her wings, she destroyed another of the 6 pillars of the Dark Guild. Then the girl turned to Wiz again, telling him not to even think about taking the queen's place by bringing along this garbage, which she called his subordinates. Then she went on to say that the old man was not strong enough to become even her opponent, and he congratulated her on her rebirth to the level of a demon king. Then he said that he envied the girl because he, as a human being, did not have a long enough life to reach the same level. But Amelia was tired of listening to this nonsense. So she asked Malfoy if he was going to end his life or if he still hoped he could defeat her. The monster with human body parts laughed at her words and said that he, like Weiss Malfoy, would not dare to oppose Lady Amelia. But then, in a large egg that resembled a Fabergé, a silhouette with horns appeared. The head of the guild added that if the person whose image was visible joined them, it would change everything. Amelia broke out in a cold sweat at what she saw, and realized that a person close to her was in danger. Namely, it was about the Demon Queen Elizabeth, who wanted to find Wiz and finish her business with her. The old man laughed sarcastically and repeated that there was only a little time left. A month passed and nothing changed. There were no newcomers in the village and everything was as it was before. La was still working in his garden, and Van Kai was there to protect him. The guy decided to plant new fruits and experiment with the process of growing them to get something interesting. At first, I did everything as usual. I watered the plant and took care of it, and as a result he got a giant fruit tree that bore many fruits and even berries, such as watermelons. Lepin gathered the new harvest in a basket that could barely hold all the results of his fruitful labor. After that, he and Van Kai would return home, enjoying the incredible horizons of the peaceful place where they lived. The companion dog walked ahead of its owner and accompanied him, protecting him from accidents. Suddenly, the mechanical beast turned around because it did not see the man who had created it. As it turned out, Lepin was walking all the time lost in his own thoughts, and did not pay attention to how far behind his dog he was. But then he accelerated his movement and caught up with him to continue the journey together. Already in his backyard, the legendary hero sat holding the very sword that should have belonged to him as a warrior, and reflected. Even while preparing delicious food, Le was still absorbed in himself, not paying attention to the process of creating dishes. He served a wonderful meal to the Demon Queen, who continued to live with him and enjoyed the food. Her faithful subordinate sat next to her and did not touch his lunch, because his thoughts took over his own mind and actions. It was then that Elizabeth noticed that something unusual was happening to the boy, and his behavior did not match what it had been before. Even in the middle of the night, the young man could not sleep, because his thoughts would not leave his head. He has even tried to lie down with his eyes closed and his face completely covered with a blanket, hoping that it would help, but not at all. He finally decided to do something that had been bothering his mind for so long and had kept him from living a peaceful life. In the morning, when the birds were just beginning to wake up and sing, the boy was already up and prepared breakfast for the queen. When he served the meal, he immediately apologized to Her Highness for getting up early. Then he wished her a delicious meal and enjoyment. Elizabeth realized that this was all for a reason. So she told Lepin that if he had something to say, he should say it as soon as possible, because she couldn't stand to be beaten around the bush. Then the young man took the plunge and began the conversation by saying that after a year of communication with him, the Empress should have realized that he posed no threat to her, and that the hero and the Demon Queen could coexist peacefully together. So he thought long and hard and decided that it was time for her to leave his village of newcomers and take control of the world back into her own hands. Elizabeth, who was enjoying the delicious and fresh noodles, didn't understand why she had to do this. Ali said that at first he thought he would be able to live in peace by hiding in the village, but he didn't expect the system's words that the meeting between the hero and the demon queen was inevitable to be true. So he didn't go out, but she came to him, damaging the village's barrier. And 500 years passed outside, which led to a lot of chaos. Without her, as the ruler of that world, some dark guild appeared, which is just a small part of the disorder of the outside world. But Elizabeth still didn't understand why the boy cared so much about this issue, because it had nothing to do with their existence in the village. Lethen admitted that he was really confused then because of the disappearance of the barrier, and without the queen, it would have been difficult for him to survive. And if he hadn't known what was happening outside, he could have gone on with his life. And Her Highness stopped at the words that the boy could not live in this world without her. The young man went on and asked the queen to go and become the ruler of the world, because even though he is not a competent hero, he cannot continue to be selfish. And if this place is destroyed, he can go to work in the city. Elizabeth continued to eat and listen to Lei's thoughts on their cohabitation. After she finished her meal, she thought about it and found something to say to the guy, but first she had to clarify something. So she asked Lei if he wanted her to just solve problems in the outside world, because in reality, it's just a small thing, nothing more. Lepin's eyes lit up and he was happy that now the queen would be able to leave, and he would kindly help her pack. But she objected, because the outside world is not interested. But there are two ways to solve the problem. The woman perceived this as an attempt to drive her out of the village, but it would not work. Then the guy asked me with interest what were the ways to overcome the chaos. Elizabeth answered, "The first one is the easiest. She will cast a world-destroying spell to completely eradicate the problem, and everything will fall into place." But the legendary hero, without even listening, immediately said that this was a bad option and that it was unnecessary. Then the woman moved on to the second way, which is to find a suitable person to rule the world. She could teach him while staying in the shadows. Leping asked who could be suitable for the role of ruler of the whole world, except for the Empress, and she immediately replied that he was the only one who was suitable for this. The legendary hero could not understand how it was possible for him to rule the world. Then the queen decided to start teaching the young legendary hero, so she took him outside and gave him a golden sword. The boy was thinking about how it all turned out, but Elizabeth reminded him not to be distracted and to start training to master the legendary weapon. The woman sat and watched as he waved the spear mindlessly in different directions, barely holding it in his hands. She thought it was funny because it was like young Lee was trying to play with the demon queen, but he was too young for that. Of course, she accepted the fact that he was superior in terms of magical power, but this was not the main skill for a world ruler. But when it came to psychology and strategy, he was far behind and clearly no match for the powerful and intelligent Empress. Although when Leping told her to leave that morning, she felt very unhappy and emotional, she almost actually listened to him. But then, when she heard him say from the bottom of his heart that he couldn't live without her, she fully understood his cunning plan. Elizabeth was sure her subordinate knew full well that with their power they could destroy or control this world with a single thought. So the best thing they can do is just leave it to develop on its own and watch it change. And Amelia took care of the Dark Guild a long time ago, so you don't have to worry about it anymore. The queen thought that every day the young man wandered off in his thoughts, and today he woke her up early in the morning to talk nonsense about her going off and ruling the world. But she was sure he was trying to find an excuse to get her to pay attention to him. So it was obvious that after a year of communication, he had fallen in love with her. Meanwhile, Leping, holding a sharp sword, wondered if it was true that if you swabbed a weapon 1,000 times a day, you could improve your skills. But it sounded too simple. The queen kept thinking, being the strongest and enjoying it, being defeated by someone else. It's strange from a legendary warrior, but she is the only one in the world who can control him. At the time, she fantasized about a child of the strongest they could create. The real goal for Lepin, in her opinion, is to create a child that can transcend this world. This made her laugh, because she would not agree to it so easily. So first, she will let him improve his sword skills, because you need to become stronger to create a strong child. The boy could not understand the reason for his mistress's loud laughter, but he was not in the mood for that right now. The only thing that scared him was whether Elizabeth was really determined to teach him sword and magic so that he could destroy the Dark Guild. Suddenly, the sword began to shake in his hands and tried to slip away. After such actions, he exploded right when Lee was holding him. Then a young man with hair as red as a sword fell to the ground from a cloud of dust. His back was badly bruised from the fall. The legendary warrior did not understand how his weapon had disappeared from his hands, or where the unknown guy in his yard had come from. Did the sharp spear itself turn into a child, and why did it happen? The angry guy spoke to Lee and angrily called him a child. Then he introduced himself, the great spirit of the holy sword, Alpha. Elizabeth noticed from afar that something strange was happening, so she got up and decided to come closer to get a better look. Her eyes rested on a young boy whom she had never seen before. His gaze was harsh when he saw the Demon Queen, whom he had not loved for a long time. Then Alpha decided to attack the Empress using his hands, which took the form of sharp swords, and golden energy emanated from his whole body, just like from a sword. He decided to take revenge for his insults to Queen Elizabeth, so he was determined to destroy her with his own hands. But he didn't realize that his strength was much lower than that of the ruler of the world. So instead of the fatal attack he wanted to make, he received a hard slap on the wrist. With a simple kick, Elizabeth managed to push the boy away and send him high into the sky. After Alpha landed painfully on the ground and formed a hole under him, the Queen told him to sit down, and they would talk calmly. A large and painful lump formed on the young man's head, smoking like a volcano. Her Highness sat down comfortably in a chair, placed 2 young boys in front of her, and decided to have a conversation with them both. Lupin apologized to Alpha because he did not know that the sword had consciousness even after so many years of daily use in everyday life. And the guy laughed and said that of course he didn't know. But at the critical moment, when the hero was fighting the Demon Queen, he came to the rescue. And then he attacked Lei and was angry at what the boy had been doing to him for a year, using the holy sword to chop wood. Pin felt a little ashamed of this, but he tried to calm down the emotional attack of the offended Alpha, who reproached him for such exploitation. And he was even more angry that the hero, in fact, completely changed the plot and made friends with the Empress, so he did not deserve the title of legendary hero at all. Elizabeth interrupted the conversation and asked the spirit of the golden sword if he really wanted her to die soon. But he said that it was only because of stupid system settings. And now everything is different, because given the circumstances, she is now his savior. But the Dragon Queen no longer cared. She demanded only one thing. If the spirit is still here, it must help Lupin rule the world. This was a surprise to both young men. Alpha didn't understand why Her Highness no longer ruled the world, and Lee wondered why he needed help. After that, the Holy Spirit decided to address his true master and asked what kind of leadership he was talking about. He replied that although he had been inactive for a long time, he had decided to take responsibility, train, and then save the world. The Alpha was surprised that he needed to practice, because in fact Liu had practiced 100 times while chopping wood, and had accumulated experience equal to that of a Dragon King, and this was how he awakened the spirit. But the legendary hero didn't know that, so relying on his 2 mentors, Elizabeth and Alpha, he believed he could learn everything. The golden-haired boy did not understand this nonsense, so he began to explain to the master about his natural talent. But suddenly, the Demon Queen used magic and prevented the boy from telling everything. For using magic, she temporarily sewed his mouth shut so that he could not utter a sound from his lips. Then the woman decided to have a conversation with the child and explain something to him, so she asked Dupin to wait a minute. She grabbed Alpha's shirt like a kitten by the skin, frightening him. Then Elizabeth went behind a tree, and with her magic hand, she carried the young boy with her. Lupin, meanwhile, did not understand what was happening. There, the Dragon Queen had a rather emotional conversation, using physical force to explain her plan for the legendary hero in a clear way. The guy came out from behind the tree covered in scratches and with a black eye, and he had another painful lump on his head that was steaming. Afterwards, the spirit of the sword approached the owner and said that he understood everything, and that no matter what happened, he would cooperate with him. Elizabeth said that it was enough just to talk, so they should start learning how to use the sword so that they can begin their adventures in the outside world as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in another city outside, the sun was shining brightly and warming all the residents, gathering them in the streets. People were talking among themselves that the Grey Wolf Guild was recruiting new members, and the pay was acceptable. So if you're considering a job change, you can look into it in more detail. They sold crispy fried chicken fresh from the fire. They advertised it as the best choice for a snack when you go to watch guild competitions. It was the city of Titano, which was a territory controlled by the Holy Sword Guild. Elizabeth told the boys that her magical powers told her that a large-scale event was about to take place in this city. Also, there were a lot of people there, so she could get a lot of information. And Lupin added that he knows that the first blood to world domination is the collection of information. Alfie didn't like it very much. He didn't want to accompany his new friends, wasting his time in such a boring city. Then, to calm the young man down, the Demon Queen told him that if anything happened, she could break him into 2 pieces. Therefore, the holy legendary spirit rushed at his master and said that he was at his disposal at any time and ready for battle. Meanwhile, Lupin saw the postcard lying on the floor next to him. His mind was on it, so he didn't pay attention to the little boy. He knelt down and picked up a piece of paper because similar leaflets were scattered all over the city, and it was obvious that an interesting event was being planned. The ad featured a red fist on a black background and a caption that said it was a guild competition. Liu decided to ask Elizabeth exactly what the competition was and if she knew about it. And she explained that the guilds send their representatives to fight among themselves for victory. Suddenly, the sound of a stick hitting a drum resounded throughout the city, drawing the attention of all the people walking in the square. The sound was coming from a large palace where the competition was taking place. They had already announced that the participants were entering the arena, and it was time for the spectators to place their bets. There were different recommendations everywhere about who to bet on. Someone recommended the Holy Sword Guild. Others emphasized the elves, who sent their own people this time, and they also reminded me of the card guild that became a celebrity. Lupin was curious about what was happening there, so he reached out to the Demon Queen and offered to go see. They quickly ran across the square and reached a giant arena with a large number of steps covered with a red carpet. Suddenly, the two travelers were stopped by an angry bull, who did not allow them to go to the competition. It was a security guard who had a magic controller, thanks to which he sensed that the two had come without tickets. Lupin stopped Elizabeth and heroically said that he would deal with the problem himself. After that, I spoke to the guard, because the price on the leaflet was 10 gold for one ticket, so he took out a bag of money and offered to buy it now. And the bull said that now you can buy tickets from him, but the remaining ones were monopolized by him, so he sells them for 200 gold pieces. The legendary hero was surprised that there are also fraudsters in this world who are trying to get as much money as possible into their pockets. The Demon Queen was watching, and imperceptibly moved her fingers, using magic. She was able to enchant the guardian bull, so that it would do what the Empress ordered it to do. So the giant almost kneeled down and offered Latu VIP tickets, begging him to accept them, because it was a great honor for him to serve the legendary warrior. At the time, the guy didn't understand what had happened, so he just took the free tickets and went to the arena. There was a separate entrance to the VIP seats, and at the entrance there were well-dressed servants who let important guests in. The young hero's eyes were dazzled by the beauty of the place they came to, because the places really corresponded to very famous people. In the shadowy backstage area, we could see the silhouette of a respectable man who at first did not want to reveal his identity. It was Tagore Severus, a wizard literati whose identity was unknown. He was sitting in a chair smoking a pipe and writing something down with a golden magic quill. There was also old Brian. He was an always drunk blacksmith who belonged to the kingdom of the dwarves. Luna Sogus, the orange sword, and Anna Sogus, the purple sword, both belonging to the Holy Sword Guild, sat together. Suddenly, the latter turned to her partner Luna, drawing attention to the new guests, Lupin and Elizabeth. She was surprised to see that they were also invited. It was the first time the legendary hero was in such a big arena, so he was a little nervous, and the Demon Queen was hungry and asked him for something to eat. The women from the Holy Sword Guild continued to follow the guests, and decided that they would keep an eye on them all the time. Suddenly, the host's loud voice was heard throughout the arena, asking all the guests to give him a warm welcome. The strange man fell as if straight from the sky and spun around so much in flight that it was impossible for the audience to see him. He landed on a big chicken and wanted to go straight to the finals of the competition between the powerful guilds that had become finalists in previous battles. But first he decided to introduce himself. It was the host Goblin Gob, dressed in a brightly colored suit. And then without further ado, he asked the guests if he could finally introduce all 4 participants who made it to the final. At first, he voiced the name of a powerful man, a genius swordsman of the Holy Sword Guild, Price. The next was a terrible monster, the fierce general of the Giant Bear Guild, Gaiola. The third was an elegant and well-dressed participant who was nicknamed the handsome Elf Guild member, Travi. And last but not least, there was a special guest from the Holy Sword Guild, a representative of the Card Guild named Yi. After the introduction, the host deliberately kept the intrigue alive and asked in a suspicious voice who would be the strongest winner of this competition. Then he kicked a chicken, which served as his animal for transportation, and it flew high to the ceiling. That was the beginning of the legendary competition. After the start of the competition was announced, all the representatives of different guilds were ready to take the winning place. Travi, representing the Elf Guild, called his opponent from the Giant Bear Guild a pile of muscles, who looked too stupid for him and resembled cannon fodder. Gaiola shouted at the whole arena that he would crush everyone present and laughed at this because he was sure of his victory. As for the Card Guild, the only reason they are eligible to participate in this competition is because they helped the Holy Sword Guild kill the 6 pillar demons. Because in reality, they are a second-rate guild. They were represented only by their leader, and he was no threat to Grass. So he thought further about who could really be a strong opponent for him in this battle, and soon came to a conclusion. He was a strong swordsman of the Holy Sword Guild, named Ching. Suddenly the giant foot of the giant of the Bear Guild stepped on the ground and left a trail, for Gaiola had already started the battle. He wanted to strike a ferocious bull, but all he could say was, "Twist, break, crush, and destroy." Then the magical warrior of the Elven Guild reached behind his back to use his main weapon. Calling his first opponent a primitive barbarian, he began to aim an arrow directly at the monster. The sharp weapon flew straight ahead, keeping its target on Jail to kill him at the first time. But it landed on the concrete floor, breaking it into small pieces. The arrow almost hit other soldiers in the competition, but they quickly managed to avoid defeat. With a strong hand, the monster pulled that magic arrow out of the floor in one motion to take revenge on its owner. Then Gaula called Travi a woman for using such rude words against him, so he was determined to kill him first. Then he squeezed the stick with the sharp end and broke it into 2 pieces, dropping it on the floor. That arrow was unusual, so it instantly turned into a green plant and stuck its roots in the concrete hole. Then it quickly grew through the ground, and having grown to a significant size, tried to attack the giant. This weed, which instantly appeared everywhere in the competition arena, was a magical skill called the root cage. Then the elf shouted that such an uncultured beast as his opponent should be locked in a cage. But Gaula just laughed at this because he did not believe that some rotten roots could be stronger than him and hold his whole big body. So, using a bull ram, he was determined to destroy all the plants that appeared. But they began to attack the monster, holding his arms and legs so that he could not move. His face was covered with an unknown substance that came from those strong roots. The archer explained that these are eucalyptus roots. That's why they shrink when you hit them and release a very sticky liquid. Then someone decided to use a magic sword to fight. Suddenly, the entire pile of roots was cut into small pieces and destroyed. And thanks to her, the handsome man planned to grab a card guild representative named Yi, who had been standing by all along. Travi was surprised at the extraordinary speed of his second opponent, for even the magic roots could not reach him. But the destroyed plants were the result of the hands of the swordsman Price, who was from the Holy Sword Guild. He quietly apologized for destroying all the young man's vegetation. Travi laughed suspiciously and said that he could pay for such an act with his own death, for the victory over such an enemy would make him delighted. Then the boy used his magic bow again and aimed at the swordsman. He also used a fierce butterfly dance as an additional weapon, which was part of his skills. Ching grasped the holy sword with his hand and said to himself, as if meditating, that he had no doubt, fear, or surprise. Then, having calmed down, he suddenly opened his eyes and shouted that he did not exist. Then he used the blue bird spell and sharply swung a sharp spear in front of him. Thus he cut all the magic butterflies in half and stopped their attack. Suddenly, Travi's arm was severed and flew to the other end of the arena, staining everything around him with blood. The handsome elf, who had lost his limb, did not understand how this was possible. Then he fell to the ground in pain, realizing that he could be the first to leave the game, even though he was injured. Someone's feet were coming closer and closer to him, but the guy didn't even look up. It was Ching, who pointed his sharp weapon at the young man and firmly said that he had lost. Travi, saddened by his defeat, told the winner that he truly deserved to be called the genius of the Holy Sword Guild. And then he paused briefly, saying that he was also a genius of the Elf Guild. Suddenly the magic butterflies appeared again, and one of them landed right on the end of the spear without hurting itself. Other insects that emitted energy began to completely occupy Price's body and face. After that, the wounded animal used the butterfly explosion technique, which could immediately destroy the enemy. From the explosive green cloud, the weapon of the soldier who was in the center of the flash flew sharply to the side. But the man is still alive because he was able to stick out his leg, which was the center of support at the time, through the dust curtain. He was completely smeared in the mud that resulted from the detonation and death of the butterflies themselves, but he had no wounds on any part of his body. And his magical defense landed, sticking deep into the floor. Meanwhile, the creature was up to something again and used more magic to finally finish off the enemy, which would give him a great victory. He began to emit a beam from his mouth that resembled a laser erupting from it. A giant plant with thorns on its stem and strong roots that held onto the concrete appeared right there. It was an incredible healing flower, the lily that he created to put his arm back in place that he had lost in a fight. The plant stuck to his shoulder like a leech, where his arm was missing. And the guy claimed that the Holy Sword Guild was really strong. The flower seemed to take the place of the limb, thus replacing it. But gradually the roots seemed to begin to dissolve in the air and fall to the ground. And Travi ridiculed Ching, calling his attacks too simple and saying that this was his big flaw. His arm was fully restored, so thanks to the blessing of the holy tree, he believed that the elves had become the strongest of all. This went on until Gaola appeared behind him and hit the young man on the head with his pumped-up arms. The monster was laughing, because from the very beginning he had said that the elf would be the first one he would kill, and blood flew all around. Travi's head was smashed to pieces, as well as all other parts of his body were crippled by the attack. The monster, whose body really did resemble a pile of muscles, grumbled under his breath that braggarts annoyed him the most. With a wild look and red eyes, he turned to Price and said that now it was his turn. Meanwhile, the mighty warrior thought about the aura that emanated from the furious beast. The spectators in the arena were proud of the muscular animal and supported his inhumane actions with their shouts. The host announced that the audience was excited about Gala's revenge, and the first to leave the competition was the handsome Travi from the Elves Guild. The goblin continued to shout, and the microphone that it didn't matter how he left it. What mattered now was whether the wounded Ching could withstand the monster's attacks. Meanwhile, the mighty warrior reached up in search of the weapon that belonged to him. Suddenly, the sword that flew out during the explosion began to tremble as it stuck in the ground and tried to break free. He succeeded, so he quickly returned to his owner's hands, leaving a blue trail in the sky. And Ching wondered how the monster had managed to escape from the cage, and realized that it had used its sweat. Stinky Gala relied solely on his physical strength and was confident of his victory. Step by step, he crushed the ground beneath him, and then proceeded to free up 70% of his muscle mass. Then the quick Ching seemed to slip away from the monster's blow high into the sky, preventing it from killing him. And then he used the magic technique of 5 instantaneous strokes with his blade. Gaola began to move away from this technique like lightning, and Ching was able to land successfully on his feet. Electrical impulses ran through the monster's body, which were supposed to cut through its skin deep into its muscles. But the mad monster didn't care. He didn't even feel any pain because of it. And he noticed that his mighty sword was damaged, which theoretically had bad consequences. While he was thinking, Gala began releasing his muscle power at 80% and jumped to strike again. The swordsman tried to defend himself with a damaged magic blade to somehow repel the attack. The force of the blow threw him to the other end of the arena, and he rolled like a ball. He managed to get to his feet, but was speechless when he saw what had happened to his sword. The weapon resembled an ordinary bent piece of iron lying on the floor. Gaola had already moved on to unleashing 90% of his muscle power. At that time, his punch could have been deadly. He tried to attack, but Sin managed to defend himself against them, so the monster punched him right into the ground. Lepin was closely watching the intense match, so he asked Elizabeth who she thought would win. The woman did not want to answer, so she continued to watch what was happening. Meanwhile, the Soga sisters from the Holy Sword Guild wondered how the weapon forged by the strongest dwarves could be broken so easily. Anna tried to understand when the members of the Giant Bear Guild had become so strong. Could it have been the Dark Guild? Meanwhile, behind the scenes, special guests discussed how the competition was going and made probable outcomes. A young man named Hui, who was a gray swordsman and belonged to the Holy Sword Guild, approached Elder Ba Li because he had questions about the apostle, and the oldest sword Ba replied that the two should be able to handle themselves. But he asked Beers to confirm his thoughts. A small cup of coffee shook from the ground, trembling due to the blows in the fight. Bears McGee, the head of the Card Guild and a former Holy Sword member who had a 4-star level of the Demon Sect, said that he might be right. Everyone knew that Beers hated the Dark Guild. Not everyone knew what he had gone through to want to create his own guild to fight them. But in the past, he had personally killed hundreds of apostles. Suddenly, Uncle Bear saw the uninvited guests he had met before, namely Lepin and Elizabeth. He read their thoughts through the distorted prism of his own consciousness, so it seemed to him that if the soldiers did not live up to the Queen's expectations, she would immediately kill them all. And Bears thought that Lepin had come there to check whether the old man was using his cards and barley tea correctly. And fortunately, to meet his expectations, the old man did indeed master the basic skills. Meanwhile, the fight between Gala and Chin continued. The latter tried to dodge the monster's blows as quickly as possible. Because of the monster's numerous blows to the ground, it only got angrier and more uncontrollable. At that time, the swordsman had only one last trump card left. But was it appropriate to use it now? And then he decided that he must not doubt, but must remember the teachings of the swordmaster. Therefore, in order to enter the state of selflessness, he must put aside all distracting thoughts. Meanwhile, Gala was still using only his primitive strength and decided to rip the concrete off the floor his opponent was standing on. He took 2 pieces of ground cover and pulled at their ends as if they were ordinary carpets. Ching did not expect such a course of events, so he had to automatically rebuild his plan of action. For the first time, the monster had to use a high-level magic called an earth tablecloth. The swordmaster skillfully jumped off the waves that formed from the concrete roads in the sky. But in addition to this action, pieces of the floor began to twist and wrap around the man like threads. He did not think that such a primitive warrior could use magic, so he did not take into account the level of threat to him. The concrete carpet grabbed him inside and closed like a fist so that Ching could not get out of this trap. Gaola looked at the result of his efforts and mocked his enemy. Did he really think that the warriors of the Giant Bear Guild specialized in strength alone? But in fact, they also study earth magic. Therefore, their level does not take the place of those high-level guilds. He wanted to tap on the ball made of concrete where the enemy was sitting, but suddenly a microcrack occurred. Magic began to pass through her, touching the monster's hand and striking it like a charge of electricity. He quickly bounced away from the concrete layer, but the pain in his limb continued. And then he saw that his paw had been ruthlessly cut off in half, leaving a lot of blood in the wound. Meanwhile, the ball in which Ching was sitting began to turn into small crumbs of concrete and dissolve into thin air. And the entire arena was filled with his magical energy. The man used it while being completely calm and continued to tell himself about the absence of fear, doubt, and surprise. And the last was the phrase that he did not exist. Then again, his eyes looked very concentrated. The furious Gaola, like a real bear, ran at high speed at the sword warrior and shouted that he would kill him. But at the moment of his deadly leap, Ching used magic, and without using his sword, he cut off the beast's leg. He fell to the floor suffering from pain, having already lost 2 limbs. Then the mighty warrior of the blade said that the monster now had one last chance to survive, because otherwise it was finished. Angry, Gaola thought he was being played with. But at that moment he remembered the words of his teacher, who had instructed him to always use force, but not to use illegal drugs unless necessary. Then the strong man thought about it, because he did not expect such strength from the people of the Holy Sword Guild. So he hesitated whether he should use illegal substances in this case, because his body might not be able to withstand it. The big guy could not decide on the right action, so he just knelt for a while. And Ching told him that if he decided to give up the power that the Dark Guild had given him, he would spare his life. But Gaola has already found a hidden pill under his tongue that can give him incredible strength. So after swallowing it, he was sure that he would gain the level of a demon king and kill everyone present. But the substance did not have time to take effect, and the legendary warrior of the Holy Sword decapitated his muscular body in one move. Then Ching stood next to the corpse and contemplated his victory over such a monster. The head rolled like a ball to the other end of the arena, to the remaining roots that the elf had grown there. The skull stumbled over the stones and now lay motionless in one place, with its eyes closed. Meanwhile, a quiet representative of the Card Guild, who did not take part in any of the matches during this competition, was just waiting for the right moment. Under the white mask was actually a young daughter of bears, who was insecure about herself and her abilities. Relatively wise sword warrior. She used to study a lot in the Card Guild, and tried to master the same magic cards that were given to her family by Lupin. The elf learned how to feel the cards and how to control them so as not to spend too much of her own life force. Using the skills she had, she combined them with what she had learned during the trial, while living in the newcomer's village with her father. And of course, she didn't forget about barley tea, which served as a magic potion for her, healing her. But besides that, it allowed us to move to a new level, to change from a 5-star demon spirit to a 1-star spirit of a great demon. But meditation and reaching the next level took a lot of mental strength. But fortunately, this magical barley naiad helped to calm her thoughts and keep her from getting lost in the universe of cards. But then the doors to the hall opened and the warmth of the bright sun came from outside. Then old Bears came in, who was Elif's own father and with whom they had been through so much together. The girl was happy to see him because she had been waiting for her father for so long. She immediately asked him what had happened to the Holy Sword Guild. He replied that they had dealt with the guild's invasion, but that the internal problems were much more serious than he had expected. But Elif didn't know what to do now, because they needed to glorify Mr. Lupin's painting, and for that, they needed recognition from the Sword Guild. But Burrs reassured his daughter that although he hadn't met the swordmaster in person, he had helped them repel the Dark Guild's attack and had received something unexpected. Then the man threw a sack on the floor, which contained certain magical parts, namely the dark mechanisms of the great apostles. Elif had the spirit level of a great demon, so she was able to cleanse them in one day, but she did not understand why this was something unexpected. But his father's surprises did not end there, because the Holy Sword Guild allowed them to participate in the final of the guild competition. My daughter picked up a piece of paper that she had to fill out in order to participate in the battle. Then Burrs explained that if the girl participated and won, their card guild would be automatically recognized. She didn't know how to do it. All the previous participants were geniuses, and their strength was at least at the level of a demon sect, and she had just received the spirit of a great demon, so she was afraid that she would not only fail to become famous, but also be disgraced. The father reassured his daughter and said it didn't matter. The most important thing is confidence and determination because they are not what they used to be. And then I took out Mr. Lupin's deck of cards and told him to take it with him to the competition. Then the gap in levels would not matter. The girl remembered all this while standing aside in the roots of the bushes on the arena field. And she thought that even though her father had told her to take Mr. Lupin's cards, with her power, she wouldn't be able to use more than 6 at a time. It turns out that the rest of the battle will have to be fought only with copies of the cards, which will significantly reduce the strength of her attack. But in order to properly glorify the master's cards, she has no right to retreat. And then I remembered the most powerful phrase I had ever heard, namely that determination is the most important thing. She reached into the case where the deck was stored to start using it right away. And then throwing the cards into the air, she made a card cut. At the same time, she managed to cut the root traps into pieces to get to the center of the arena. After that, she stepped forward boldly, passing Jael's head, whose eyes lit up at the sight of the young girl. Ilif stood in front of Sin, but they were separated by a crack in the ground created by the monster. The sword warrior appreciated the way the girl had acted, first hiding her power and then acting at the end. But he was sure that she was not his rival, so it would have been better for her to surrender. His guild is indebted to her, Ching continued, so he does not want to harm her and is giving her one last warning. A drunken dwarf was sitting in the audience and saw such a weapon for the first time, so he was surprised to see it. Elif, throwing the deck from one hand to the other, decided to show that she was not going to quit the competition, and was serious. So then I used the magic trick called the card sword again. Her paper weapons began flying all over the arena, trying to attack her opponent and win, but Price was easily able to fight back. So he saw these as distractions because he knew the real goal was to impress him with another skill. But he did not plan to give the girl such a chance, so he attacked her. Then Elif realized that the warrior had figured out her cunning plan, so she would have to act differently. Suddenly she felt that one of the cards was under her foot, which could now save her from defeat. So the elf managed to dodge Price's sharp blow and found herself in the air, standing on her weapon. So then she was able to use the card cut again, to strike again. The sword warrior used a technique that seemed to envelop his body with protective energy, so nothing could harm him. He again deftly escaped from the cards and did not allow himself to be defeated. Once again, the representative of the card guild threw the deck into the air to make the combination she wanted. Then, folding the cards into circles, she pointed them at the opponent, and they flew like boomerangs. But it was all in vain, as Ching had extremely agile body movements and quickly deflected everything. The cards continued to fly in the air like birds heading for their specific target. The sword warrior wanted to direct his energy to the girl, but the card circles were a technique of card shackles that were supposed to restrain the enemy's movements. Back then, the entire arena was covered in a magic curtain through which nothing was visible. The host goblin commented on the battle and called the card guild's fighting style absolutely unique, so it was interesting to see what the surrounded Ching would do next. Meanwhile, the warrior felt that the energy of the sword was clearly weakening. So did Ilif manage to absorb his energy through such shackles. But he called it meaningless. So if a girl wants him to fight seriously, she has to be ready to die herself. But she understood everything perfectly well. The shackles would not be able to restrain him for long, but it was enough to buy some time. Then she managed to get the strongest cards and make a powerful liberation combination, which she learned while playing with Le Pen. The log rapidly flew straight into the sky to create an effect that matched the technique. Due to the large number of cards with a black suit in the form of a spearhead, Ilif managed to create a spade dragon. The whole audience was shocked by what was happening. First there was a strong attack, then blocking, and now a call. Tagore Severus, a prominent writer, thought it was worth writing down and studying later. And old Brian noticed that, thanks to their different combinations, you can use many combat techniques. So he wondered what kind of master made these cards. Meanwhile, Le Pen in the VIP seats admired the fact that the players had cards. So he thought, it seems that people from the outside world also know how to use them for attacks. And in the sky you could already see the silhouette of a dragon, which was created by a strong combination. So Ching decided not to waste any more time and to use his dedication and the maximum energy of the sword. Having freed his hands, he was able to use his own magic and repel the attack. After that, having accumulated magical energy, he instantly performed the technique of turning into a bluebird. Thanks to this, he rose to the level of a dragon in the sky and tried to destroy the winged demon right there. He succeeded. With a single flap of his blue wing, Ching destroyed the animal and it shattered into small parts, of which it was completely composed. And the sword warrior calmly landed on the territory of the arena, leaving a blue trail behind him. The cards that fell to the floor were damaged and partially burned due to Price's attack. Elif had already begun to be disappointed in herself because her main weapon was broken. Then she thought that the enemy was really very strong and she had the level of a 3-star great demon spirit, so she couldn't make up the difference using only cards, so she would have to use a real deck. The holy sword jumped to attack accordingly and said that the girl made him do his best. Then he struck a mighty blow and the poor elf was thrown back by the power of his energy. She was kneeling at Price's feet and he briefly said that it was all over now and he had won. With a smile on her face, Ilif said that she had indeed lost, but that was enough for now. Suddenly, something jumped in his direction from behind the sword warrior, but he didn't notice it because he was enjoying the victory. Suddenly he felt pain in his neck, but he could not understand what caused it. From his temple, right next to his eye, an unknown creature began to grow, consuming his mind and gradually his body. His eyes began to change color, and his usual appearance completely disappeared. The pupils shrank, and the sclera turned purple. After that, Price's signs of life disappeared altogether, and he could not move on his own. The defeated Elif also did not understand what was happening. Just as she was planning to move on to another attack, everything suddenly changed. Next to the sword warrior's head, the severed head of Gaiola, who was able to survive thanks to a banned drug, appeared. He looked even more like a monster under the influence of the substances. His image was very frightening, given that only his head remained of his body. In a matter of seconds, he began to be reborn into a great apostle, as if he were taking off his old skin. Now he had a new body that he liked quite well, so he continued to embrace it completely. And then I started to play around with understanding and learning how to use it and perform sword techniques. Then the host announced everything that had happened and said that the situation was getting out of control, because suddenly, Jail's head was able to control Price's body on its own. Instead of arms, the monster now had endless sharp tentacles that could strike not only the enemy but also the audience. People began to panic and run in different directions, because the protective barrier was about to explode, because someone had become an apostle from the Dark Guild. The Sagas sisters also jumped out of their seats and were frightened to decide what to do now and how to defend themselves. An ordinary literary magician did not understand the level of danger, so he continued to write everything down. Lupin was frightened, like everyone else, and turned to Elizabeth, asking her if they should intervene and help. And the Demon Queen said that it was not worth it, because if a legendary hero wants to rule the world, he must get used to such small changes. Otherwise, he would not succeed, so he just had to watch. He listened to her and obeyed the order, so he sat and watched the chaos continue. Meanwhile, Burrs drew his conclusions and realized that the two men knew about it, so they came to see if they could make sure the family could settle the case. This means that everything must be done to satisfy Mr. Lupin and the Empress of Demons. Next to him was an important old man who said that if he decided to save his daughter, it would prove that he didn't have enough people to deal with the Dark Guild. Since the Holy Sword is recruiting new people, he would like to see Burrs as an elder. Meanwhile, the Apostle Gaiola enjoyed his new body and wanted to make the most of it. Elif immediately realized from his appearance that the Dark Guild had intervened. The monster turned to the girl, making a remark about her manners towards him. Then the warrior threw the deck in the air and said that if her opponent was a Dark Guild, she had nothing to worry about. She began to make strong combinations using real Lupin cards to overcome the enemy. And the monster felt the powerful magic radiating from the elf, so he decided that it would be better to kill her immediately. Therefore, Gaiola rushed forward to destroy the sorceress with a weapon unknown to him and end this competition. But instead of a strike, there was a massive explosion, which made it impossible to see what was happening in the epicenter of the events. Then a magical warrior with a shield in his hands appeared over Alethea, thanks to which she remained alive and repelled the Apostle's attack. This was created by 4 cards of 5s, which built a divine protector. For Lupin, this whole action seemed quite familiar, so he was very surprised by what he saw. Brian, a drunken blacksmith, could not believe his eyes. Compared to the maps he had seen before, these seemed even more incredible. The literary magician tried to remember where he had heard of a summoned phantom. It reminded him of the 13 holy warriors he had read about in the books he had read. An old man next to Bears asked him if this was the same technique that had helped him overcome one of the 6 apostles. The warrior corrected that he had used 9 cards, which were stronger, and that his daughter had now taken 5 cards, which should have been enough. Elif sent a new batch of cards directly at the monster and ordered it to get out of the body of the sword warrior Sink. But for the monster it looked like a game, so he nimbly dodged the paper attacks flying at him. Suddenly, one card hit him directly, causing another huge explosion in the middle of the battlefield. Gaiola's strength was diminishing, and he did not understand how ordinary cards could have so much power. But suddenly the monster jumped high, calling Elif amazing, but first decided to deal with the captured body before returning to the girl. But he couldn't escape so quickly, because the elf had already created a new strong combination, thanks to which she struck the monster's head, temporarily stopping it. Then she directed the creature to a box held by a divine warrior protector. The creature was being thrown from side to side, and a strong attack was waiting for it from each side. He didn't understand what was happening because he had barely been born when he was about to be killed. Gaiola decided that it was time to throw himself into using his strongest defense technique. It was a transformation into a sword of fury, which he also wanted to use to strike. He managed to transform into a stronger version of himself, so the monster thought that his chances of winning were greater. But he didn't take into account one thing. His body was already in a giant magic box, from which it was impossible to get out. Then he got scared and realized that he was trapped in a place with transparent walls. It was a card trick of the Sacred Cube, which was part of the defensive warrior combination. Elif ordered her soldier to move on to the main goal and destroy the monster. Thanks to the magical power, the head of the Apostle Jail began to separate from the newly chosen body of the Holy Sword of Price. Therefore, under the fear of death, he began to beg for mercy. The cube began to shrink more and more and squeeze the monster, causing him pain. In the end, it turned into a dark mechanism of the great apostles, becoming a mere detail. And Qing was freed from the grip of the jail monster and fell into the arena. Then Then the powerful elf realized that she had accidentally struck a powerful blow. The holy swordsman was lying on the floor in pain from his experience. His body had suffered extensive fractures and injuries. In particular, his head was covered with bumps. Bierce was concerned that Mr. Le Pen and the Demon Queen would be pleased with such a skillful use of their gift. And the legendary hero realized that Ilif was in the arena, so it was no surprise that she seemed familiar to him, and he decided to remind Elizabeth of the guests they had once saved. Suddenly the woman turned toward Bears and asked who had disguised the girl so poorly. Then the man caught the Empress of the World's gaze, and he was afraid of her again, remembering her threats against him. He immediately bowed and apologized that he didn't want to spoil their viewing experience, so he didn't bother them. Le Pen was surprised to hear a familiar voice from behind him and turned around. There he saw Uncle Burs, and was very happy about it, because he thought he was there too. He also said that he had many questions for the man. He broke out in a cold sweat, wondering if Mr. Le Pen was disappointed in their card-fighting skills. An old man nearby asked who this young man was, whom the warrior respected so much. Meanwhile, a meeting was held in the palace again, attended by important people from the competition. The legendary hero asked his mistress why he was invited to the meeting again, and Elizabeth replied that it would be good for the boy to know about the current situation in the world if he was going to lead it in the future. Bears was already being congratulated on his victory, and he thanked the elder and wanted to discuss some small things with him later. But first, he decided to introduce his honored guests. First, he pointed to Le Pen, calling him a benefactor who saved him and his daughter from the Dark Apostle, and then he wanted to point to Elizabeth. But suddenly she used magic because her eyes began to glow with black flames. At the time, Bears and Ilif could not say a word because the queen had restricted their access to the conversation, as she did not want anyone to know her. The elder asked why they could not tell who the lady next to them was, but the seals she had left on people's necks for her own safety began to glow red, indicating that it was better not to say anything now. And Le Pen thought, perhaps his uncle is afraid to reveal that Elizabeth is the queen of demons, because it would shock everyone. And as soon as travelers go out into the outside world, they immediately create problems for others. Then the young man asked his empress whether he should call her a princess to better conceal her true identity. But the woman didn't care, so she shifted the responsibility to the boyfriend. So he decided to tell a fable that they were from a small country in the south. He's a minister there, and the person next to him is a princess. One of the guard's subordinates was surprised. Because his hometown is in the south, he had never heard of this woman before. Bears realized that now he had to play along, so he said that Le Pen was telling the truth, and that he had personally taught him how to handle cards. The guy laughed a little at this and said that the old man was exaggerating, but that he really had no talent for it, and his uncle was the best personally during the game, so he would like to ask Burs for some advice on swordplay. Luna Soga spoke to Price, calling Lestrange for first giving away such powerful cards and then deciding to learn sword skills. But now was not the time to talk, because the elder was still there. Ilif was afraid to say an extra word, lest it backfire on them. So after a pause, she finally decided to speak. She asked Mr. Le Pen if he had seen her fight and what he could say about her skills. The guy did not understand what skills we were talking about and what his personal opinion had to do with it. Uncle Bears asked him to be honest and to say directly if the girl was missing something. But the young man had nothing to say, because he simply did not expect his cards to be used in this way. The old warrior said that they could never compare to the legendary hero. But in fact, he had made copies of the cards and created a guild without his permission. Ilif was upset with her result and apologized, saying that it was her maximum limit. Le Pen did not understand why they were apologizing to him. He said that if she kept trying, she would soon be able to attract more people. Then the elf clarified whether the gentleman was saying that most people are actually as ordinary as she is, so her skills are suitable for them to learn. Then the hero remembered that he was in a magical world, and he was really jealous that others there had magic, but he did not. A magician literary scholar watched this conversation and found it quite amusing, for his demonic eye saw that one person radiated a gigantic and powerful force, while the young man next to him radiated absolutely nothing. Elizabeth felt that someone was watching her, so she looked at Tagore Severus. He wondered if he had been discovered, although that was impossible, because he was using his magic eye to watch. Suddenly, the Demon Queen told her partner that she was eager to kill one of the people present. But the guy decided to calm her down first and used his favorite pudding to do so. And if she had questions, it was better to wait until the meeting was over. As soon as the Empress saw the sweet, she was as happy as a child, because she had not had her favorite dessert for a long time. The elder decided to draw attention to himself in order to express his opinion, so he coughed loudly. When everyone was listening attentively, he decided to return to the topic of the meeting. This time, as part of the guild competition, he invited a few people. The man wanted to discuss the formation of an alliance, as they urgently needed to surround and suppress the Dark Guild. He called for a subordinate guard, Hui, and he brought a bag with a special filling. There were dark mechanisms collected with the Sword of Purification during the competition from each participant, including Gaolu from the Giant Bear Guild. There were 30 of them in total. Lupin did not know what these strange details were, so he immediately asked what kind of mechanisms they were. Uncle Burrs explained that as long as someone accepts the power of the Dark Guild, such mechanisms will grow in their body. He also found them in the bodies of the apostles he hunted. Blacksmith Brian was shocked by the number of these mechanisms, because it turns out the Dark Guild is really widespread. Then the Saugus sisters discussed among themselves how Gala had received the power, since he had to undergo the Sword of Purification before the competition. But as it turned out, the Dark Guild would find a way to avoid the purification. Tagore explained that only those with the lowest degree of fusion can be detected by the sword. In other cases, they can hide. In the first case, the degree of fusion is the lowest. The host cannot bear it, and he suffers accordingly. And then he turns into a dark apostle, like a puppet. In the second case, the owner can withstand it, but is not able to control it. He turns into what they saw in the arena today. As a result, the host becomes a vessel for the great apostle. But in the third case, the host can fully control the power. His power will grow at a frantic pace, and he will become a demon apostle of the Dark Guild. And then the mage literator added that no matter what kind of merger it is, they still have to obey the orders of the person who gave them the power. This is how they become loyal servants of the Dark Guild. And then Ching realized that during the battle, he almost became a great apostle. But this is not entirely true, because he was under control, but not completely captured. Otherwise, with his skills, he could have become a pillar demon. The elder said that it was his good fortune that bears came to his aid. Otherwise, he would not have been able to cope with his old bones. Ching decided to tell him that when the guild was in trouble, he was doing a task and couldn't fight the Dark Guild. But today he saw the card skills that killed the pillar demon. So, in his opinion, Ilif is strong enough. And the girl said that no matter how you look at it, the main reason for her victory was the powerful cards of Mr. Lupin. Then Brian entered the dialogue and asked how the young man had created these maps and learned such a skill. But it wasn't just about the cards, because the sword behind his back was no ordinary sword either. The young man replied that he just liked to make things to kill time, so it had nothing to do with skill. Luna Sogus said that if the swordmaster had been with them, the Dark Guild would not have dared to even invade them. The legendary hero asked Uncle Bears whether the swordmaster was the strongest swordsman, and if so, where she was now. But the warrior was embarrassed to answer, because he thought it was not a good idea for him to express his own opinion. After all, he was no longer a member of the Holy Sword Guild. But the elder said that everything was fine, and thus he gave his word to Beers. In any case, it would not be possible to hide the information for long, because some news had already begun to spread. Then the always drunk Brian asked if the rumors were true. Tagore said that after the rebellion, not only was the Holy Sword Guild depleted in combat power, but their master was missing. That's why the Dark Guild took this chance to attack. The elder confirmed these words. After the swordmaster sent them information 6 months ago, there was no more news from her. Lupin was shocked by the amount of bad news because he did not know how he could help solve it. Hui added that the master was supposed to capture the elder, the oldest axe, who had betrayed the guild, but she had not returned. Ching said that his previous mission was to help a swordmaster, but when he arrived, no one was there. And Luna asked if it was easy to catch a swordmaster with a 5-star Demon King level, an old axe whose level is Demon Lord. Then the injured swordsman replied that no one doubted the strength of the swordmaster. But when he went to the mountains that day, he began to recall that all the rocks were broken. Then the wise warrior began to analyze what could have happened that led to these consequences. Suddenly, someone started jumping rapidly from one rock to another, and with such speed that it was impossible to identify them. Ching continued to monitor what was happening, and then he saw the same powerful silhouette. Half of the region was then razed to the ground. It's hard to even imagine what a terrible battle took place there. And the old sage explained that the oldest axe then received the highest magic weapon. Daizazan, that was the name of the dark axe. It exhausts terrible resentment, and its power is so great that an elder can fill the power gap between it and a swordmaster. Brian said that he had looked at all the S-rank weapons forged by the Dwarven Kingdom, and had not found an axe that fit this description. So in his opinion, this is also the result of the Dark Guild. Leping still could not understand who this elder was, and why he had betrayed the Holy Sword Guild. Burrs explained that the head of the guild is a swordmaster, with 5 elders under her command who help her with various matters and guide her students. The man sitting next to him is Elder Bali, the old swordmaster in charge of the art of swordplay. There are 4 other elders, namely the dagger, the spear, the shield, and the axe. But because the old axe betrayed the guild and rebelled, the dagger and spear were brutally murdered by him. The old shield later died in a battle with a pillar demon. So now the only elder in the guild who is still alive is Bali. At that time, many betrayed them, including his son Shazitarius. The legendary hero mentions a centaur named Shazi, but who is his mother? The old wise man asked the boy if he had met his son and how he was living now. And Lupin, without thinking about what to say, immediately replied that he had died. The father was not upset to learn of the fate of his traitorous son. The combination of many factors has led to the fact that the Holy Sword Guild is now going through hard times. So Ba Li wants a turncoat to fight the Dark Guild. It will not be difficult to provide everyone with simple weapons, but there will be problems with A or S rank weapons due to the lack of grinding stones. But Brian's dwarf father is already thinking of a solution. The writer approached the elder because, as he said, he was going through a rough patch. So he wanted to ask why he thought he could destroy the Dark Guild with their help. And Ba Li said it was up to Bears. To do this, he would have to give up his own guild and return to the position of deputy head of their guild. But Bears himself didn't think it was a good idea. The elder emphasized that if he says so, it must be done. Cards can be seen as weapons in the same way as daggers and spears. They will be able to create a new unit and allow Ilif to become its elder. The girl is confused because she thinks she is not suitable for the role of an elder of the Holy Sword Guild. But the wise man added that as long as Bears agreed to such conditions, he himself would guarantee that everything would go well. The guild's resources will be used as he wishes. Hui also turned to Mr. Bears because the position of deputy means that he will have tens of thousands of people under his command. It would be much easier than creating his own guild. And a strong warrior asked Mr. Leping for his opinion on whether the fame of the Holy Sword Guild would not make card skills spread faster. But the guy replied that in his different cities, there is a saying that it is much easier to become a top manager in a large company than to start your own. However, those who are more ambitious prefer to start their own business, so the choice depends on the desire. But Bears took his words differently, as if the master was disappointed in him because the warrior had no ambition and needed to be someone's assistant to rise to the top. So my uncle thought that Mr. Leping was trying to help him. But the elder was so stingy that it would be a great disrespect to him to refuse him directly in such a situation. Ba Li then invited his subordinate to express any conditions if he was still dissatisfied. Bears stood up confidently and banged his hands on the table, saying that the elder did not need to say anything more about this. The man explained that he founded his guild, not because he wanted to achieve fame and fortune, but because he wanted to improve his card skills. He also told Mr. Li that his will was firm. Ba Li could not feel the aura of the legendary hero. So perhaps Bears said that the young man taught him to hide the past. Meanwhile, Ping himself hoped that he could rely on his connections with his uncle to learn swordsmanship at the Holy Sword Guild. The courageous man put his hand on his heart and said that although he was not returning to the guild, he would take responsibility for the destruction of the Dark Guild. The elder agreed and said that his guild would recognize the legitimacy of the adept. In fact, he planned not only to return Bears, but also to get the magic cards. But it looks like he'll have to go south himself. The legendary hero called his uncle very brave for making such a decision. For her husband, the most important thing was that he was happy, but Ilif also promised to work hard as a team. The elder asked Brian when his king would return from his hermitage, because the supply of high-level weapons would greatly facilitate their fighting power. The drunken man couldn't let others in on such details, but he did mention the only problem, namely the lack of grinding stones. This was because Aristotle's kingdom refused to cooperate. Then the elder asked Tagore if he could enchant weapons and people, and the writer replied that for such a respected man, he could do it. The wise man decided to summarize the meeting, and according to his plan, they would have to gather their strength in 2 months. And during this time, all possible problems would be solved. After the speech, Lepin raised his hand and announced that he wanted to join the team. Then the elder asked if the young man wanted to join the battle against the Dark Guild. However, he wanted to join a guild to learn how to use a sword. Although he had been lazy for a long time, it was never too late to learn again. At that moment, the father and daughter were very surprised by what they heard, so they clarified whether they had heard everything correctly and whether Li really wanted to do this. And he decided to shift the responsibility to the so-called princess, saying that it was her wish. Meanwhile, Elizabeth did not participate in the conversation at all, because her mouth and mind were occupied with sweet pudding. Then the family members decided to stay out of the conversation and agreed that the gentleman's plan made sense. The elder did not want to wait any longer and said that there was no problem with the young man's wish. However, there are many types of sword skills, so the old man wanted to know what kind of magic level Lei had, and he didn't want to answer directly. So he said that he had recently taken a test, and it seems that he had a very low score, because he was not really good at magic. Hui said that if he was not good at magic, he would not be able to use the magic sword that Ba Li would teach him. Then the boy asked if there was an ordinary art of swordplay that did not require magical powers. The elder replied that of course there was, but he knew only one person who had mastered this art. And this was their head, the swordmaster. So if the young man managed to find her, she would definitely teach him. Bears confirmed that he was afraid because the only one who can teach Mr. Le Pen is a swordmaster. The legendary hero was sad because the swordmaster was gone, and how could she teach him? So he took it as if the powerful warrior simply had no desire to teach him. Tigoras Severus decided to use magic and opened his wizarding book. There he began to write out special hieroglyphs that served as certain spells. After finishing, these words began to turn physical and rise from the magic book on their own. As it turned out, the writer managed to write down some fencing spells so they can now help Le Pen. The young man picked up the magic ball and immediately asked how he could use it. Meanwhile, Elizabeth was sad because her dessert was over. But since she was done with the pudding, she decided to get down to business and listen to her subordinate say that he now had a spell for sword skills. Then the Dragon Queen suddenly squeezed the paper cup in her hands with all her might. After that, right at the table, Tagora was instantly torn to pieces, and all the people sitting next to him were covered in blood and other body parts. And the Empress was glad that she had finally gotten rid of this cunning man. Meanwhile, somewhere in the desert, the sun was shining brightly, and only animals accustomed to it could survive in such conditions. Suddenly, there was an explosion in one of the sandy mountains, which sent up a large plume of polluted air. In the desert, there was the same swordmaster, Gigi Sogus, who belonged to the Holy Sword Guild. The woman got down on the ground and looked into the void, feeling that someone was there, and told him to stop hiding and show himself to her. He was a strong man who turned to the lady and asked her why she had been pursuing him for so long, and what she wanted to achieve. This man was an old hatchet man whose crime Zichi had to uncover, which was related to joining the Dark Guild, and eliminate him. Therefore, at the same moment, she used the cut technique that Qing used in the competition. With its strike, it made a strong attack on the sandy ground, which formed a sand curtain. But the woman did not manage to hurt her opponent in any way. He was able to stand firmly on his feet. He managed to defend himself from the attack with his axe, which he used to cover his body, and the magic wave hit the iron. And then the man proceeded to return the blow with even more force. He had the same aura that came from Gaola as a representative of the Dark Guild. The swordswoman deftly dodged the blow as it was expected of her. Topir shouted that as the bond between him and Daizong grows stronger, the woman poses less and less of a threat to him, and the time will soon come when he will hunt her. But the master replied that if he continued in this spirit, he would soon be completely under the control of the axe and lose himself. But it didn't matter to the monster. It had long been controlled by the mechanism of the Dark Guild. He began to transform and said that as soon as a woman experiences his higher power, she will realize that losing herself is the highest good. The old axe's body was suffering from the pain of transformation, so he begged Daizong to take him away. Suddenly, after these words, its shapes began to change and take on a new image. The mechanism of the Dark Guild was stuck in his chest, but the basic appearance began to take on feminine features. The material remnants of the old axe were breaking in different directions, and he himself visually resembled a woman. He was possessed by a monster, which finally managed to manifest itself and began to threaten Gigi in a woman's voice. The monster's body was rapidly changing its appearance and the outer clothing that used to belong to the old axe. The woman's voice continued to utter threatening words towards Gigi and said that wherever she went, she would always find her. The swordmaster called the monster an idiot, completely under the control of that dark mechanism. Then the monster grabbed the part with his hand and said that the woman was underestimating him, because compared to his indignation, this dark force is absolutely insignificant. As he spoke these words, he reached into his own chest with his fingers, tearing it open to show his strength. He began to pull the mechanism out of his body, demonstrating how unimportant it was. And together with the mechanism, it pulled the skin off the body, revealing its true image, under which a woman was hiding, who had previously tried to hide by living in other bodies. She was able to fully liberate herself and go out into the world to fulfill her mission. It was much more convenient for the woman to fight, because now everyone would know who she really was. But the swordswoman was confident that she would destroy her enemy that day and put an end to it. She used a 5th-level superweapon. This sword was forged by the king of the dwarves himself from the armor for the hooves of a legendary monster. The wielder's speed can be increased tenfold. A woman from the Dark Guild called her opponent too loud because she was annoying her. But at that moment, Gigi began to perform her splitting technique. She magically raised a terrible sandstorm in the desert, and below them, instead of a battle arena, was a deep abyss. Then the craftswoman decided that since the oldest axe was dead, she had no need to show mercy, so that should be the end of it. But suddenly, her mighty weapon cracked and began to split into small pieces of metal. It seems that dark magic was involved in the Phantom, which is the name of the legendary sword. The Dark Guild representative said that when she mastered her new body, it did not obey her well, so she was unable to deflect some of the blows. But if the master is able to hurt her, then she is really strong enough. The mighty warrior was surprised. The king of the ghostly horses between rode 100,000 kilometers a day without tiring. but the weapons from his armor did not cause any harm to the enemy. And the monster continued that if there were no more worthy tricks against her, she would start warming up. But for now, she gave the sword warrior time to think about her further actions regarding this fight. In the meantime, she was actually doing warm-up exercises to spill her opponent on purpose. But Gigi didn't waste any time. She was ready to use a stronger technique. Suddenly, after casting a spell, 2 weapons appeared in her hands. But in order to use it, we needed to merge it. The first was a stalactite spear. There is a stalactite column in the mysterious treasure cave of the gnomes. Only a small amount of material can be mined per year. That's why the Dwarf King spent 1,000 years creating this weapon. The second was the insect sickle. It was forged by the king of the dwarves from the claws of the king of insects, namely the god Precious Odes. The spikes securely fix the target and then release acid for decomposition and absorption, converting it into magical energy for the wielder. The third super weapon was the Stick of Cthulhu. It was forged by a dwarf from the remains of the Lord Cthulhu, who invaded this world from the Sea of Darkness. When using this weapon, its dark power destroys the will of the wielder. But when properly controlled, it gives a mysterious power. And the last one was an explosive knife. It was forged from a special ore mined deep in the bowels of the earth. The knife has unstable energy, which requires great skill to control. Otherwise, the wielder will explode and kill himself. In addition, the woman had to use the distortion of space perception. She managed to create a separate planet that visually resembled the sun and burned with orange flames. At that moment, the monster felt at her best because she could finally fully control her body. Her bones had adjusted inside, so she was able to use her dark techniques. The warrior of the Holy Sword used the shield of the snow silkworm. It was forged by the king of the dwarves from the silk that remained after the transformation of the sacred beast revered by the elves. The shield is made of this material, emits streams of cold air, and has incredible strength. The Dark Guild warrior thought that she was underestimated, since they used such a trap against her. But for G, everything went according to plan. She used a stalactite spear, a sickle reinforcement, and distorted space with a Cthulhu cane to allow the explosive knife to release the core's energy. But in any case, it was too close to the magic of destruction. Then the master used the hammer of all things. This was also forged by the king of the dwarves from the fossils of the Mammoth Lord. It is made of a skeleton weighing about 100 tons, so that even a simple blow can unleash extreme power. She managed to bring everything to the point of creating a powerful arrow of destruction. Then the battle continued in milliseconds, and each of them was important. The monster was able to gather enough strength while trapped to make a slashing attack. Then she managed to counterattack all the weapons that the swordswoman sent at her. The radius of its impact was so large and strong that it threw Gigi herself a long way away. Then the victim fell face first into the sand, partially defeated by her enemy. Her body and weapons seemed to be cut in half, but it didn't last long. The warrior immediately recovered, and tried not only to defend herself, but also to inflict damage on her opponent. She used the magic of the abyss, namely the use of 7 swords of protection, which became a shield in front of her. But the Dark Guild's slashing attack continued, so she easily glorified the defensive spears and continued to strike. Then Z actually felt fear when she saw that the last sword was broken right in front of her. All the clothes on her body were torn by the shockwave, and my bones were breaking on their own. Then came the final blow in her direction, which finally put an end to the victory of the swordmaster. Any of her protective barriers were destroyed by the magic of the Dark Guild, which was able to overcome the woman. She fell into the sandy ground, hitting it hard, and was already lying motionless, suffering from pain. The apostle rejoiced in her victory and laughed, and called the master a psychopath. But for her, this whole process was nothing more than a warm-up, because her real goal was waiting for her. It's time to use the magical purple eye that belongs to members of the Dark Guild. Thanks to it, the monster could see everything she wanted and follow the other heroes. Suddenly, the all-seeing eye focused on the container of the person who was the target of the persecution. In that moment, the world around me changed, as if it became a portal through which everything was visible. But from the sandy desert, her eyes moved to the village of newcomers where the legendary hero lived. And with him, the demon queen who was a victim of stalking. Then the monster realized where it had to go and immediately set off for the village. And there, things went on as usual. Lupine and Elizabeth had returned from another trip around the world, so they were very tired. The Empress went back to her usual way of relaxing on the couch in front of the TV. 26. She thought that there was nothing better than coming home, turning on the air conditioner, and eating chips while watching a TV show. She was convinced that she really had to put all these problems with world domination on her subordinate. The guy fell on the couch next to him and felt really exhausted, both mentally and physically, after every time they went out into the world. So he thought that world government was clearly not for him. But Elizabeth didn't want her new plans to be ruined, because what they had agreed on had to be done, and the woman herself would help the young man with all his problems. But Le Pen was very irritated because of the last situation that happened to them at the negotiating table. Namely, it was about how the queen, with a single movement of her hand, was able to blow up the magician literary man whom she had not liked from the very beginning. Then the elder, who was covered in the blood of his subordinate, ordered everyone in the hall to be ready to defend themselves. Hui's bodyguard immediately took up the weapon he always carried behind his back. The sisters of the Sogus Guild of the Holy Sword took out their spears and were ready. Poor Price had only a little magical energy left in his body, which he could use to inflict a little damage. Old Brian didn't want to think about what was happening, so he decided to just enjoy the show. Bears got up from the table and ordered everyone to calm down and listen to him carefully. Then he turned to Mr. Le Pen to try to explain what had just happened. Then the guy decided to give the floor to Elizabeth, and she said that with the level of everyone present, it was no wonder that they had fallen under the influence of the Dark Guild. The woman announced to the whole room that those present there should be much more careful with those around them. To demonstrate what she meant, the so-called princess used the scattering technique. She took the same bullet with spells that the murdered writer had given Le Pen, and after unwrapping it, Elizabeth was able to take out a small monster that belonged to the Dark Guild. Then the elders were surprised and realized that it was a parasite. He began to spin in all directions and suffer because he was defenseless and could not survive for so long without eating someone's body. The legendary hero watched this monster, which was right in front of him on the table. At that moment, the monster found a new victim to settle in and control. Le Pen could have potentially become him because the creature rushed straight for his head first. But Elizabeth saw what was happening in time and reacted quickly, snapping her fingers with a magic spell. It crushed the parasite in flight, so it did not have time to take over a new organism. Hui noticed that Tagore's body had also turned into a solid spell, just like the one that the parasite had come out of. It was clear that more and more people were taking the side of the Dark Guild, and they could avoid detection with the purification sword, with their advanced techniques. The Empress emphasized that, in any case, this particular technique differs from defense mechanisms, and if the parasite had managed to cast a spell, the place would have turned into a giant breeding ground for monsters. But the elder was interested in something else, in how the woman recognized the dark force. But she decided not to answer this question, saying it was irrelevant. Baoli shrugged it off and said that it shouldn't be neglected for now. Meanwhile, Burrs was panicking because the elder had become sensual when it came to his pride. And if he doesn't know who Mr. Le Pen and the Demon Queen really are, he definitely considers them inferior. And if he offends the Empress by doing so, the consequences will be dire. So Uncle Bears turned to the legendary hero again to explain to him what had happened. And he didn't know anything himself because he hadn't fully understood it. Elizabeth grabbed her subordinate by the arm and began to pull him along. The discussion time was over, and it was time for afternoon tea, so we had to go home. But Burrs had a bad feeling, because if the gentleman did not explain anything to the elder, the stingy old man would cause him a lot of trouble. The queen asked with a serious look if they had finished discussing their affairs. Then Uncle Bears fell silent again and could not say a word. While everyone was saying goodbye, the elder ordered Hui to follow him to go to the promotion and investigate the magic cards. When Le Pen and Elizabeth were already vacationing at their home, the boyfriend asked her to warn him in advance so that he could be mentally prepared. And the Empress was thinking about Tagore, whom she had killed. First of all, his monocle could pick up the magic of others, so it was most likely made from the red eyes of a demon of the Jimji clan. Second, his magic power is different from that of the Dark Guild. Obviously, there are still other evil forces outside of this guild. But Amelia has already destroyed the Dark Guild's base, so the source of this infection is no longer there. The legendary hero was really afraid of that magic, so he hoped that there were no such creatures in his yard. And then he asked his neighbor to teach him how to feel the aura of bad people in the same way. But then he changed his mind because he didn't believe in himself and was sure that it would require magical powers, which he had no talent for. The woman thought to herself that the monocle does not emit magical energy when it is used. Therefore, if someone is not as powerful as she is, they will not be able to detect it under normal circumstances. Elizabeth felt as if her subordinate was ordering her to recognize his power and superiority over her, and she perceived it as if he was using the opportunity to push the Demon Queen around. So she decided not to continue the conversation and continue eating her chips, because it was not worth her attention. Le Pen asked what he should do. Is it really enough to swing his sword 1,000 times a day? But he needs to learn some weaponry techniques. So he asked the queen if she could teach him. But this went beyond the conditions for ruling the world. Firstly, a guy can rule the world only with the help of swordplay and magic. Second, he can't take anything else of his own except his clothes. And thirdly, Elizabeth will go and teach him how to rule the world, but not with a sword and magic. The young man had just learned about the rules because the Empress had just created them. Then the hero had no choice but to go to Uncle Beers and ask him to teach him. Even though the old man has switched to cards, he still has to be in shape to teach him how to use a sword. Suddenly, the sacred sword that was lying nearby exploded, frightening everyone. After that, the spirit of the weapon appeared and recommended that Lupin surrender, because Alpha felt that these people had no pure art of swordplay, so they would not teach the boy anything. And then he explained about pure art. Even after these people gave up magic, none of their techniques worked, because who would learn the art of swordplay if magic exists? Then the legendary hero agreed with these words, because he himself noticed that if you want to compete in this magical world, you need to combine sword skills and magic. He understood and rushed to the closet looking for something special. It was a book that he received as a gift from the system, and then left to gather dust on the bookshelf. Lupin accidentally fell behind the couch, but still asked Alpha what kind of place could move him to stay in the house all day and not want to rule the world. But the Holy Spirit did not want to answer this question yet. For now, he was looking at everything in the room. The first thing that caught my eye was the microwave, which always made strange noises after it heated the food. Next up was a fan that was constantly buzzing and a robot vacuum cleaner that could clean the whole house on its own. The spirit of the sword was surprised by all these strange things for him because they irritated him a little. Suddenly, the guy almost fell off his feet because he felt a strange tingling sensation throughout his body, accompanied by severe pain. It was a wish for his death. Some of those present wanted the sacred spirit to disappear from this world. He felt a pang in his chest and broke out in a cold sweat. It was someone's rather strong aura nearby. It could not have been Lupin, as such a strong desire was not his style, and the hero was busy with his own business in search of the book. Then Alpha thought about Elizabeth, but her desire to kill would have to be more violent and frightening, so it's not her either. Suddenly the spirit saw a large number of sharp kitchen tools on the wall and thought it might be them. But there was no energy coming from them at all that could threaten anyone's life, and it would be strange how it is possible that ordinary kitchen knives could harm the king of weapons, the holy sword Alpha. However, the strange sensations in his body did not disappear and only got worse, so he could not control himself. Meanwhile, Liu found what he was looking for. The young man could not stand the tension and could not stay in the room any longer, so he quickly ran out. There was no trace of his presence, only a stack of dust that had risen due to his quick walk from the room. The legendary hero did not understand what had just happened and why his assistant decided to run away. However, this did not bother him for long because he finally found the book he had been searching for. It was a manual of the Tai Chi sword, a Chinese martial art practiced for self-defense and health improvement. Once upon a time, a guy thought it was useless and just threw it on a shelf. He didn't expect to need it one day. He began to look at the book from all sides and read what it was all about. It said that there are 13 Tai Chi sword movements in total, which seem quite simple and can be mastered by both old men and women. They didn't require magic, so the young man thought he could use them himself in battle. Then he shouted to Elizabeth, who was full of snacks and sleepy, to help him with the book. The well-fed woman refused and said that Le had tried to understand everything himself, and that she would go to rest for a while. So Pin decided that he would first look for the Alpha and ask him to train with him. The guy left the room to try to master new moves with the weapon while reading the manual, and the queen was sure that he would not be able to understand how to master the art on his own, so she would just let him practice slowly, and when he didn't understand what to do next, she would give him hints and tips. The legendary hero quickly found himself in the courtyard looking for the Holy Spirit. Suddenly his gaze stopped on a stump where he saw his golden spear. Taking the weapon in his hands, the guy addressed the spirit, and if the spirit ignored him, he would take it as a sign of consent and start training right away. Lupin opened the textbook and looked at the first movement, trying to repeat it. He stood in a pose and said the name of the technique, which was called a dragonfly touching water. It is about a long-winged insect. Meanwhile, 300 kilometers away from the newcomer's village, a deep abyss formed with a yellow magic frog sitting in the middle of it. It was an immortal frog with the level of a 3-star demon king. She quickly began to perform spellbinding gestures with her hands, using a special technique. This was the acidic bloody mist technique. Therefore, red air began to come out of the amphibian's mouth. She fought against the very apostle who traveled in search of the demon queen. The monster was convinced that once she killed the powerful frog, all the others would also meekly surrender to her. So she kicked hard, right in the belly of the magical animal. As a result, she flew far away, heavily injured and completely bloody, leaving a trail on the ground. The majestic animal was lying almost lifeless, because there was a large wound right under its heart. The apostle was moving peacefully through the land and assessing how many high-level monsters the demon queen had managed to make her subordinates, so it was no wonder she hid so well. But the monster was sure that the Empress's free and peaceful days were coming to an end. Then she approached the crippled frog and used magic on it again. This time, a soundproof energy barrier was created to prevent other monsters from finding the animal. And then she found a worthy opponent, who was resting in a booth on a frog's head. It was a mechanical dog called Wankai, which was engaged in the defense of the territory from enemy attacks. He was also the frog's older brother. So while the dog had already joined the battle, the larger animal decided to retreat. Then Wankai jumped from his portable house to the ground to begin his defense. The apostle shouted to him that if he did not want to die right now, it would be better for him to get out of her way. The dog stood in front of her and conducted the analysis. When the system was restored, this person was not found on the whitelist, so the risk level was too high. But the dog had a law according to which he had no right to interfere in the life of his master. Therefore, he had to start destroying this person and began to raise the level of protection to the third. At that moment, a portable weapon appeared from his body and he began to rain missiles. Then all the fire carriers were directed directly at the unknown woman to try to destroy her at once. Meanwhile, Deping continued to train in an attempt to master his weapon, according to the drawings in the book. Finally, he managed to learn everything so quickly that it didn't even seem difficult for him. Suddenly, the sword exploded in his hands again and began to transform. Lee wondered if the sacred alpha had finally decided to appear and show himself to him. The young man was sitting in the lotus position, trying to regain his strength and protect himself from the pain he felt in the house. Finally, he gained strength and was ready to talk to his master. The legendary hero was delighted, because at that time he needed advice on his sword technique. Alpha didn't understand what kind of wielding technique we were talking about, because while he was in the weapon state, he didn't feel anything. Its owner explained that Tai Chi's sword training is only for strengthening the body, not for fighting. But as soon as he tried to practice, he felt as if his whole body had been restored. Then the young man managed to remember everything that had happened to him, the last hour. However, his memories were mostly about the large number of sharp weapons around him. But one was enough to destroy the spirit. He jumped up again and held his head and screamed that he did not want to be in this terrible place anymore. Suddenly, he began to lose strength and tried to explain that when a weapon is defeated, its aura dissipates and it returns to its original form. And then, he had no strength to explain the whole truth about the golden sword. And he turned back into a piece of iron sticking out of a wooden log. After that, the young man immediately returned to his human form and tried to stay in it. He was very nervous about returning to his original form and almost losing his soul, almost becoming a mere weapon. He is the apogee of weaponry, so he didn't understand why this happened. In his mind, he thanked Lepin for starting to train with him, and thus awakening his aura. If he hadn't, he would have turned into a useless piece of metal. So the hero saved him using an unknown art of swordplay. Due to the distortion of perception, it seemed to Alfie as if Lee was humiliating him, and saying that because of his low sword power, he did not want to search for the demon queen with him. The Holy Spirit apologized and regretted his bad deeds to the legendary hero. And then he panicked and did not understand the meaning of his life and how he ended up there. Because of this, the young man turned back into a weapon and had no desire to talk to anyone. After that, he decided that he didn't want to be in this terrible place anymore and started running away. Leping was very sad about this because he did not know how to train now that the sword had left him. Meanwhile, a few 100 kilometers away, a mighty battle continued. The apostle was surprised that the dog was really ready to be a servant for the rest of his life. So she invited him to join her and then destroy this place, dividing the outside world in two. But Wankai was not going to accept such conditions and continued to fulfill his protective role in the newcomer's village. The woman continued that her partner did not know how to appreciate what was offered to him, and her offer to cooperate was only to save time. But the fact that he did not agree did not scare the representative of the Dark Guild, so she decided to attack. So using her powerful magic, she struck a chopping blow at the enemy. Wankai was not badly hurt, but he was thrown over a long distance. The companion dog landed on his paws and began to analyze the injuries. He began to recover not only his losses, but also more globally, in terms of the whole Earth. Because if nothing is done, the apostle's blow will reach the mantle, which will lead to an explosion of magma and abnormal changes in the lower layer. And this, in turn, will provoke an earthquake, which will eventually affect the life of its owner. So there was nothing left but to use all the strongest techniques against a woman from the Dark Guild. The dog made a grip with its metal arm to grab the enemy. But the apostle was fiercely confident that Wankai would not be able to escape from her now, because she used the chopping blow again. The Iron Warrior analyzed and caught her every move, and calculated how to proceed. The time had come for a mechanical hand with special capabilities. He caught the wave of the blow coming from the woman and managed to hold it. And then I used the absorption of this dark energy to prevent it from passing on. It was able to absorb every current that scattered in the air. By touching this metal hand, the terrible theme of power broke and passed through it, turning into nutritious energy for Wankai himself, which gave him strength for battle. The apostle could not believe that all her attacks were destroyed and turned into something useful. The dog thanked her and said that her energy was quite tasty. So, as a thank you, he would not interfere with the woman if she decided to leave now. But that was not her plan. The apostle took out a magic axe that she wanted to use against the demon queen. But she had no other choice at the moment, so she planned to destroy the dog that was standing in her way. The constant crushing of her hopes, the eternal suffering, sadness, and rage of being abandoned. The resentment had been accumulating in her for 500 years, and now she was eager to take it out. She called Venkaya a stinking dog, threatening him that he would soon realize how lucky he would be if he were cut into pieces right now. Then the monster used the power of the limit of a fierce insult that resembled lightning. However, the mechanical dog knew how to counterattack this technique, so he didn't even bother. He took out a perfectly smooth little mirror that Lepin had made. He pointed it in the direction of the energetic lightning, thus reflecting it to the apostle. He didn't hit the woman directly, but he wasn't trying to kill her at the moment. His main concern was to protect the planet and his master. The energy was like the fastest arrow flying straight into the sky with enormous power. When she reached space, she was able to break one of the neighboring planets into small pieces. The apostle was emotionally devastated because 500 years of her grievances had simply disappeared into nothing. Suddenly, she heard something buzzing in the sky next to her, rapidly approaching. It was a mechanical dog that turned into a Wankai drone. The woman was furious at his strength, and picking up an axe, she intended to kill the dog with one blow. But it was too late. Wankai created a force field that accelerated the free fall of a person caught in it tenfold. The dog had already laid down to rest and thought that after the demon queen, this apostle was probably the strongest opponent he had ever faced. But fortunately, Wankai is constantly upgrading, so this match was not a problem for him. And then he used the drone again, which raised the force field and accelerated the free fall 50 times. The monster couldn't believe that her 500-year grudge would end so easily. She was falling rapidly, but the dog decided to finish her off and use the 100-fold acceleration of her fall. Her enchanted axe with the dark guild's eye could not withstand such a strong attack either, and began to self-destruct. In the end, the apostle was destroyed, and her essence, like a demon, left her body. Then the companion reached out and thought that lately, invaders of quite high levels have been coming. So he would have to find some materials that the owner had thrown away and improve them. Suddenly, someone's bloody hand broke through the ground, and it managed to pierce all the layers of the earth. Then the dog thought it was the apostle, who for some reason had not yet died. But as it turned out, the wounded swordmaster Gigi Sogus was underground. She has always worn a level 5 superweapon around her neck, namely a lucky pendant. As it turned out, the lucky star travels around the universe and rises over the continent of courage once every 10 years. Each time it appears, it loses a few fragments, but a swordmaster has collected them around the world and made a piece of jewelry. It increases her luck. Meanwhile, Elizabeth was getting angry while watching the show because there were always commercials that distracted and irritated her. She loved to eat chips while watching TV, but she hated it when they ran out. Suddenly, another pack of snacks was empty, and she was a little upset. However, after the main chips, she was waiting for the most delicious treat, which was at the bottom of the pack. These were the crumbs from the chips that remained at the bottom, and were covered in a large amount of spicy seasoning. The woman stretched her hand deeper and picked up the remnants of food on her finger, which she then put in her mouth and ate. For her, it was a real pleasure because the amount of seasoning satisfied her taste buds to the maximum. After that, the Empress rolled up the paper packaging and threw it into a smart trash can that Lepin had created. Then she stepped into cute pink slippers that symbolized the queen and the legendary hero. And then she decided to go out into the courtyard to get to the point where Li might be suffering from his sword training. But it would be a necessary experience. After all, Elizabeth had gone through it herself to master swordplay. She thought that if she showed up at the exact moment when he didn't know what to do next and was ready to give up, she would show up to help him. So as soon as the Empress came out into the courtyard, she immediately asked the boy how his training was going and told him that she had come to see his progress. Suddenly, Lepin told the woman to be quiet, while he himself did not make a sound. Elizabeth was surprised that someone had dared to try to shut her up. In addition, she ordered the young man to train, and he sat on the ground, cross-legged in the lotus position. The guy didn't react to her words and used ignoring her to keep his mind on the case. This angered the queen because how can a boy treat the queen like that when she speaks to him? Then the woman thought that Lo had failed and felt embarrassed, so she didn't want to talk about it. She went on to say that she had changed her mind about the rules, so as long as the boy bowed his head to her, she was willing to teach him some techniques. Meanwhile, the legendary hero performed breathing techniques and still did not say a word. After he finished, he turned to Elizabeth with a smile and apologized for not hearing her words because he had just finished meditating. At the same time, the queen realized the reason for the neglect and calmed down. But she devalued his efforts in meditation and called them useless, because she believed that he needed to learn to wield a sword first and then everything else. Suddenly, Lepin broke a branch from a tree right in front of the woman's face. And then he performed a new technique he had learned and said that exercise is not useless. They developed the mind and body well, and while the queen was enjoying her chips, he had already mastered all 13 techniques and was ready to demonstrate them. Elizabeth readily agreed to watch it, thinking that the boy would be making a fool of himself if he thought that by practicing stabbing, he had already become a swordsman. He started warming up and preparing his fingers for the exercises. He believed that the most important thing in Tai Chi practice was to remain calm, close your eyes, and then take the correct posture. The first movement was a dragonfly touching the water. With this technique, he managed to create an authentic atmosphere around him. The demon queen appreciated this skill, which he had succeeded in the first time. But she didn't feel threatened by him at all. So where did the deadly power of his sword movements go? The second movement was the wind swaying the willows, and weeping trees really did appear next to it. The next movement was a swallow catching insects. Again, he managed to create real birds around him. The fourth movement was the wind, which twists the lotus leaves as if in a funnel. The fifth movement created dust in the wind. It looked like a hurricane in the sky. After such movements, Elizabeth noticed that her subordinate's strength had clearly changed in a stronger direction. But after 5 techniques, it was time for Lupin to change his pose to continue his skills. The sixth movement was an unexpected clap of thunder that changed the weather around. The demon queen decided to act and suppress this power, because it is unclear how the boy was able to reach such a level in a short period of time. So at that moment, she began to use her demonic magic, which caused devil horns to reappear on her head. Suddenly, drops of icy crystal clear water began to fall from the sky. The seventh movement was a blue dragon emerging from the water. Then a continuous flood began around me. A giant winged beast began to emerge from the water, stretching its neck to the sky. The demon queen began to use the technique of world destruction to somehow stop it. Then everything around was covered in red colors, and a giant paw with claws began to crawl out of the sky. It was the coming of a demonic dragon, the result of the magic of the majestic Elizabeth. Suddenly, 2 dragons from different worlds faced each other head-on in space. The demonic dragon Elizabeth looked down at the other with a heavy gaze. However, it seems that the water-winged beast was much more energized, unlike its opponent. Therefore, in the formation of the dualistic concept, the water dragon had the advantage and was in the center. Suddenly, 2 animals disappeared at the same time, and a complete calm began after such a storm. The queen thought the situation was absurd, because her power seemed to have weakened considerably. Then Lupin began to speak out loud, saying that one must make one's heart impartial, remain calm, and then all things will change by themselves, and one can only contemplate their return. Only then can one comprehend the truth of Tai Chi. He quoted Lao Tzu with these words. At the same time, the young man was preparing to perform his next movement. Suddenly, a large and yellow moon appeared under his stick in the reflection of the water. The 8th movement was the task of catching the moon in the water. Suddenly, small pieces of stones began to fall directly from the sky into the water. The Dragon Queen believed that Lupin was trying to lull her into a state of vigilance, but she would not let him. The moon was growing in size with every passing second, and Elizabeth decided to get serious about the case and not give the boy any mercy. The Empress suddenly began to rise above ground level and could not stand on her feet. This was not part of her magic tricks, so she suspected the legendary hero of being to blame. Meanwhile, the guy himself was floating in the air with a relaxed body and mind. The queen thought he was using gravity or controlling it. Suddenly she noticed a big change in her surroundings. Lupin managed to change the world again and turn the planet into a moon, moving them into outer space. The hero said that as the movements are perfected, the mind comes to a state of calm. So you begin to understand the secrets of Tao and nature. So in this state, the guy decided to move on to the next appointment. It was the 9th movement in the manual, called a meteor rushing toward the moon. The queen realized that each meteor was comparable in strength to her destructive magic, and in such numbers, each space rock flew at high speed and burned in space. The Empress's gaze changed, and her eyes turned black. She had not been in such a state of anger for a long time, so she had to take the highest demonic form and turn into a monster. She began to blame herself for looking down on the guy. However, she was sure that he could not overcome her. After that, the Empress struck a powerful blow to the moon, and it was divided into 2 separate parts. She sent all the meteors in the direction of the legendary hero so that he would not even hope to win. Elizabeth was out of control of her emotions, so she continued to rage. She used her magic weapon to strike at every planet and star that came across her path, destroying them. She was very angry, so she longed for Lupin's death and was ready to make every effort to kill him. However, the legendary warrior was too calm and continued to meditate while under fire. She considered herself the strongest swordsman in the history of the universe, so she could not afford to be defeated. The queen began to use the duality of all things, so attack after attack she tried to show her superiority over the legendary hero. The woman cut in half a giant moon, which seemed to be bleeding from a wound by strong magic. Then she managed to calm down a bit, So she began to wonder if, under the influence of emotions, she hadn't actually killed her subordinate. Meanwhile, Lapine had already become part of the world, and said that returning to the beginning is called calm, and calm is called returning to the essence. The Demon Queen did not understand how he managed to achieve such energetic power and survive, and the guy continued that the state of mind is space, the embodiment of Tai Chi, and the body is closeness to nature. Then he managed to perform the 10th movement, called catching the moon in the water. Elizabeth began to think of herself as stupid, as if it was because she was taking care of Lapin that she was distracted. There was no end to her rage. It seems that at this stage she no longer cared about the death of her subordinate. So she decided to take the chance and finally end it. The queen used the full release of all the magical energy, and a giant beam of red and black light was sent into space. The magnetic field around her began to change, as did her perception of the world. After that, she appeared before Lapin and told him that she could do everything and even more than he could. The young man managed to reunite the two halves of the planet's satellite cut in half with just one hand and the power of thought. The final stage, which focuses on development and meditation, was the swordless movement. Therefore, the 11th movement is the sword of enlightenment. The boy kept repeating that Tao gives birth to 1, 1 gives birth to 2, and 2 gives birth to 3. Elizabeth didn't understand what the point of this swordless movement was, so she resorted to cloning techniques using the magic of the apocalypse. And then she created 9 of her clones, who were in no way inferior to her in strength. The legendary hero continued to meditate and say that the 3 give birth to all beings. All beings carry yin and yang in them. They are filled with qi and create harmony. All 9 clones were already flying at Li, and they all wanted to defeat him. Their swords were faster than the speed of light. Therefore, the creatures simultaneously pointed their spears at the boy. But unexpectedly for everyone, the legendary hero managed to dodge and remain unharmed. But in fact, he created the very yin and yang in outer space by standing in the middle of it. Then Elizabeth realized that the guy was standing still, but the space had expanded and increased the distance between them. Pin literally held the entire universe in his hands and said that when you meditate and become one with nature, the mind naturally opens up. He began to dissolve with the space and become one with it. The queen was sure that the young man believed that he was able to surpass the Empress only because of his speed. But as long as its target is alive, it can still strike at FTL speeds. She managed to use the energy of her clones to create a giant sword of incredible power. Elizabeth decided to demonstrate her strongest punch of the world-destroying technique created by the Demon Queen. She gathered her energy together and channeled it into an arrow of destruction. However, the legendary hero was approaching the climax and performed the 12th movement, entitled The 3 Giving Birth to All Creatures. At that moment, it was as if there was an initial new explosion that spread throughout the universe. Meanwhile, the powerful Demon Queen sent an arrow of destruction straight into the newly formed Lapinum Galaxy. The weapon was gigantic in size and fiercely powerful with energy. It moved rapidly to smash everything in a matter of seconds. However, instead of the destroyed galaxy, the weapons themselves disappeared without a trace. It was as if it had dissolved into the space of existence. There was no limit to the Demon Empress's sadness, for this was the strongest reception of which she was so proud. As a result, it was scattered into space like ordinary dust. Then the newly formed world was placed in a small drop of rainwater by the legendary hero, which was pure as a tear and gradually flowed down from the juicy green leaves. After that, it sank into the endless sea and disappeared among other water. Right on the water stood Laping and the exhausted Demon Queen, who had put all her energy into this trial battle. She tried to understand this calmness that was present in the boy and how he managed to learn it, because the art of swordplay, which she learned after so much hard training, failed her. Then Li said another clever thing, that the mind wanders in time and space before finally returning to the beginning, where it gains peace. His poise irritated Elizabeth. She perceived it as mockery and humiliation towards her. However, she quickly came to a different conclusion. So she said that, as the boy said, when she saw the immensity of the universe, she calmed down. She forgot about her past and the art of swordsmanship, which she had joined. She puts aside her pride and asks him for advice. Then the woman folded her fingers and began to create a special field around her. The legendary hero told her to put aside her magic, even her life, regardless of the cost and consequences, and simply put all her strength into the will of the sword. So after these words, he decided to move on to the final movement. Elizabeth continued to perform a special technique that was beyond space and time, her own movement, a movement without a sword. Within time and space, no matter how strong the blow is, it will never match the power of Lapin's movements. So to kill him, Elizabeth must transcend time and space itself. Then she wanted to take a step, but the dragonfly was under her foot from the first movement. So the woman tripped and almost fell face first into the endless water. However, she thanked him for his advice, and she decided that if she used the desired technique, sacrificing everything, she would probably die. But it didn't matter anymore, because after she kills the young man, Her life will no longer have any meaning. It was a good ending for her, but she will always be the person who was able to defeat the legendary hero. But the boy did not pay attention to these words, but stretched his hand forward and proceeded to perform the last movement. The 13th movement was called Everything is One, and One is Everything. Then Deping took the demon queen by the finger, and the dualistic concept was formed. Suddenly a strong sound and airwave was formed, which had incredible speed. The mighty empress could not move her body, and black tears appeared on her face. Suddenly the guy held Elizabeth's fingers and pulled her toward him. His body and mind were filled with peace and warmth, which he was supposed to convey to the Red Queen. Their bodies in that moment were as close to each other as they had ever been in the year and a half they had lived together. The woman wanted to say something, but her body had no more strength. So she fell exhaustedly into the arms of the legendary hero, unable to stand any longer. He heard that the woman wanted to say her last words, but he could not understand anything from the mumbling. The entire demonic image began to gradually disappear from Elizabeth's body and dissolve into thin air. Everything around him returned to its place. The sea beneath his feet was replaced by the usual grass, and instead of stars and planets, there was a blue sky and a cozy house. The woman regained consciousness, but something had changed in her. Namely, she had moved to a new level of 7-star demon god. Lupin then asked her if she thought he could accomplish what he wanted. The Dragon Queen did not understand what they were talking about, because she had just survived the most intense battle of her life. It was about artificial sword skills. Although these were ordinary movements, the boy felt that he was getting better at them every time. That is why he asked the Empress for her opinion, but she still couldn't collect her thoughts and give a meaningful answer. So Lupin asked if there was anything Elizabeth thought he needed to improve, but he couldn't concentrate, because at that moment she looked very nice. The woman did not come to and kept looking at the guy. He was a little uncomfortable with this, so he asked if everything was okay. The queen's face suddenly turned red with shame, and she made no reply. However, she soon decided to act, so she carefully got up and put on her symbolic slippers. It was the first time such a situation had happened between friends, so they just kept quiet. Leping thought that the atmosphere had suddenly become uncomfortable, so he needed to say something to ease the tension. He began to say that the effect of the exercises was simply incredible, and it was all thanks to Elizabeth. Even though his eyes were closed, he clearly remembers her guiding him. However, the queen had other ideas. In her opinion, Lu knew about her problems with leveling up, so he used this idea of artificial sword skills to help her. First, he forced her to expose her feelings, put her in an uncomfortable situation, then destroyed her sword for which she had sacrificed everything, and finally, turned back the clock so that she could level up 3 times without paying anything for it. The woman still didn't respond to the hero and thought about her own. She was too naive when she reached the kingdom of the demon god and thought she could catch up with the legendary warrior. He was easily able to overcome her, but the hero didn't want to compete with her for fun, and he doesn't plan to destroy the world. He just continues to help Elizabeth become stronger, for the sake of the main goal, which was to create the strongest child in the universe. The queen continued to invent her own, and not to react to the outside world. But finally, having finished thinking, she ordered Lepin to stop looking down on people. The guy did not understand what was being said because he did not want to humiliate his interlocutors. Elizabeth again took it as part of her subordinate's plan to take over. In her imagination, it seemed as if the boyfriend had advised her to train more and learn techniques. However, if the goal is to create a strong child, she is ready to go over the top. The woman was then ready to promise anything, but Le had to tell her something. The queen tried to ask if the hero really liked her, but she could not pronounce the question. Suddenly there was a blow to the ground, as if something had fallen straight from the sky. Then the couple was distracted from their conversation, and turned to the sound of the explosion to see what had happened. It was the companion dog Van Kai, but he came for a reason. He brought with him the exhausted swordmaster Gigi.